welcome to the 2017 Campus Series Western Conference Finals. I am Tom Sierfoss, and joining me here on the desk is my favorite co-caster this side of the Mississippi, Mark Zimmerman.
Is there someone else on the other side of the Mississippi I don't know about, Tom?
Well, I don't know, but you're not on that side of the Mississippi, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
But we are down to just 8 teams fighting it out for an assured seat in the League of Legends Campus Series Championship.
In the north, we have RMU versus Maryville. In the south, we have Texas A&M versus NC State. In the east, it's Toronto taking on Carnegie Mellon.
And then today, of course, in the West, it is SFU battling out against their old rivals in UBC.
And all the final games are best of 5s today. So, Tom, we have a lot of League of Legends on our hands.
Yeah, we definitely do. So why don't we get through all of the housekeeping today? We have our second Canadian showdown in 2 weeks, UBC versus SFU.
These crosstown rivals are the best esports programs in Canada. They play each other pretty regularly, especially in the latter stages of tournaments. UBC almost always comes out ahead, though.
Yeah, and they actually played in the Western Conference Championship just last year, where UBC won 3-2, so we could be in for a lot of games today. More recently, they played in the uLoL rivalry series, which UBC also won.
That's right. UBC has come out ahead in the majority of these encounters between these two teams, but SFU is looking to finally change that today.
Yeah, SFU is coming off of a win versus UCI, who is a very strong opponent that a lot of people expected to wind up going all the way and claim the uLoL championship for themselves. So SFU is in high spirits, and they're going to be bringing their A game today.
Yeah, both these teams are very good, but UBC is the one of the top-seeded teams. They've also beaten SFU in their last several meetings, like we just said, so it's not impossible for SFU to win, but it's going to be very, very hard.
It's definitely going to be a hard-fought, full best-of-5 series. I'm excited we get 5 games to this one. So why don't we take a look at the starting rosters, starting with SFU, who are going to wind up being on the blue side. In the top lane, it's Goldjet. Their jungler is Frozen Knight. Their mid lane is Demnis. Their AD carry, Pneumatic. And support, Jajal.
And now let's take a look at the starting lineup for UBC. In the top lane, it's CJ. Jungle, Proof of Payment. Mid lane, KT Smurf, not actually on KT. Rolster, just to clarify. AD carry is Ozna, and the support is 734.
Yeah, and we're heading into the draft right now, so we get to go underway with a pick and ban phase that is sure not to disappoint. Of course, best of 5 series here for all of the finals in the campus series for every single region. Means that we could potentially see a lot more adaptation. And of course, we have 2 of the top seeded teams coming into the campus series entirely this split are going to be battling out right now.
Right, a lot of people kind of consider this matchup almost a finals in and of itself because UBC is almost always in the actual, collegiate finals of the campus series, and it's often SFU that gives them their hardest run for their money. So this is kind of seen as one of the most important matchups all year.
Yeah, and last year you mentioned UBC wound up taking this best of 5, 3 games to 2 over SFU, and then crushed the actual campus series playoffs 3-0, 3-0 for the actual championship. So like you said, this match has historically been one of the biggest favored matches, and of course with the changes to the campus series this year, even if one of these teams winds up losing in a close 3-2 series, we could potentially see them again because we do have the wild card tournament.
Yeah, great change to the system overall. We are in picked bans now, and we see the Lulu Malzahar taken out, 2 of the strongest supports in the current meta. Both do very different things, both strong and lane, but then Malzahar looks for a lot of picks, and Lulu looks to do the exact opposite and prevent those.
Yeah, and of course it also empowers a very late game style of potential carry. You have the marksmans, like we've seen Caitlyn's, we've seen a little more uptick of Lucian and Ezreal, who wind up having that Lulu and just dealing a ton of damage in the later stages of the game, but more jungle-focused bans coming out from the side of UBC as they get away with the Rengar, they go away with the Kazakhs, and the Lee Sin actually being banned away from SFU too, so 3 jungle bans out of the get-go.
Yeah, it's a little surprising to see that much because, like I was about to say, it does leave the Graves up, kind of the strongest one left available of the kind of more AD-focused, and he is going to be able to be extremely strong. It is 7.5, so there were the lethality nerfs. He's not quite as overpowered as he was at the time, but there's still a lot of different builds you can go on Graves. You can go more attack speed focused or more burst focused.
Yeah, and considering Proof of Payment is one of the players you really have to highlight from UBC. He's had challenger experience. He's been a high master to challenger tier player for a very long time. Kind of getting rid of some of his more comfort pick of champions, maybe something that Simon Fraser is actually happy to do, which is why they go with the Graves first pick, but it does wind up leaving the Nautilus, which is a very powerful pickup for that top lane matchup, and it could potentially be a flex pick, but as you say, they've locked in the Nami as well for the support role, so that means Nautilus most likely go on top.
Right, most likely Nautilus is basically what is considered the strongest tank in the current meta, has a lot of pushing power, then scales pretty well into the late game. Maybe gets out-tanked a little bit once you get there, but he has such a much better early game than the other ones. That's why you see him kind of the highest prioritized top laner. Over on the side of Simon Fraser, they grab Rumble and Orianna. Rumble is a bit of a tank bully. He tends to push a lot of them in and beat them up. It's close versus Nautilus early on, but then as you get later and later in the game, his damage becomes too much much for Nautilus to deal with, so he starts losing that split push situation.
Yeah, and they also combo with the Orianna, which has been something we've seen to be used to great effect. In the LCS in and of itself, you have the Equalizer and the Command Shockwave combination, just rips through objective fights and team fights.
Right, I mean, if you want to see that illustrated perfectly, watch the C9 versus Dignitas series. You see Dignitas forcing around the jungle, Equalizer comes down, Shockwave pulls people on top of it, and people's health bars just melt. So they have to be very, very careful on the side of UBC when they start picking fights around objectives and in the jungle.
We'll see if SFU are going to be able to channel their inner impacts and Jensens. However, on the opposite side, UBC picking up the Elise, which is kind of the expected pickup with so many jungle bans already, and then that Ezreal pickup for the bottom lane here from Osna.
Right, and you're worried a little bit here on the side of UBC of becoming a little magic damage heavy, but the nice thing is that on the side of SFU, there's no one who really stacks MR too efficiently. So you're not overly concerned about it, and we see the last two picks come in for Simon Fraser University, grabbing the Caitlyn and the Karma. One of those extremely strong bot lanes you're talking about, not quite as nice of scaling with the Lulu, who can just kind of throw her buffs on the Caitlyn and let her run wild, but you get a little bit more lane pressure with the Karma, having those Qs to shoot out and harass and help wave clear.
Yeah, you kind of have one of the quintessential bully lanes in the bottom with that Caitlyn and the Karma, and they do wind up rounding out the composition from the side of UBC by going with the Jace pickup. So going a little bit more with the physical damage mid lane. You mentioned they were a little bit heavy on the magic damage, so they do round it out with the Jace pick in the mid lane.
Yeah, not too surprising to see that pick come in there. It's also a strong matchup into the Orianna generally. It's changed a little bit because before you would take the exhaust, which actually gave you a fair amount of all-in pressure because you get the slowdown on the Orianna so you can stick to her a little bit more. Even though with the ignite you can say it's more damage, the problem is having Jace being able to stay in range to unload his hammer form damage versus the ignite just going to do a little bit extra damage.
And that's just one of the many lane matches we have. So why don't we take a look back at the results of this draft to kind of get a picture of all these overall the compositions. We touched upon a little bit what Simon Fraser's looking to do. They have a later game scaling AD carry, so you could take outer towers extremely early, and they have a massive amount of team fight damage on their comp.
Yeah, SFU definitely going for kind of everyone can do a lot of damage, not very much tankiness. Rumble, Graves, Ori, and Caitlyn all do a ton. It's a high execution team comp, but it has a ton of damage in the late game and fairly strong early game as well. So they're just going to have to be a little concerned about playing cleanly around the objectives because the Nautilus is pretty punishing if you get caught out of position.
Yeah, on the opposite side, though, UBC had a lot of pick and a lot of poke potential from their side. They had the Elise, they had the Nami, can catch people out of position. Even Nautilus can kind of hook people into strange spots in the Ezreal and the Jace. It's just a lot of damage coming out of those two in general.
Yep, definitely both teams have two different style team comps here, a much more standard one on the side of UBC, though it does have that Jace in the mid lane.
All right, well then, Mark, I got to ask you, because I ask you this every single week. It's a match of rivals. It's a match of two of the best teams in uLoL. Who do you think is going to come out ahead?
I'm going to go with UBC. I'm taking the favorites in the matchup here. I know I actually do prefer SFU's draft in game one, but we're in a best of 5 here. There's going to be a lot of adaptations to come in, and I hope UBC's experience will help kind of pay off at the end of the day.
I mean, it's really hard to argue with results. If UBC's won historically almost every single time, it's going to be really difficult. So you got our predictions, but we'd like to hear yours as well. And I'm sure a lot of you have opinions on this storied rivalry in uLoL. So get on Twitter and let us know by tweeting either hashtag SFU or hashtag UBC. And of course, tweet at uLoL to let your voices be heard. Meanwhile, we are going to be jumping into game 1 of this potential best of 5 series between two of the top teams in uLoL. I'm really excited for this because this is going to be a good match.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that we were saying that this is the most hyped up rivalry probably in the campus series. Both these teams not only have a lot of history against each other, but they also play at a fairly high level. You're going to see a lot more of those kind of rotations and macro play than you are used to seeing out of the campus series where games get extremely bloody early on. You'll still probably see some of that, but teams are not going to get totally run over just because they give up a first blood or something like that.
Yeah, one of the things that we have talked about before is the fact that a lot of the teams in the campus series, when they fall behind, they struggle with ways to adapt and bring themselves back into the game that isn't specifically through fighting and team fighting and trying to fight even more to equalize gold counts when they just slowly but surely keep falling further and further behind. So both of these teams may be a little bit more adept at kind of keeping tempo and keeping pace with that and being able to fall back on lane assignments and farming things out rather than just trying to smash things together until one comes out ahead.
Right, I mean, you don't win the campus series without having an idea of how to play from behind because you're not going to get leads every game. So that's obviously something UBC is going to be pretty good at here. And we see already just the point defense in the level 1, showing that these teams will play a little bit more conservative than those kind of group up 5-man invades we have seen a decent amount in the campus series.
Everybody just kind of on their line of scrimmage, making sure nobody's going to be getting any sort of deep ward or any sort of coverage to scout out where the junglers are going to be starting. And I mean, that's one of the things we have to kind of keep our eyes on. We haven't necessarily seen much from Frozen Knight this year in the campus series, at least from what we've been watching. But as you mentioned, Proof of Payment has had challenger experience. He's been a high-level solo queue player for a very long time. And he was a big factor into the way that UBC was able to beat Simon Fraser University in the past year.
Right, and I mean, KT Smurf as well. Those guys have been comboing together for for over a year now, and that's something that's very important in the current meta. It's actually been important in almost every meta, is the jungle mid synergy and being able to kind of open up the map and exert your influence over the side lanes. So having that history together will help both them know what the other one wants to do.
And if I recall correctly from the rivalry series, when we talked to Simon Fraser University, Demnis was one of the guys that really kind of took control of the shot calling from their side in the later stages of the game. So there's going to be a lot of burden on his shoulders as well. I mean, when you look at the campus series, you can kind of stack player versus player just based off of where they wind up ranking in solo queue, because a lot of the times they have a little bit of disproportionate matchups that way. KT Smurf, high-tier solo queue player, whereas on the flip side, Demnis, more of like the high diamond 1, low master tier kind of player. So when he has that shot calling responsibility on his shoulders as well, it's going to be very interesting to see how he handles all that pressure.
Right, I mean, that's something you always hear people talk about, is the fact that when they have the shot calling responsibilities, they feel like their individual play drops off a little bit. So could be a tough day for Demnis, depending on how much pressure KT Smurf puts down on him.
Yep. And so we'll have to see where everybody winds up stacking up on this game, although on the bottom side of the map, a lot of poke and a lot of prod coming out from that Caitlyn and Karma lane. It's not necessarily something that it's something we expect. It's not necessarily something that's super surprising, although Caitlyn has gone with that Change Warlord's Bloodlust rather than going for the Fervor, so going for a little bit more sustain in lane, even though she does have the shielding support from Karma.
Yeah, you just tend to see them go. It also scales decently well into the late game, as it does scale with level. And no surprise, the Jace going with the Storm Raider Surge. Sometimes you see the Thunderlords, but after the recent changes to Masteries, a couple patches ago, a lot of people running that Storm Raider Surge now in the mid lane on a variety of champions. Vladimir's, Talons, basically anyone who's got just one big burst combo, they prefer to go for the Storm Raider Surge.
Yep, it really helps you reposition in team fights and also chase down key priority targets, especially if you're going for more of an assassin type pickup. The Jace himself, of course, not necessarily an assassin, although every now and then he goes melee form and takes to the skies. And now we see Ozna getting a little bit aggressive on the Matic in this bottoms lane here. Jado puts a shield onto him, but also takes a little bit of damage for himself. But around the side comes proof of payment. The Cocoon does wind up landing. They burn the flash from Jadel. The exhaust is on, and the Inspire shield is out. A flash throw from Ozna, though, will secure first blood for UBC.
Really nice follow-up there on the Ezreal. Looked like JJ may have gotten out there, but the flash Mystic shot will finish him off. Good first blood pickup by UBC. You saw Simon Fraser was pushing in the bot lane relentlessly. UBC finds an aggressive trade after they finish clearing out their minion wave that gets them low enough for the flanking proof of payment on Elise to pick up a kill. And now, a little bit of counter jungling still going on. Pneumatic is not sure where Elise is, but might be looking for a dive in the bot lane here.
And this could be a little bit dangerous for Pneumatic, though. We do have Graves and Karma coming from base, but the minion wave is shoved up to the tower, and Pneumatic going to be putting down some Caitlyn traps and some key choke points. Does flash the Cocoon. The bubble doesn't land, but it doesn't matter. They still wind up picking up a second kill.
Really nice repeat gank there by proof of payment. Simon Fraser had no idea where he went after turning that kill in the bot lane. He got some counter jungling down, and once he realized that he was relatively safe to go for that dive, they push in the minion wave and get a second kill down the bot lane. That's really disastrous for the Karma Caitlyn lane, because a lot of that pushing power relies on the fact that the enemy team can't really out-trade you either. And so Ezreal, not a champion that's really going to snowball that early blood advantage, which is nice. As you see, he goes back and picks up a tier. But it's still a little annoying because you want to have that constant pressure pushing in. And with Nami being able to sustain up, she gets a little bit extra gold early on. And now she can play the lane a little bit more aggressive.
Right, and even though it's not going to be an aggressive lane phase buyer for the Ezreal, a pre-5-minute tier of the Goddess is going to start stacking up very, very quickly, and is going to hit that kind of plateau point where Caitlyn, you normally get like 1 or 2 items, you kind of plateau for a little bit until you finish your 3rd and 4th one. Ezreal, in the meantime, will spike when he gets that Manamune upgrade into Muramana and hits that Trinity Force, and that early tier is going to be super, super nice for that power spike. It's going to be a little bit of a difficult thing to kind of transition out of in this lane phase here for bot side.
Things aren't all bad for Simon Fraser University, though. We see in the top lane about a 10 CS advantage on the side of the Rumble. Winning that matchup early on is what you want to see, and hopefully maybe they find something going around this top side now that he has the level 6, has the ultimate available. And with the Graves, they have kind of hybrid damage. It is a little bit easier to blow somebody up if they can't itemize versus both of you, but proof of payment in the top side, recognizing that this is where Simon Fraser does have that pressure. He's here to potentially counter game.
Yep, so he's just kind of waiting in the wings over by the tower. Knows that he might have been spotted out if he was forward because there was a ward in that brush. Instead, he and CJ are just going to very slowly creep this up. And they wind up starting out immediately with the depth charge. The flash has been burned out from Goldjeff, and the dredge line lands from downtown, combos in with the Cocoon. The equalizer goes out, but there's no way that's equal.
Proof
that's
of
a kill.
Payment taken over this early game, already has been involved in all 3 kills, and he has all of them going over to his laners. great early game by Proof of Payment. He recognizes the pressure in the top side, but Frozen Knight had called off the gank. He had gone down to the river to start getting vision control, and during that time, an excellent sneak into the top brush set up by the CC heavy top laner in Nautilus. And Proof of Payment brings the damage to finish off the Rumble.
Yeah, 0-0 and 3, so he's donating these kills over to his lanes. He's making good use of that early mobility boost buy. We've seen that be a little bit more popular in the NALCS. I believe Dardoch was the one that we saw doing it very heavily early on. And Proof of Payment, though, 3 jungle bans be damned, and the Grays taken away as a first pick is making things happen on this Elise.
I mean, that's when you know someone's a star player a little bit. We talked about his importance last year, and once again this year, having a huge impact on the early game. Basically, the only reason that British UBC has this 1,500 gold lead just 7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, so the jungler already being a huge factor for the side of UBC. Not so much quite for Simon Fraser University, although he has wound up going for that Graves pickup, so a little bit more farm heavy. But as you did mention, it looked like Frozen Knight was going to try to go for the gank early on, but it got called off, and UBC, they just take the opportunity to collapse.
And there you see that chain CC combo, able to flash out during the Nautilus ultimate while it's traveling there, but CJ able to get in range for the almost max range dredge line. He still had his flash available, so he could have flashed dredge line, but he knows the ranges. He doesn't need to waste any cooldowns, and they're able to pick that kill up.
So 3 quick kills in the early game here for the University of British Columbia, and they jump out to about a 1,000 gold advantage early on. 8 minutes into this game, things are only starting to ramp up here, and we have a full potential 5 games going on between both of these teams. So things are going to be starting out like this, though. It's going to be pretty exciting, but things are starting out like this. I mean, can't bode well for SFU and their history between them and UBC. We do see a command shockwave from Demnis, so getting a little bit of the best of KT Smurf in this mid lane matchup. Both the junglers did kind of pop in just to say hello, but they back away.
Yeah, with that ultimate down, though, KT Smurf knows he does not need to be worried about a giant chunk of damage coming in anymore. He'll pot up, get his health bar back above, 50%. He'll be safe for the most part, even farming in that mid lane. And the Jace sometimes, like I said, can take over the early game, but without that exhaust, I actually do think it's a lot harder to win this matchup. The Ignite, like we said, great for actual kill pressure, but it does make it a little harder to all in because the Orianna can just kind of walk away, put her ball on herself, W, and you can't slow her down after your hammer form to the skies move.
And it also kind of cuts into his later game split pushing power, because you mentioned one of the things that's very powerful about Jace is the way he can scale up. He spikes very hard in the mid game, and that exhaust really helps him deal against some of the more potential split push threats on their side, potentially the Graves or maybe even the Rumble if he gets into split push situations against them later on. The Ignite would be really good at killing them if he's able to go toe-to-toe with them and position properly, but the exhaust is really good at cutting into the combat power of that trait.
Same way kind of in teamfights as well. When you're Jace in a 5v5, it's hard to find a good target to Ignite.
Right.
It can be hard with the exhaust as well because there's a lot of range on the side of Simon Fraser University, but generally speaking, someone will walk up to try and get you low, or you'll be the one going in and the exhaust can help set that stuff up. And the Ignite, like we said, just pure damage, cuts into the healing, but there's basically none on the side of SFU's champion kits. They do have a lot of summoner heals, though.
They do. They definitely do. 2 of those picked up for their side from the mid lane and the AD carry position, as we saw UBC taking, personally, my favorite early game Drake, the Ocean Dragons, taking that one very quickly for themselves. They had a bit of pressure on the bottom side of the map. They had some decent ward coverage as well. Those 2 control wards, both the entrances towards mid lane and the entrances towards bottom lane, just kind of denying a lot of the vision of the area where Simon Fraser University wants to even walk into the river, so they cannot contest.
Yep, and obviously, like you said, one of the best early game dragons, helps with laning a lot. We've seen that CJ on that Nautilus has been getting pushed in over and over, having to blow his mana, as well as getting chunked out, just dealing with wave clear. But with that Ocean Dragon, you're able to sustain up a little bit more. It just makes your life that much easier in that slightly difficult laning matchup. The one nice thing as well for Simon Fraser, we talked about the CS advantage in the top lane, is of course the CS in the jungle. Frozen Knight, though he hasn't been able to turn into kills, has been hard farming, has about a 20 CS lead now over Proof of Payment. Like we mentioned multiple times, the jungle camps are a little
wonky.
Yeah, they're a little weird with how the CS actually breaks out, but once you start getting around that 20 CS advantage, you know it's no longer just about the fact that you might have taken different jungle camps, you actually have probably a lead as well.
Oh, meanwhile, Frozen Knight, though, while he's caught farming here, is going to have to flash away, use the collateral damage for distance as well. He's going to be able to survive a little bit. True shot does not take him down. Lives by the little bit of the biscuit he was nomming on there.
Yeah, it was around 20 HP, I believe. That's so insanely close. If he did not start eating that biscuit as soon as he got opened up on by UBC, he probably would have gone down. good awareness there, and that's why those small things become such big factors in this game.
Yep, so now KT Smurf and Proof of Payment, they've chunked out the jungler, so they know they could put a little bit more pressure onto this mid lane tower. We already saw KT Smurf with some early lethality, dealing some damage to Demnus, so the Proof of Payment's going to command Shockwave back in, has to repel up from that when KT Smurf has to juggle the aggro. Flash forward from Demnus will blow the flash from Proof of Payment, so Summoner spells traded back and forth in mid lane.
Gotta be careful though, you did lose your flash looking for an aggressive play on the enemy jungler. Now you need to be a little concerned about the roams that can come in from the Nami. She might be able to flash exhaust you, set you up for a slow, and you no longer have that flash to disengage. But really nice defense in that 2v1 situation there by Demnus, keeping his turret relatively healthy.
Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Osna does not have his support for a little bit, although content just to sit back and farm himself up at this point. Has still those 2 kills over his lane opponent in the Caitlyn, who did wind up getting a very early cull because of her untimely death in the early stage of the game, but has almost popped that one already at just about the 12-minute mark. On the flip side, though, Ezreal's gone back on his own, picked up a Sheen in addition to that pickaxe to start building towards that Muramana. So like I mentioned before, Ezreal going to be coming out of lane phase extremely strong. Right,
we talk about Nami roaming around a lot. Well, Ezreal is basically the ideal AD carry to leave in that 1v2 situation. Can just farm with Mystic shots from over 1,000 range away. You see him here just sniping out that CS. Karma this time out of lane as well. Has to be a little bit more careful when he is actually 1v2 and the Karma can pressure him with tethers and her Qs. But like we said, Ezreal loves being in this situation, especially early on, because he's able to get that tier stacking. Like you mentioned, getting that one at 5 minutes into the game.
Well, if anything has happened to change your minds in this game, guys, of course, you can hop on Twitter and let us know who you think is going to win. You could tweet either hashtag SFU or hashtag UBC at uLoL. I think as far as Mark and I go, our prediction of UBC for this series is panning out extremely well in the early stages of this game, both off the back of Proof of Payment and off the back of this bottom lane combination of Osna and 734.
Right, I mean, 15 minutes into game 1 of a best of 5, no way are we counting our chickens before they hatch. We have clearly predicted everything correctly.
There's nothing that can change whatsoever. We actually know the future.
Yep. Sign this one, it's done, it's over. Here we see Rumble feeling the pressure of UBC there. You see multiple members roaming up to the top side. This is one of the things that makes Rumble so powerful in competitive 5v5 versus just solo queue. Is that he has the ability to wave clear from extreme ranges. We see Demnus getting opened up on here by KT Smurf.
Yeah, utilizing the chunk of damage in the Storm Raider to chase him down. Demnus, though, is going to get the heal off. KT Smurf takes a bit of damage, though. That last shot glass will secure the kill. Frozen Knight collateral damage will not wind up picking up the kill back onto KT Smurf, but CJ's teleported in here. Goldjet is there as well. Frozen Knight and Jadril, though, they're looking to try to hunt down where KT Smurf is gone. Did he actually get exposed by that Scryer's orb? I don't think he did. He's going to be able to just recall out.
Oh my god, you get to see how sad Goldjet is there, having just used his teleport up, or as a ultimate up on the top side to clear the wave. He didn't have it to try and snipe out the kill onto KT Smurf, who finishes his recall there. Simon Fraser had no idea where he had went, and then they were too scared to chase forward further because the rest of UBC was collapsing. CJ had teleported in as well. And another small advantage here for UBC. Simon Fraser slipping further and further behind.
New Goldjet trying to clear out some wards right here, but it's a top lane and jungle duel as Proof of Payment is going to back away a little bit as CJ winds up coming in with the dredge line, but KT Smurf comes back from base and gets himself yet another kill.
Another kill is exactly right. 5-0 now. Simon Fraser currently are on the way to getting perfect game. They don't have a kill. They have no dragons or turrets. This first tower of the game still available here, but it looks like UBC might grab it in the mid lane.
Yeah, this one might be the first tower of the game as there's 3 members strong now with 734's Nami roams up from the bottom side of the map. This tower is taking a lot of damage here, and Demnus does have his command shockwave available. I don't think he's going to be able to defend this one. First tower of the game also going over to UBC.
The gold lead is up to 3,000 off the back of that one. UBC in a great spot. Dragon will be respawning in about 15 seconds as well. It is a Mountain Drake, which is the perfect dragon to keep snowballing if you are ahead. Helps you do that extra damage to objectives. We've said it a million times, if you're behind and you're not actually hitting turrets and things like that, it is relatively useless. So UBC, far ahead, is going to love being able to grab this one.
Yep, and now it's going to be up to Simon Fraser University. We mentioned just in the pregame here, both of these teams a little bit more experience, a little bit more discipline. They are on the back foot by about 2,500 gold. What are they going to do to try to come back from this one? We've seen a lot of teams try to go for haphazard fights, but it looks like with the back timings of UBC, Simon Fraser knows that this dragon could potentially be theirs. They group up with 4 members in this bottom side of the map and are able to take that away for free.
You gotta think that's a little bit of a mistake there by UBC. Sure, they had just gotten a kill and grabbed the mid lane turret. You don't want to overstay on the map. I understand wanting to get a reset off, but with the dragon respawning and the fact that they really didn't blow that many resources getting that pick kill onto Frozen Knight, I think they could have stayed there and contested that dragon and potentially just stopped Simon Fraser from being able to walk up. Probably a bit of a mistake there. Not the end of the world, but you really, really would want that mountain dragon.
Yep, like you mentioned before, it's going to be helping rip through objectives, especially when you're ahead. It's also going to be eventually going towards win condition, just stacking elemental drakes and potentially picking up an elder dragon if the game goes on that long. However, if you are on the side of UBC, you have about a 3,000 gold lead at this point. You normally want to be thinking about ending the game before those elder dragons get onto the map, but we'll have to see here. Is they do end up having a very powerful, it's a little redundant to say, a powerful power spike between the Jace, as he does have his first finish lethality item, is going towards the edge of night next, and then the Ezreal, who has his Manamune already starting to stack up and has the pieces to finish his Trinity Force rather soon. We could potentially see in the next like 3 or 4 minute window when they group up together. Actually, well, they've already taken that bottom lane tower, so they might actually be looking for inner towers when they group up in about a couple minutes.
UBC has basically set up a 1-3-1 situation kind of here where they have their Ezreal holding the mid lane, and then you have your jungler and support roaming down to side lanes to try and knock these turrets down. They're meeting up with the Jace, grabbing the bot lane turret. And now you see them getting deep vision control of the enemy bot side jungle, hoping to find another pick off here.
Yeah, and we already saw the chunk of damage coming through, half healthy Pneumatics Caitlyn, so that Jace combination, I kind of like this idea. The Ezreal still wants to farm out, get his Trinity Force. You can utilize the Jace, who already has a ton of damage, is able to poke away key targets from these towers and just provide the extra load of damage from his W proc just to chunk down those towers. So I like the way that they set up these lanes. You already mentioned earlier in the lane phase, Ezreal's super safe at just CSing by himself.
Right, and it's a little surprising to see the Jace not go for the tier. Given the nerfs that came in for this kind of really aggressive lethality rush build, it was obviously a lot stronger before the nerfs came in on these items because those power spikes come a lot harder. So if you're pre-20 minutes with double lethality items finished, you can smash basically anyone in the game. Now with these nerfs, you're still really strong, but you are sacrificing late game scaling for not as big of a power spike. So I'm a little surprised to see the Jace on 7.5 not going for the tier build. It does make a little bit of sense because as a mid lane Jace, you have access to that blue buff, but come late game, you're going to probably wish you had a Muramana. Yeah,
and it also kind of raises the question as to, did UBC want to try to contest that Mountain Dragon a little bit more? Because if you're going for a build that's a little bit more to early mid-game focused from your mid laner, who's going to be providing one of 2 very big damage threats on your team, you may want to be going for a little bit more of the snowball aesthetic by picking up that extra damage to Objective Dragon. But it looks like UBC, they're still in firm control of this one. 4,000 gold up means that they know exactly what they're going to be doing. About 19 minutes into the game, Baron is not quite yet an option. However, they are going to be trying to get control of this top side of the map area, but the rest of Simon Fraser University knows that something is over here. They're going to be going in and clearing out that vision control as quickly as possible. They've even taken the Scuttle Crab a little bit earlier on, so they are able to spot out UBC. They don't want to give up that last outer tower in the top lane.
Good job contesting the pressure there on the side of University of British Columbia. Simon Fraser being able to protect that last outer turret that they have. And UBC are basically playing to move the Jace around the map and eventually bring resources over to them. No one can match Jace right now in the 1v1. We talk about how it's not quite as strong of a power spike as it used to be back in the day, but a 18-minute double lethality item is still basically going to be strong enough to 1v1 anyone. And here we see the Jace, after taking that bottom turret, moved up to the top side, keep pressuring around here. SFU is bringing people to try and protect the turret, but slowly and steadily, KT Smurf is taking that top turret. Would have been a little bit easier if they had that Mountain Dragon, though. Yeah,
maybe a little bit, but the Rift Herald also disappearing back into the void. Unfortunately, our mascot for the campus series is not going to be taking this game, but we do see Ezreal coming back from base, has his Trinity Force Power Spike, has the Ionian Boots of Lucidity as well, so that Manamune in his inventory. It's been a tier since about 5 minutes in, probably going to be stacked up relatively soon, so that's going to be the go signal for University of British Columbia to really start pressuring down on these objectives. Are they going to be going into that 1-3-1 setup? Are they going to be going into a 4-1? Nautilus has his teleport available. It's up to them to decide how they're going to be attacking these angles, but they have the tools at their disposal. They have the itemization they need. Looks like they might actually be going for a bit of a fight here as they're going for some vision control in the opposing jungle. Frozen Knight, though, lots of shields, lots of speed ups, is going to be A-okay.
You see them utilizing this 1-3-1. The Jace, during all that pressure in the jungle, was just working on that top turret. He cracks that one. Now it is a 3-for-0 turret advantage on the side of University of British Columbia. They have the entire outer ring down.
Yep, and 20 minutes and 40 seconds is when that Manamune transformed into a Muramana, so that's going to be
early.
Super fast, yeah.
Usually you see it around the 25-minute mark as that item timing. Like you said, the fact that he was able to get those 2 early kills, gets the tier stacking right away. And then he was relatively undisturbed during his laning phase, so it's a lot easier to stack it when you don't have to worry about getting pressured and poked under turret and things like that. He was mostly free farming for the entire game. And you get to see, with this pressure that UBC has, they've grabbed CS leads now in every single lane, whereas before they were down in a couple of them.
Yeah, Simon Fraser University has definitely had to cede a bit of the lane control to their opponents at UBC, giving them about a 5,000 gold lead at this point. But SFU hasn't really given up a lot of messy deaths. They're not overextending. They're not kind of contesting vision control a little bit too much. One of the things they are doing extremely well is, while they've lost their outer ring of towers while doing so, is denying UBC a lot of forward vision on the map. You can see there's maybe a ward on the backside of the red buff. There's one over by where Nautilus was pushing up towards that bottom side tower. But other than that, there's a lot of control wards from the side of Simon Fraser University, a lot of vision denial, and they're not letting UBC just waltz into their side of the map uncontested.
UBC does look like they're in a better position now that the Dragon is respawning, not in base recalling. They're going to try and grab this one away. With the support on the top side for Simon Fraser University, it's unlikely that they look to contest this for anything more than just comboing some damage in there. Graves Orianna can kind of shoot some abilities at the Dragon, but doesn't look like they're even going to go for that. Going to give this one up right away. Yep. And you gotta say, Simon Fraser, I think, has done a respectable job holding on this game for how early of an impact in the game proof of payment made. He obviously snowballed the top and bot side instantly, and after that, despite the fact there's a 5,000 gold lead 22 minutes into the game, it could be a lot worse based off what we've seen in the campus series so far as they try to make a play on the top side.
Yeah, well, they knew that that Dragon was going on, so they decided to seed the bottom side here, and Frozen Knight just kind of grouped up here on the top side. CJ's going to start off with the depth charge, though, as the rest of UBC are charging up from that mid lane. Frozen Knight takes a large chunk of damage. There's a teleport being channeled by Goldjet, but he decides to wind up canceling that one, so no teleport going to be on the side of Simon Fraser University. That means that UBC, Ezreal on the bottom side, the mid side of the map, is going to be pushing that one through. They have multiple members stacked up on the top side because they know Rumble cannot go up from bottom now.
A bit of a zoning teleport there saying, don't chase my team or I'll finish this. Both teams respectfully play that one out. UBC does not walk forward. Simon Fraser cancels the TP. And with that pressure, they get a little bit of chip damage onto that mid turret. And now they continue pressuring up the top side. In a bit of a 4-1 here. We'll see if they continue to push up like that or if they go break back out into their 1-3-1. Now with the teleport advantage on the side of the Nautilus.
Well, Oslin's actually going to wind up finding Demnus in his jungle, using that True Shot barrage. Has to blow the heal just to stay alive. And that's the power of that very early Muramana Trinity Force Ezreal power spike. Frozen Knight's going to take a shot blast to the face as well. That is the 4th tower, the first inner tower being cracked for UBC.
That's the crazy thing about Ezreal is that around that 25-minute mark, all of a sudden he becomes an everything kind of champion. He's mobile, he's a backline DPS champion. He can go shift forward and play a little bit like an assassin. He plays in the mid lane, he plays in the side lanes. He pushes waves, he takes turrets. That's the second inner turret, already down a 5-for-0 turret advantage, matching the kills that they have as well.
Well, the Swiss Army marksman from the side of UBC are helping lead the charge here. 2-0 and 0 for him, as well as 2-0-0 for that Jace combination. We mentioned in the just the draft summary, a lot of poke, a lot of prod, a lot of damage coming out from the side of UBC's double carry composition. But Simon Fraser University, while they have been being rather calm, cool, and collected with the way that they're trying to come back into this game, still slowly but surely falling behind, seeding towers. We haven't necessarily seen their really go-to method, which is the combination of the Orianna Shockwave and the Rumble Equalizer. Just haven't been able to pull it off.
It's been tough because UBC's been doing a great job moving around the map and splitting up SFU so that they never really have to fight a 5v5, which is what Simon Fraser is super strong at. UBC has been, for the most part, pulling them around and then hitting the turrets where they're not. SFU does still kind of have that explosive comeback potential. If UBC ends up grouping up and gets punished a little bit, overstep, they overextend, they could be in a world of hurt because Simon Fraser basically has to press R on everybody and they can blow them all up. So they always have that comeback potential, but so far, not looking too good, down 6,000 gold just 25 minutes in.
So UBC has been doing a good job of playing around what the composition of their opponents want to do, whereas Simon Fraser University has been played around with a little bit. As you mentioned, 5 towers being taken down. That bottom lane outer tower, or inner tower, is the only one left outside of the base for Simon Fraser University. They've already sent the Nautilus down there. Teleport advantage is only going to be a couple seconds longer, though, as Simon Fraser University's Goldjet is going to have his up in just a couple of seconds. So UBC have been able to take down a multiple amount of towers. They've been able to get pressure across the map. They've gotten very powerful item power spikes and be able to push them forward. And this is just kind of textbook stuff we expect from the #1 ranked team coming into uLoL.
Yep, moving all over the map. They bring the Ezreal down to that bot lane, hoping to potentially find some way to get some damage onto it. Rumble holding strong, though, able to clear that wave out. UBC backs off. You see the support and jungle up on the top side, trying to get vision control down there, but SFU has done a good job throwing wards everywhere, as well as grabbing that scuttle crab. You got to be a little careful contesting vision, given the fact that SFU knows Ezreal was just down the bot side.
Yeah, so a little bit of a split situation. Ezreal, while he may be the Swiss Army marksman, does not have a teleport of his own and decides to recall to base.
That's what Ezreal needs.
Yeah.
He needs a global movement option, because that would be very balanced on top of his teleport. He should be able to ride his ultimate onto somebody.
Ooh, that would be pretty interesting. Although Frozen Knight's going to get cocooned up here by proof of payment and bubbled up by the Nami. They just decided to back away and continuing not to cede any sort of inner jungle vision pressure from the side of SFU. So just continuing to go back and forth with this ward fighting going on. We have Ezreal now grouping up the mid lane. Just wound up losing his red buff. Has picked up, though, the Build Warder Cutlass and a Hex Drinker for himself. We already saw on the top side of the map, CJ going for a very early Spirit Visage. And even in the jungle, we saw proof of payment. His first big ticket item after the Runic Echoes was a Banshee's Veil. So very heavy itemization against the double magic damage threat from the side of SFU.
Right, and proof of payment does not need to build too much damage here. The whole team comp on the side of UBC has a fair amount of that kind of area of effect magic damage where you don't need to super itemize to do it. The Voltire Spiderling, as well as almost all of Nautilus's abilities, have some form of AoE magic damage, and Simon Fraser does not have very tanky members. It's not easy for them to itemize MR. You see almost none other than the Merc Treads coming in down 4 gold jets. So you don't really need to build that much AP damage. Your base damage will do a lot.
UBC, speaking of some base damage is doing a lot, you wind up having a Black Cleaver picked up now for the Jace in addition to his double lethality item, so he is completely online with this full lethality build. The only thing he might be listing is a Last Whisper, but there's not a lot of armor being built from the side of Simon Fraser University, save for a pair of Ninja Tabby on their jungler. So you might not be seeing that one be picked up anytime soon. Although UBC has, now that they've taken a lot of these inner towers, stalled out just a little bit. Their gold leads are ever slowly increasing, though, as they continue to keep up CS advantages across the map. So while they're still fighting for this vision, while they're still moving back and forth around this Baron area and trying to start like this Baron dance situation, they're still keeping up their farm, they're still keeping up their wave pressure, and they're not letting SFU leave their side of the map.
No, but SFU is doing a good job. Like we said, hang on. It is up to about a 7,000 gold lead, slowly but steadily growing. But SFU has not given up that backbreaker quite yet. That allows UBC to actually close this game out or make it an insurmountable lead. SFU is one big wombo combo away for coming back into this game. UBC realizes that, does not want to force too hard around the Baron, instead going for the relatively free objective in the Infernal Dragon.
Yep, that one just popped up, and it's going to be a good one to wind up taking, as well as the Infernal Drake spawns. Frozen Knight going to wind up running in here, though. The early smite is not going to wind up getting him that dragon. He actually pays with his life for that one.
A reasonable attempt for Frozen Knight. Infernal Dragon would have done a lot for getting the team back in the game. It does leave them out of position now, as we see. He died for that attempt, and now that does open up the bot lane for a little bit of a push here for UBC. Ultimate by Rumble does clear the minion wave out, so they're going to have a hard time continuing to push here, but the Graves is still dead for another 20 seconds. Another minion wave shows up, and with that, UBC should grab their last inner turret of the game.
Yes, an Equalizer being used just for wave clear duty. Unfortunately, is not going to wind up saving that tower. So now with their jungler dead, with the fact that they've had to cede pressure to the amount of damage from that Jace that was being poked upon the remaining members, UBC, as you mentioned, take their last outer tower of the game. The only ones left are in Simon Fraser University's base. 6 kills on the board, 6 towers on the board. Textbook UBC.
Textbook gameplay overall. This is exactly what you would want to see out of their team comp. They're playing it to a T. This is the kind of stuff that you would see in the Challenger and Pro scene, not just the campus series, and that's kind of why UBC has been the strongest team in the collegiate scene for a couple of years in a row now.
Yeah, well, something about these Canadian teams is also just very impressive. We've had the University of Toronto, who are in the Eastern Conference Finals. They were able to take it to CLG's team in the Open Series, Open Qualifiers, the Challenger Series. They made it all the way to the finals. They lost to Delta Fox. SFU and UBC have been back and forth as two teams that have been competing at the upper echelons. I mean, maybe it's just something about, we should add them to our map. Because, we don't have Canada
no,
up there.
you can't put them on the map. That's the feeling of being slighted is why they try so hard and are such impressive teams. If we ever acknowledge them, Tom, then they would no longer feel motivated.
Should I take my trophy back from Toronto then?
Right, they're going to get lazy.
Oh, no. All right, well, hopefully not, because they've had a very impressive season. I believe going undefeated in their group stage and barely dropping any games, if any at all, as both UBC and Simon Fraser University also 5-0 in their respective groups, culminating into this Western Conference final here. Of course, we are still only in game number 1, It's a best-of-5 series, so you still potentially have a lot of League of Legends to play, but if UBC is going to be keeping up their gameplay like this, it's going to be hard for Simon Fraser to force that deciding Game 5.
It will be, but UBC has not done a great job of controlling Baron vision. Obviously, you're going to lose it a little bit. There is that kind of push and pull that happens, so when they went down for the Infernal Dragon, they lost a bit of their vision control on the top side, but they haven't really spam the river area with control wards, which is one of the best things you can do for getting a lot of vision. Finally, all the wards in the river are down, and now they can really pressure this Baron. They're actually going to start it off, and they're melting this thing quick.
Yeah, they have a Mountain Dragon, an Infernal Dragon, where there's a teleport coming in from the side of Goldjet just over the wall. They're not going to be able to contest the Baron. That one goes to UBC, but are they going to be able to take the fight? The Equalizer trapped a bunch of people in the pit, but Demnus on the opposite side winds up going down. Uses Shockwave on just one target. Meanwhile, it looks like it is going to be Frozen Knight that falls next, and that's going to be UBC. They get the Baron. They do the dance. They're able to pick up some kills. And Ezreal, you're talking about being the Swiss Army marksman, going for a little assassination attempt on the side. He's going to wind up picking up a kill on the Rumble. Proof of Payment barely stays alive thanks to that rappel. It's a double kill for the Ezreal. 4 for the price of none so far. Can you make it an ace? It is not going to be an ace, but still, they're focusing on the base.
That 4 for 0 plus the Baron buff is all they need to make that back-breaking play. They grab the mid inhibitor turret. They're going to grab the inhibitor as well. And with 15 seconds left before anyone respawns on the side of Simon Fraser, they might be able to end the game here.
Yeah, this just could be it for UBC. Clean, clear-cut play. Not quite the perfect game. They let up a dragon, so I think we decided we call that a no-hitter mark, but UBC taking a decisive game number 1.
I gotta say, the Ezreal Ozna looking very, very impressive. He got a little bit of help of Proof of Payment in the early game. He farmed out until he finally hit his 2-item power spike, but as soon as he hit that, he started taking over this game. And in that last team fight there, he was very aggressive, shifting onto the Orianna. She tries to ult him. He flashes forward through it, knowing that it was that 1v1 situation, and with how far ahead he is, he can destroy her. Once he finishes her off, he turns back onto the rest of the team and continues to play aggressive.
And the best part about that is because the Ezreal was A, so far ahead, and B, able to solo basically anybody down that they wanted to, they split up the teamfight composition from the side of SFU. So even though they were in the Baron pit, the Equalizer caught like half of them stuck in the pit for just a little while. They weren't able to combo with the Shockwave because Orianna was busy dealing with an Ezreal who she couldn't hit because he was so super mobile. And the fact of the matter is Simon Fraser University's composition just never got rolling.
I think that's the big thing, is the fact that UBC was able to grab that early game lead, and then they executed their team comp extremely well. There's not really one single thing you can point out as a big problem for them. Maybe giving up that Elemental Dragon, that Earth Dragon would have been nice for them to have, but you have to respect them choosing to play it a little bit safer, going for a reset instead of forcing around that dragon.
And it was a very calm and controlled game from the side of UBC. So, I mean, there wasn't a ton of action, but we do wind up having a replay of that last Baron fight for you guys, because this is just the culmination of everything that UBC was trying to do in this game. It was controlled play, it was back and forth vision control, but Simon Fraser was keeping up with them. But when they had the opportunity, they took the Baron decisively and then split up the team.
And you see Ozna here getting very aggressive. There's that flash forward I was talking about. Demnus going to get soloed out there. Nami does steal away the kill. He turns his focus down here, shoots out his ultimate. He waits for a moment to go over the wall, does not want to shift over instantly, and then once they're in full retreat mode, he goes over so that they can't easily turn back onto him. He shifts in once again, a little aggressive here, but it is followed up by the rest of his team, able to come in and collapse, and they're able to pick up another kill on the Goldjet. And this really did come off the back of UBC finally grabbing complete vision control of that river. They were struggling to do so for a little bit of time, but once they get it, they force down to that Baron, and that makes the team of Simon Fraser University walk forward, and then they can turn off and pick whoever they feel is a little out of position.
Yeah, and we talked about the pick potential from the side of UBC being a strength of their composition, and it worked very well, and they played it to a T against a teamfight composition that, from the side of SFU, just wasn't really able to get the ball rolling. SFU, though, one of the things they did wind up having that was extremely good in this was the denial of that vision control. This game could have potentially been something that ended 10 minutes earlier if they were not consistently denying UBC vision around the Baron pit and in their own side of the map.
Right, I was relatively impressed with the team play on the side of Simon Fraser University. They didn't get blown open until that last instance there, but obviously we saw UBC playing their team comp extremely well, slowly growing that gold lead, about a couple thousand every couple minutes. They're getting bigger and bigger, and then it was just too hard for them to win. Heading into game 2, if they don't fall behind early, I actually do like their chances in one of these games.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see, because we are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll see if SFU has what it takes to come back in game number 2. welcome back. We just watched UBC take a decisive no-hitter game number 1 against SFU. Mark, what are they going to have to do on SFU's side to try to come back in game 2?
Well, we saw them kind of heavily target proof of payments champ pool there, but I think what I'd like to see is you can do that again, but make sure you grab yourself another early game playmaking champion. Graves, a little bit more of a farm-centric jungler, and he tried to make a couple things. He made that one look up at the top side, but for the most part was just hard farming. I want to see him get in there and influence his laners a little bit more in the early game, so something that has a little bit more gank potential.
Yeah, there actually wasn't a lot of gank assistance from the lanes coming out from SFU. They had a really good teamfight composition, but they didn't necessarily have any traction in the early game. So we'll see as we get into the picks and bans for game number 2 if they wind up changing anything. It's a lot easier to say than you think.
It is
harder to say.
No, it's easier to say than you think, Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have to see how effective those jungle bans were. Obviously, the Rengar and Kha'Zix came in on the side of UBC, and we just saw the jungle, the Lee Sin ban for the side of SFU. So I'm not sure if they're going to end up doing the same thing here. We see UBC already banning the Rengar away. I like that one. The Kha'Zix ban, it's hard to say how much it was needed, but if Frozen Knight is going to just be stuck farming because he can only play the Graves after these bans, and I do like that strategy out of UBC.
Yeah, well, UBC has also decided to swap over sides, so they're on the blue side for this game. Simon Fraser is going to be on the red side. We'll see if that changes anything in the draft phase. We see a Vladimir ban coming out extremely early on from UBC, which was, I believe, just not touched whatsoever in the last ban phase.
Yeah, it's a little surprising to see it come out of nowhere, but maybe they know that SFU likes to target top lane as their counter pick, and they go for the Vladimir as the kind of blind, safe champion to pick. It has been rising priority in a lot of regions, so I can understand the ban, though it's just a little weird seeing it after it wasn't focused at all in game 1.
Ooh, though they do force the Camille ban out from the red side of SFU by banning the Kha'Zix themselves. That leaves the Lulu open. They still wind up having the Graves, if that's the potential first pick they want to go for. So there's a lot of potential first picks. They still have Nautilus, which was something that they picked early on the red side. We'll see if they wind up going for that tank pick at the top lane again, but still a lot of things left open, and it is going to be the Lulu that, I mean, it's basically first pick, first ban priority in this case.
Right. I mean, it's such a strong champion. It does a little bit of everything. It has good lane pressure. It scales well into the mid and late game. It opens up your AD carry to go a little bit crazy in team fights. It also is great when comboing with assassins because it gives them an extra health pool. It's great against assassin with the polymorph and the fact that you can give their target that they're trying to kill more health as well. So it just does everything you'd ever want in support.
Yeah, at the same time, SFU, though, they are going to wind up going with the Maokai, who has fallen off a little bit in priority ever since he got a little bit of a swing from the nerf bat. With the Nautilus still available, it's actually a little surprising, and they do immediately go back to the Graves. So Frozen Knight just kind of saying, like, listen, this is the champion that I feel most comfortable on when all these bans are being thrown out for the junglers. At the same time, Proof of Payment says, all right, let's run it back.
I mean, so far, I mean, we saw UBC get the much better of that jungle matchup in game 1. Looking like they might get the opportunity again, but already Simon Fraser's comp is totally different as soon as you swap that Rumble out for Maokai. Like you said, a lot more gank assistance in the early game, a lot less pressure in the early game, however, and then in team fighting, you have the ability to walk up and actually contest vision a lot easier, or have an easier turn-off time because Rumble doesn't bring much other than damage and a little bit of slows.
Yeah, SFU actually did not have a very tanky frontliner last game. We mentioned already, nobody was really building armor, so when the Jace went for that full lethality build, he didn't even need to go pick up a Last Whisper because there was no armor being built on the opponent's side whatsoever. So now this time around, they're going for a very similar composition, although they do steal the Ezreal away from Osna, rather than going for that Caitlyn Karma lane. They got a bit of a different pokey twist on that one with the Karma and the Ezreal.
I really like taking the Ezreal away because we saw such a dominant performance out of Osna there. He played the early laning phase extremely well, gets the early kills. Doesn't mean he has to start playing super aggressive, just farm up, hit your item spikes, and then once you get those, then you go crazy. So I like taking that away so he can't do it, but we see him already switch onto the Lucian, a very strong early game playmaking champion. This time around, he doesn't really need to wait for those huge item power spikes. As soon as he gets that Cutlass, he's off the ground.
Yeah, so that's going to be more of an aggressive laning phase pick. So the Lucian into Ezreal, normally known as a bit of a lane bully himself, the Ezreal is considered like the safe lane option into the Lucian, but Lucian himself will have a lot of power from that kind of just duo matchup. He is going to be built with the Lulu, which is a natural lane bully in and of themselves. So the mid lane matchup this time, UBC is going to be stealing away the Orianna from Simon Fraser University, but it's going to be a different champion using spheres and balls in the mid lane. It's going to wind up being Demnus on Syndra.
Right, and it's kind of interesting to see them swap a couple of these champion picks around. You see the Ezreal go over this to the side of FSU this time, and then obviously UBC taking away the Orianna. I did like the Orianna play for the most part. I thought he did a good job. It was just they were playing from such a deficit because of the early playmaking out of Proof of Payment. I think that will be the big factor heading into game 2, is if he can have such a good early game again.
Yeah, well, we've had a couple of changes in what these teams are going to be bringing to the Rift in game number 2, so let's take a look at the results of the draft phase for game number 2. As you mentioned, UBC a little bit similar kind of team composition, although they don't have as much physical damage coming out of that mid lane threat. Instead, have a little bit more team fight presence with the Orianna, but a lot more early game damage from that Lucian.
And on the side of Simon Fraser, the big thing to notice is that they totally changed their team comp around. Still a bit of that team fighting team comp, but no longer a pure damage. Hope we can catch them out and wombo them. This is a lot scrappier of a team comp and a lot more like bully-centric, where the Ezreal wants to shift on to people and chunk them out. Syndra's going to be looking for stuns and those kinds of things.
Well, if there's anything from the draft phase of game number 2 that has changed your minds of who you think is going to take this best-of-5 series, you, of course, hop onto Twitter and let us know by tweeting at uLoL with hashtag SFU or hashtag UBC. Let your voices be heard, because we are in a best-of-5 series, and it's only one game in right now, so we have a lot of League of Legends yet to play.
Plenty of time to send those tweets out.
Yeah, of course, we are going to be jumping into game number 2 in just a second. So, Mark, SFU, they've changed a couple of things up. We're going to be hopping on the Rift. We'll see if they've actually going to be changing anything in-game as well, because they kept up very good vision control. They kept up very good, or more so vision denial against UBC. But the early game was really the lackluster part, where UBC was able to take control and just never let go of the game.
And they have a couple stronger lanes in some places. Their mid lane is going to be stronger. They basically kind of tread that out from the top side, though. The Rumble was a better lane matchup into the Nautilus, so they still have a couple lanes to play around. But the big thing, like you said, is that gank assistance for the Grays. You have a stun in the mid lane and a root in the top side, so you have a lot more ways of getting involved beyond just power farming. Though, you do have to be concerned, because Proof of Payment took over those lanes well before most people are able to.
So our eyes will once again be on this jungle matchup between Frozen Knight and Proof of Payment. We talked about Proof of Payment being the kind of guy to watch on the side of UBC, and he definitely put on a show in game number 1 with his Elise. So 3 more jungle bans and a pick away. Very similar to game number 1's draft phase. We'll see if his Elise is able to run away with this one yet again. Although he did wind up going for the early mobility boots, which just only fueled the fact that he was able to basically systematically go lane by lane by lane. Everybody on Simon Fraser was 0, 1, and 0 within like the first 15 minutes of the game.
And they had that team synergy down, obviously. Everyone dying one time before there was that kind of explosive fight at the end of the game. And UBC, this time around, just going for that point defense once again. The level 1's a lot safer. And I want to keep my eye, of course, on Osna on the Lucian pick. It was an extremely impressive Ezreal performance. I want to see if he has the same mastery on this champion, because it does, like we say, have that ability to take over a laning phase. If he's able to turn a kill early once again, he gets that cutlass quickly. Ezreal on a tier will have no chance against it.
Well, we did see a lot of action happening around the bottom side of the map. That's the first gank wound up going in favor of Proof of Payment and his team of UBC. We'll see if that's the focus again from this lane matchup. Of course, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. The Ezreal and the Karma might not be as pushy as the Karma and the Caitlyn lane was. However, Ezreal going to be a little bit safer, especially with those shields and the escapability he has. But the Lulu and the Lucian, naturally known for not only just being lane bullies, but of course the ever-fabled Lucian level 2 power spike.
It was a little surprising to see 734 go for the shield level 1 instead of the Q, to be able to get a little bit more lane push going on. That kind of does concede the push most likely over to the bot lane of Simon Fraser University. JJL had just used an empowered Karma Q trying to chunk somebody out instead of clear the back line. Maybe that does result in UBC being able to get the level 2 first, but not too big of a influence over the game overall. Just a small thing, noting the level 2 power spikes.
It's also very interesting to kind of see how these lanes will play out, knowing that the Ezreal and Karma is going to be the quote-unquote safe option, whereas Osna and 734's Lulu and Lucian are going to be like the aggressors in that lane matchup. We did see that SFU was able to get the early shove first off, so they were able to kind of delay that level 2, and as you mentioned, by going for the Lulu shield early on, that means that while she was absorbing some of this poke damage from the Karma, they weren't able to get as aggressive as early on, so you won't necessarily see that level 2 versus level 1 kind of trade situation, and things will just even out a little bit more and just mitigate the impact that Lucian's extremely powerful early, like level 1 and 2 game will have, but not necessarily the entire game.
Thing to note is the different jungle clear this time around. Last time, Proof of Payment ended up on the bot side. This time ends up on the top side. Misses the cocoon.
A different early gank, though. But yeah, that cocoon, the CC chain did not land. It gives the Ghost and the Flash time to go through for Demnus. So an early roam coming out from the top laner and the jungler does not result in a kill.
A great play in theory. The execution just slightly off there. Proof of Payment missing that cocoon. Stops them from being able to chain CC. Demnus, he gets out. And on the flip side, he's losing his jungle camp support. Frozen Knight once again going for that kind of hard farming. Also gets some deep wards down.
Yep, Frozen Knight actually wound up going back and getting some counter jungling down. Picks up his early jungle item. As we take a look at the keystones here. Actually, very interesting fact. Lulu not only going for the level 1 help pick shield, but also going for the Windspeaker's Blessing, not going for the more lane dominant Thunderlord's Decree, which we saw in the Challenger Series finals. Mad Life picked that one up and bodied definitely by himself.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of weird to see the Lulus sometimes going for the Windspeaker's Blessing. It's still a fine mastery, of course, given that she has the shield, but a lot of people do prefer the Thunderlords, especially with the changes with Ignite being extremely strong. Also, both bot laners going with Exhaust instead. A little curious to see all that kind of going on with the Thunderlords and the Ignite. You have huge all-in threat. We've seen even in the LCS people not respecting the kind of burst damage that a Lulu can drop at level 3 with an EQ combo, with her auto attack thrown in an Ignite. That's not really going to be available now for the side of UBC.
Well, by going for the Windspeaker's Blessing, of course, it lends yourself to be a little bit more the kind of protect the marksman or protect the carry kind of composition. And we've seen, you know, way back like 2015, early 2016 SKT, that was the style that they did. They threw all the shields and heals down onto Bang's Lucian. He dashed in, he dashed out, he did a bunch of damage on them. And if Osna is going to be able to play this Lucian as effectively as he played the Ezreal last game, might not be a terrible idea for UBC.
Sure, you can of course play it that way. I think a lot of people prefer, with Lucian being one of the stronger early game champions, the more aggressive early build. Oh, yeah. But both are obviously viable. And early on, no big advantages. They got that flash out, but they had to trade CJs for it. So he's a little bit more exposed in the top lane here, but Frozen Knight on the bot side of the map, clearly just going for that farm. Once again, has a small CS lead over his opponent in proof of payment.
Yeah, and Proof actually, because he's not able to get those early game ganks and secure those early game kills for his laners, opts not even to go for boots at all, let alone not going for the boots of mobility, and upgrades his tracker's knife extremely early on. So a little bit more vision-centric control from both of these junglers, as well as a little bit less of an aggressive roaming option coming out from Proof this time around. So Simon Fraser University, we've been talking a lot about this bottom lane, but that's because that's where the action unfolded first off early on in game number 1, and they've been able to kind of stem the tide of aggression from Proof of Payments extremely early game at least. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep up the safe play that they have and not let him snowball that lane phase for UBC.
I mean, they're doing a great job so far. You see in the bot side, once again, Frozen Knight heading down. They're getting a lot of deep vision. You mentioned the fact that he got his jungle upgrade early on that allows him to drop extra wards. They also have a control ward in the river, and now 734 caught out of position.
That's what happens when you have all of that vision control. They get the stun and they get the first blood over the Syndra.
It was a nice idea to try and roam on the summonerless Syndra and combo in with KT Smurf just hitting 6, but you gotta be careful when you do it. They didn't know Frozen Knight was in that area. They had all that vision, see this roam coming in, and they just turn on and blow up the Lulu all too easily. And that opens up the Mountain Dragon now as well.
Simon Fraser going to be getting the first dragon of the game. As many as they got in game number 1, looks like. They are going to be going for this early Mountain Drake, and that's just the amount of vision control that is being used proactively. We've credited Simon Fraser for being able to keep up that amount of vision control when they were behind, but now, you know, things are a little bit more even. It's still extremely early on. This early jungle pathing from the Grays has been able to just pretty much shut down the early aggression that UBC had been looking for, and they wound up picking up first blood, and now eventually, it's taken a while for the Karma and the Grays to get this one down, the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, they finally grabbed that one 7.5 minutes into the game, and we talked about how Simon Fraser seemed to have a pretty good idea of how they wanted to play out the mid and late game. The problem was they just fell so far behind the early game. This time, they're the ones who get out to the early 1,000 gold lead, so we'll have to see if they can continue to play as well as the team with the advantage.
Nomadic, in the meantime, on this Ezreal, has gotten a little bit of solo experience since Karma was away doing dragon and mid lane roam type things. So he is level 6 compared to the double level 5 for UBC, though his own support is only level 5. That's all right, because Karma doesn't necessarily have an ultimate she needs to upgrade at level 6 anyway. So then we do want to see Frozen Knight continuing with his counter jungling spree, taking away the red buff from the side of Proof of Payment. Proof of Payment is also on his opponent's top side of the jungle. The farm counts not necessarily as blown open as it was in the first game. Frozen Knight's definitely been a little bit more focused on keeping his lane safe through vision, as opposed to complete power farming, but he has been taking away a lot of these camps from Proof of Payment, keeping them relatively even. And
I gotta say, that this is one of those things that, despite how good it might feel as the jungler, it's actually relatively useless on the side of UBC. Frozen Knight, after carrying that kill, goes down to the dragon, and Proof of Payment wants to punish with some topside counter jungling. So he sits around, he grabs the enemy red buff, he drops some deep vision. But Frozen Knight has no desire to go up to the top side of the map, so you're really not getting anything with that vision. You know he's going to stay on the bot side. He trades red buffs, so that counter jungle does basically nothing. You steal his Krugs, he steals your Raptors, so not only did he turn that kill and get the dragon, but he really didn't fall behind at all for it, and then he goes and hands his blue off to Syndra, once again telegraphing where he is, which you would have gotten anyways, even without those deep wards. So it's one of those situations where it's really not doing too much for you. Now we see Frozen Knight finally back on the map. You might see a glimpse of him once here, and that's about all you're going to get for it.
It's kind of like that textbook play that we're talking about. From UBC last game, it was very clean, it was very straightforward, they pretty much did everything by the book. Proof of Payment doing that right here, but as you mentioned, just because it's textbook and clean play doesn't mean it's not going to be gaining the advantages that you absolutely need. It's kind of more of a force of habit at that point, rather than going for a more proactive style of play. So we'll see if UBC, now that they don't necessarily have those early game advantages, just kind of fall back on doing things by the book again and making sure they just don't wind up falling behind instead of trying to get themselves ahead.
I do think they need to focus a little bit on trying to get ahead. For the most part, the Ezreal outperformed the Lucian as the game goes on. Same with the Graves, and the Syndra will fall behind the Orianna, but that's a fine trade-off because you still always have the ability to 100-0 one of those carries if they're caught out of position. So Simon Fraser probably with a little bit of a better late game team fighting team comp. And with the early lead, that's exactly what they are happy with. And they do have a small CS deficit in the mid lane, but that's really the only place they're behind so far.
Well, it was also the first blood gold that went over to Syndra, so even though she's down in CS, she should be relatively close as far as the gold counts finally going for both of those mid laners. And as we mentioned before, might wind up being more of a team fight impact for the Orianna with the command Shockwave, but the Syndra, of course, always has that very high skill gameplay mechanic of clicking the R button and just deleting Lucian if he doesn't have those Lulu shields and heals upon him from that in the Orianna. But we'll have to see eventually when they wind up getting here, because right now it's still rather early on in the game, so they don't necessarily have any completed items to really blow anybody up quite yet. We do wind up seeing Frozen Knight continue with the vision game, though. We saw Proof of Payment, meanwhile, sitting on a control ward, waiting for him to kind of go into the bottom side of the map. But as we said before, Frozen Knight hasn't necessarily been about ganking lanes and getting a lot of kills. He's about putting vision down, keeping his lane safe, and then just going back to farming the jungle.
Right, you kind of see Proof of Payment getting pulled into Frozen Knight's playstyle this time around. After that first blood, he goes and tries to trade farm. And that's exactly what Frozen Knight wants to do, just trade farm. And both of them are going to scale up here. And eventually, Frozen Knight will become much more powerful in team fights. A lot higher damage on the side of Graves. And Proof of Payment has not been able to get involved in this early game at all, quite like game one, and now might have to get in a little scrap here. But Frozen Knight, continuing to not be very aggressive, just sees him, says, there's the Elise. All right, did my job.
Down. Found him. No, he's not ganking. He stays safe lanes. See, now CJ actually going to be coming for a repeat roam towards this mid lane. He's not going to wind up landing the dredge line, just decides to back away. Top lane matchup hasn't been all too exciting, although since CJ has left lane 2 or 3 different times now, is a small CS deficit compared to Gold Jet on this Maokai. Normally you see the Nautilus winning for the early lane phase of this game, getting maybe a slight CS advantage over the Maokai, but then the Maokai eventually does wind up scaling up when you have some of these more defensive items, when you wind up getting a couple of extra levels, you have the ability to kind of wave clear the backline with a combination of your sapling and your arcane smash. The Maokai then starts to take over a little bit in farm. We see that already, about a 20 CS advantage in favor of Gold Jet.
Right, and that's a little concerning because as the game goes later and later, Maokai is a much better tank just because his ultimate negates so much damage. It's one of those abilities that does feel a little bit difficult to really appreciate how much it's doing, but it stops a ton of damage. And then obviously having the point and click root on a short cooldown is able to keep setting his team up to burst people down. Nautilus, no slouch either, obviously, but does tend to take a little bit more damage in team situations.
Yeah, he's more of a damage soak as opposed to a damage prevention. So Simon Fraser University has the damage prevention in the Maokai with the Vengeful Maelstrom. They also have a lot of damage in the Syndra and the Ezreal, whereas UBC, they have a lot of damage prevention in the fact that their mid lane, Orianna, has Command Protect. It's going to be scaling up as she builds more and more AP. They have the Lulu to basically, as you mentioned, kind of save one of those single targets. But there's not a, I mean, aside from the Syndra ultimate, there's not a lot of single target damage from the side of Simon Fraser University. So that Lulu Wild Growth, while it can potentially save somebody in these teamfight situations, as we mentioned, as you get later and later into the stages of the game, even though UBC has the Orianna Command Shockwave, you think that's a great teamfight composition. Simon Fraser University has a lot of tools themselves to dish out damage.
Right, I mean, you talk about the shields on the side of UBC. Simon Fraser also has them with the Karma, and they do have a lot of single target bursts with Syndra, which might be a little annoying to play against given that the other team has a Lulu. You can also just hold that and wait till you find the opportunity to even blow up a frontline member if the Nautilus starts getting chunked down low. So Both these teams have very strong team comps. Like we said, we probably give the advantage a little bit to Simon Fraser University, but not so large that UBC stands no chance in the late game.
Yeah, well, Simon Fraser University continuing just to grab vision control in the river, continuing to put wards down. They take the Scuttle Crab away, so even though the Infernal Dragon has just spawned, they're not necessarily rushing it down extremely quick, although there is a teleport in behind by Goldjet, so now maybe utilizing these wards from vision control for some team fight here, as now Proof of Payment's going to try to repel away. Teleport being channeled from the opposite side, as Frozen Knight and Demnis are going to get locked up by Command Shockwave. Proof of Payment has already fallen down. Frozen Knight's taking a bit of damage, but he's dishing some out as well. CJ trying to tank up the front line. KT Smurfs on the opposite side of the fight from the rest of his team, and UBC are going to have to turn tail and run.
Big stun.
A 3-man stun there from Demnis' Syndra, though, is going to stop the retreat from UBC. Ozna has to flash over the wall. CJ's got no mana. That's going to be Simon Fraser with a 2 for none.
A really nice teleport flank by Goldjet there. Sets up the chain CC onto Proof of Payment, who goes down. He tries to repel out, not able to do so. And as soon as he's dead, it's a 4v5. You saw Ozna trying to get some chunk down on the bot lane of Simon Fraser University, but not nearly enough damage to actually win that fight. And just a chase down after that, and they grab the dragon.
And as you can see, this setup here from the side of Simon Fraser University, they're the first ones to channel the teleport, they're the first ones to collapse, and even though there's a good command shockwave from KT Smurf, they're just kind of split up from the side of UBC.
Right, both these team comps mostly want to fight front to back, and as soon as someone goes down in a 2 team comps like that, it instantly becomes heavily favored for the other team. You see CJ trying to tank up and get involved in the play, but it's too late. He already lost one of his damage dealers in the Elise, and Ozna already used the culling, so they just are in full retreat mode there. They lose a couple extra members, and then they lose the dragon as well. Now an Infernal and a Mountain Dragon on the side of Simon Fraser, as well as having a 1,500 gold lead, which is a big problem.
Yeah, and that's going to be a very, I'm going to say a very aggressive snowball-y kind of style now, because now Simon Fraser University has 2 very aggressive dragons. They have the ability to push forward. They have a slight gold advantage, not necessarily as much as UBC had at this point in the last game, but one thing they don't have is towers being taken, as UBC identify the fact they can rotate up towards top lane. They get that first tower gold for themselves, almost even up the gold counts, a couple hundred now in favor of SFU. They also blew the flash from Karma as they were catching them in the rotation through the jungle.
A nice play by UBC there, actually recognizing that once the dragon's down, they don't need to stay in these standard lanes. They rotate up to the top side first. They get the vision control down. They get the push, able to grab that turret. I'm sure it was already chunked down a little bit, given that Nautilus was up there and had the push advantage given the against the Maokai. Smart macro play out of UBC. Not having as great of an early game as they would have liked, but still showing that they've got the knowledge to know how they can still find advantages on the map.
Yeah, and this game itself is playing out, as you mentioned, both of these teams are a little bit more experienced when it comes to not only just competitive play, but also the amount of players they have on their roster. Is actually, Demnis going to get a big chunk of damage down to KT Smurf, who will end up getting double shielded, though, as he and the Lulu have shields for themselves. But both of these teams have a little bit more competitive experience. They're a little bit more practiced in the way they wind up playing the game. So this is kind of playing out like some of the early Challenger Series games that we saw, especially when it was like Gold Cone United playing against Tempo Storm. There's a lot of heavy vision control. There's a lot of priority on getting minion waves pushing, a lot of priority on making sure you get these item power spikes. There's not a lot of haphazard fighting, but when it does happen, they're very cohesive team fights from the side of the side that has the advantage in gold.
Right, and now we see Simon Fraser kind of answering back. They've gotten the push going up on the top side. The jungler and support have gone and secured deep vision. CJ left a little bit on an island here to try and hold on to this turret. We see Proof of Payment trying to make his way up here. Frozen Knight cutting the minion wave. CJ could be in some trouble if he gets the dive here, but it doesn't look super well coordinated by Simon Fraser.
No, it looks like the minion wave was not cleared out in time from Frozen Knight, and the minion wave on the top side was cut off by CJ just long enough so for him to be able to survive, for his jungler to come on in. But now they're picking out the fact that Syndra's rotating up in the mid lane. Are they going to land a cocoon onto Demnis? They will, so this fight's a little bit split up here. They did delay the Syndra coming on in. It looks like SFU are just going to decide to back away.
SFU is backing away. Good job by UBC to withstand that pressure. Not able to really transfer it back anywhere else. The Lucian stuck in a 1v1 versus the Maokai. Kind of hard to win that one, given the fact that the Lucian's not super far ahead. And instead, UBC going for the push on the mid lane, trying to stop Simon Fraser from rotating back there. Lucian coming up to join in as well and get some chunk damage onto this turret.
Yes, UBC continuing to play to one of their strengths, which is being able to move across the map quite rapidly, especially as a unit. So they're trying to push and pull Simon Fraser University away from pushing their own advantages and then defend against advantages that UBC from a gold standpoint doesn't necessarily have, but from a map movement and a tempo standpoint, normally will be able to capitalize on. SFU, though, their vision control has been really strong throughout the early game, but now UBC are starting to fight back with their own. Now that it's going to be on their side of the jungle and UBC is grouping up a little bit more, the vision dial is coming in a little bit stronger from them, so SFU, we see them being a little bit more hesitant to match where UBC is moving across the map.
Yeah, but the thing is, I still don't see how they lose. Oh, maybe this is how they do it. Frozen Knight getting chunked out here.
Yeah, uses the collateral damage to fall back away, but Gold just going to pop the Vengeful Maelstrom. Twisted advances forward. Ozna's already going to get the Wild Growth. Frozen Knight, in the meantime, has to flash away, and there's a command shockwave that does wind up picking up the first kill of the fight on the J-Joel. 734 is chasing away the grades. Not going to be able to pick up the kills. Gold Jet drops extremely low. Flash forward from CJ, but Demnus is in the back line. Winds up picking up a kill on the Orianna. Flashes back into the opponent's jungle and chases everybody away from opposite sides of the map. Proof of Payment gets shielded up, so he's not going to go down to that True Shot barrage. A good stun comes out from Demnus, but he's got nowhere to go, Mark. He's going to wind up going down soon, I think.
He might be able to get the execute. I don't think it's been 10 seconds quite yet. CJ is trying to get in range. As soon as he lands any kind of damage.
Oh, got the stun. Oh,
missed.
Dodged out on the dredge line.
But there's the slow.
But it is just going to look like be a solo kill over to CJ, so he's denied any sorts of assists, as though now the rest of the team has kind of gone away. Demnus might be thinking he could just deny himself entirely. Meanwhile, Ezreal's been able to pick up a kill tower in the mid lane here, and that's going to be a 1v1 kill eventually for the Nautilus, as that is a very slow chase. But Demnus bought a lot of time for SFU to take down that mid lane tower.
UBC should have been able to destroy that team fight given how well it started for them, but we saw a lack of focus by UBC on which target they wanted to kill. Both Goldjet and Frozen Knight living with almost 0 health, multiple members flashing red on the screen, and CJ in particular was caught choosing which target he wanted to go on, didn't actually end up really getting onto anybody after that initial kill, and that's kind of why SFU was able to run away from that one, only losing 2 kills overall, and it's a 2-for-1 as well as grabbing the mid turret, so not a bad trade overall. And it did start really bad for SFU, so like I was saying, I'm a little concerned for how UBC will deal with SFU when they just have their tanky Nautilus in the front line. He already has a completed Spirit Visage with Merc Treads, and UBC is extremely magic damage heavy.
Yeah, UBC definitely are going to be hard-pressed to kill the tanky front line from the side of Simon Fraser University, although, as we've seen, some of these teammates may just wind up being a little bit scrappier and going on for a bit longer than we thought, because they both have a decent amount of protection capabilities from both of these team compositions. The Orianna and the Lulu, we saw them trying to turn a catch onto the Lucian extremely early. However, it didn't wind up working out for them, as the Wild Growth kept the Lucian alive long enough for them to be able to take that fight and turn it around. Now this Infernal Drake's going to wind up going down Simon Fraser University, getting the 3rd Drake of the game, denying all those from University of British Columbia, but it looks like they're going to be starting up a team fight as well. So that's going to be Simon Fraser University potentially catching out UBC, but both of these teams are kind of going back and forth. And
nice hook.
Actually landing a hook onto Pneumatic instead. He has to flash away. The Wild Growth is there to try to slow him down and knock him up, but it's not going to wind up coming in. Goldjet in the meantime is just going to wind up disengaging. So Simon Fraser University, they get out unscathed.
UBC is doing a decent job contesting these, but you see that it's kind of a disaster now that they're losing so many of these neutral objectives. Double Infernal Drake is very hard to come back from.
Yeah, and actually, UBC trying to push up in this mid lane, so they hook back down the Goldjet. Good command shockwave locks up on the Demnus and J-Joel once again. So the Karma winds up going down. A dash forward from Ozza is going to wind up picking up a double kill. He's got all the shields in the world, no fear.
We talk about the aggressive Lucian plays that you can make. There's a great example of one. Gets a big calling to follow up on the shockwave of KT Smurf. It looks like Demnus might be able to get out, but we see these aggressive shift forwards and a lot of shields to protect him and enable him to do so. Might have gone too far this time,
Maybe
though.
a little too far. Has to flash away, uses the Blade of the Rune King to kind of slow down that Maokai charging in on him, so maybe a little bit too hypey there by Ozna.
Yeah, he needs to check himself every now and then. Luckily, doesn't go down for that one, just has to burn the flash. And they get the even up in the kills as well as grabbing an additional turret, so not too bad overall, but the neutral objectives are still a bit of a concern.
Yeah, and as we saw, this is after that Infernal Dragon fight had happened and gone over to the side of SFU. Really good command shockwave there by KT Smurf.
And we talk about the follow-up by Ozna. There's that aggressive shift in, picks up the Syndra for the 2nd kill, opens up this turret now that most of their wave clear is down. And a nice start on that fight. It was also nice that they were able to force out the Ezreal's flash earlier on, so he couldn't play it quite as aggressive as he might have wanted to. Ozna having his available that whole time.
Was pretty aggressive as he wanted to.
Yep, has that extra movement summoner able to get a little crazy. Did lose it at the very end.
Well, Speaking of this Ezreal pickup, Pneumatic, not necessarily as fed as Osna was on the Ezreal last game, just goes back and finishes his Trinity Force as I say that. Has no Muramana power spike yet for himself, but has the Manamune been stacking away for quite a little bit. So it's not the 20-minute power spike, it's more on par for like that 25 minutes that we were talking about in game number 1. We see Morella Namakan already picked up for the side of Demnis, so his Cinder is going to be cutting through a decent amount of HP. We already have a Blade of the Rune King and a Black Cleaver finish for Azza on this Lucian. It's the more popular build from the marksman on this new patch.
Right, it has that kind of earlier power spike with the Blade of Rune King, opening up those aggressive plays the Lucian wants to go for, and then the Black Cleaver, excuse me, giving a nice health pool so that you can play that aggressive style. You don't need to worry about insta-dying, because generally, AD carries are a little squishy. That's
very true, as we saw Osna needing all the shields and heals and a flash to get out from a sticky situation where he dashed underneath the tower and wound up getting locked up by a Maokai. But also winds up giving Lucian a little bit of extra cooldown reduction, which is something he's always loved. I mean, back in the days when he used to go for the Lucidity, Ionian Boots of Lucidity on Lucian, being able to combo down extremely aggressively by getting off those Qs, resetting your dash as quickly as possible, and being super, super mobile. Not maybe as mobile as an Ezreal in your fight, but putting up a pretty good impression of that.
Yeah, the big thing, of course, is the fact that the Black Cleaver, while it's nice in that it usually is able to shred out for other teammates to increase their damage as well, there's no other physical threat on the side of UBC.
Right.
So no one's really benefiting that from that aside for him. And obviously, you would still build it even if you are the only physical damage dealer, but it's not getting the full effectiveness of the item that you would normally see, quite like Frozen Knight is able to get, because the Ezreal will benefit from that shred as well.
We've also seen potential Trinity Force builds from the Lucian, going Blade of the Rune King into Trinity Force, but when you have a tanky front line like this Maokai and you have a lot of shields on the side coming out from the Karma, you don't necessarily want to go for something that can't shred through some of those resistances. So that Lucian build, we'll see if it winds up being in full effect. Right now, it's picked up a double kill when he's able to dive aggressively on their tower and had the backup of his team. But we'll see if Osna is going to be able to pop off as big as he did on the Ezreal in some of these later game team fights. Right now, things have settled down a little bit. The gold count actually slightly in favor of UBC. A couple extra 100 gold, mainly just from that extra tower that they've gotten. 4 kills across the board, but Simon Fraser University, they still have 3 of these dragons that have spawned on the map so far. And as you mentioned, double Infernal Drake is going to be extremely difficult to fight against.
You can basically consider that a couple thousand gold advantage on the side of Simon Fraser University right now that will continue to scale up in effectiveness as the game goes on. As they get more damage, the Infernal Dragons become more effective. It also helps your true damage, so you will start destroying the Baron in a couple minutes here when Simon Fraser decides that they can start getting vision control down there.
We got a triple Infernal on our hands potentially too, because that one's going to be spawning about 1.5 minutes, so Simon Fraser University might be looking to do that one. SFU, however, has shifted a lot of that vision control that we have applauded them on up to the top side, so Baron may wind up being where they go. Of course, if you are UBC, you haven't gotten a single dragon this game. You know the third dragon, or the third Infernal Drake is going to be spawning soon. You have to put high priority on that one. So SFU putting a lot of their vision control on the top side, not a bad move, because that means that they go for the Infernal, you could potentially go for that Baron.
Right, I think that's something that UBC has to be very careful of here, because Graves, high damage dealing champion to neutral objectives. Same with Ezreal. Syndra not the best, but no slouch. And then you have, like we said, the Mountain Dragon plus double Infernal makes it so it's about like a 10-15 second window that Simon Fraser can potentially burn that down as. Does look like they're focusing more on contesting the vision around the bot side though. The Infernal Dragon is important as well. Stopping UBC from getting their first is huge, as well as grabbing your third.
Oh, Maokai going to throw a sapling out, scouts out. Multiple members of UBC already hovering around this Infernal Dragon pit. Well, about 20 seconds till that one spawns. This could potentially wind up being a bigger fight. Here's Goldjet's going to get hooked up there by CJ. UBC want to try to fight for this one to secure it for themselves. Goldjet past the Vengeful Maelstrom. Tanky Maokai, though, is not taking a lot of damage, even though he was getting hit up by about 4 members there from UBC. Is Pneumatic in the mid lane trying to get some wave pressure here so they can wind up collapsing down onto UBC. KT Smurf's going to match him in the wave clear game, though. That Infernal Dragon has just spawned on the map. Both these teams are looking to contest a fight. KT Smurf does land a command shockwave onto the backline, but he takes a lot of damage himself as the Maokai goes forward. And that Vengeful Maelstrom's not available to prevent a lot of the damage. The depth charge goes out, knocks up Maokai, and they shut him down. That's going to be the first kill going on to Orianna. Demnis now in the meantime has to try to ghost and flash away. UBC find the fight and find the kill.
Osna continuing to impress me in this team fight. Despite the fact KT Smurf gets very low, they have enough defensive tools to get him to flash out. And then the fact that Demnis no longer has ultimate available. After Osna finished forcing out the enemy tank of Goldjet, he's dead. He goes right onto Pneumatic. Gets his summoners, goes back onto Demnis as well, chunks him out, forces his summoners, and he has done a great job tracking the enemy's cooldowns because he knows there's no real chance of him getting bursted out 100 to 0.
Well, UBC also making the smart decision to take a tower before grabbing an exit Infernal Drake. So that will be the first one of the game for them. Most importantly, denying that triple Infernal buff from SFU.
Yeah, that's a huge team fight win in terms of game circumstance. Sure, you look at it and they only killed one member of the enemy team, but grabbing that turret, nice extra gold lead, and then most importantly, that kind of non-refundable advantage. You can't even out dragons as the game goes on, so being able to grab that one there is huge.
And also the fact that even though they only took one person down, they were able to take so much off of that because of the way the fight panned out, because they chunked so many people up, because of the way they've set up the wave. Just good stuff coming out from UBC, and this is a really good example of when we always pose the question for campus series teams of when they wind up falling behind, they usually get scrappy fights. They don't necessarily know how to come back into this one. SFU, although their gold lead wasn't substantially large in the early game, it was still about 2,000 for the first 20 minutes or so. And UBC has shown kind of how through strong map movement, how through contesting vision, and how through taking smart fights off of these picks and going for fights around objectives that they know they've been able to set up for, can kind of crawl back and then slowly take a gold advantage. As now both these teams meet up for more vision control around this Baron Pit area. Looks like a fight start off. Proof of Payment has to repel up, taking extremely low from that True Shot barrage. Demnus is in the backside. Still winds up having the Syndra ultimate, and CJ's been taken down extremely low. So UBC, I mean, I credited them for a good fight before, but they take a bad one there.
And I mean, one thing that we need to talk about from that previous fight is the fact that Goldjet lost about a third of his health bar before that fight started, and he was using his Vengeful Maelstrom during that, so he lost that extra tankiness that the Maokai tends to get an advantage of over the Nautilus. And that might seem relatively small when you look at the tank's health bar and how much damage they absorb, but when you get into this frontline versus frontline matchup where you're trying to burn them down, the fact that Goldjet died initially in that team fight, and that's really what freed up Austin to start going crazy in that fight. He's not able to do that this time around. Goldjet fighting from an even footing, and for the most part, it looked like Simon Fraser did come out a little bit ahead in that skirmish, no kills going down. But it's something to keep your eye on. Watch what happens to the tanks in these team fights, and especially before the team fights, how much chunk is able to go down on them, because that affects how long they last in the actual 5v5.
Yeah, that was one of the adaptations that SFU had from their composition in game number 1, was the fact that they didn't have a tanky frontline member. They wound up going with the Rumble in the top lane. This time around, they take the Maokai, being able to survive a little bit stronger. And as you said, you know, we mentioned the fact that a lot of the times there's like the slap fest in the top lane during the lane phase, and then the tanks are just provided as a tanky frontline. But the positioning and the way that they're able to utilize those skill sets and the way they're able to absorb damage rather than just kind of just taking hits, but being able to position properly, go into fights, and lock down key targets with their immense amounts of CC is going to be crucial for how these team fights wind up being played out, especially now the fact that SFU, off the back of that fight, have taken their third tower, evened up the tower count, evened up the gold count. The thing they do have on their side, though, are all those dragons providing a little bit of extra punch in some of these team fights.
They have to find a way to get better vision control, though, because as nice as it is to have that extra combat stat of that Infernal Dragon, if the team fight is not set up properly and you're walking in, face check, and eating damage by the enemy team, that will mostly get offset. So UBC still in a pretty good position here, having good vision control around that Baron Pit. They're breaking off now to kind of deal with some minion waves, getting some recalls out, everyone resetting after that small skirmish. But I think what's the most important thing is who is going to have map control when they start fighting around these neutral objectives.
And we've said that SFU's had some pretty solid vision control before, however, slacking just a little bit. A lot of it looked like there were a lot of components in their inventory that they were waiting to wind up completing. We saw Graves going back, picks up the Giant Slayer as well as the Last Whisper, as he had multiple longswords in his inventory. He also sells his refillable health potion, so now he has space to pick up some control ward. Karma had been on the map for a little bit of time, has one control ward left in her own inventory. So now that they've actually been able to kind of go back and refresh some of those Tracker's Knife wards, pick up control wards for themselves, we'll see if they're able to continue dominating with the vision control they've been super good at so far the rest of this game. But it looks like at the same exact time, UBC, they have a split push going on, get the tower, and KT Smurf just deletes the Karma from almost seemingly nowhere. Frozen Knight also has to flash away. The Redemption Snipe is going to pick up the kill. 734. You don't see that every day.
Bloodthirsty Lulu play, able to use the global Redemption active to blow up the Frozen Knight, trying to escape with almost no health. Not sure how that fight started. Looked like KT Smurf was able to ult the Lulu, catch him out of, or the Karma catch him out of position. Now Demnus out of position as well.
Yeah, they also wanted to pick up a kill on Proof of Payment on the bottom side, but that's still going to be a third kill now picked up for the side of UBC. And while this vision control might have been extremely strong, looks like maybe SFU got a little bit too gung-ho to go for it. UBC instead are just going to start pushing up this mid lane. They're wailing away on this inhibitor tower, taking a lot of damage. The depth charge had not been used. One's going out into the Matic just to zone him away. There's still a decent amount of damage, though, coming out from the side of Simon Fraser University, but the culling is going to force back that Maokai, almost cuts down the tree entirely. And this inhibitor's exposed, and that's going down.
You gotta be a little careful here. Need to reset to make sure that Simon Fraser doesn't get something on the back end of this push. Looks like UBC understands that. They back right away, not getting too greedy with anything. And we talked about how important it was going to be for whoever had the map advantage coming up here. We see it all starts basically because JJL was trying to walk forward and face check into KT Smurf. He gets blown up instantly. Frozen Knight also caught out of position. He almost escapes with his life, but 734 snipes him out. And then with that kind of map advantage, they were able to push up mid lane, grab the inhibitor. Here we're talking about trying to punish the recall timings. Simon Fraser looking at Baron.
Yeah, they just immediately rushed this one, but there's a teleport coming in from UBC, and a lot of members are already over in this Baron pit, so this could be a little bit dangerous. There's no Syndra available for SFU either, so this is a 4v4 situation. Mid laner's not there, and Nautilus comes in and takes the Baron away, so this has gone disastrous for SFU. Syndra joins the fray and gets a really good stun in the pit, but they just basically leashed the Baron for UBC.
Yeah, they hand it right over. They say, oh, was that inhibitor not enough? Here, take the Baron buff as well.
SFU, they try to make a return play off the back of that lost inhibitor, but they just wind up giving away advantages over to the University of British Columbia. It wasn't even gold lead before, Mark, but now 4,500 gold and a Baron buff on British Columbia.
You gotta think that was a big mistake there by Simon Fraser. We were saying that it looked like UBC understood the potential of the counterplay Baron coming up, so they were getting those resets off as fast as they could. They all show up at the Baron pit just in time to contest it. Simon Fraser, to be fair, almost got that Baron, and then they all got out with their lives. So there was a chance there that they actually get that Baron buff. It's unlikely they would have been able to use it too effectively, but it would have stopped British Columbia from being able to vision control around it and pick it up now with the inhibitor down. So I don't hate the idea, but it was a little over-aggressive.
Yeah, meanwhile, we saw Super Lucian with his pal, sidekick Lulu, soloing down the last elemental dragon of the game, the Cloud Drake, and this is Simon Fraser University, like you said, trying to go for something to get this Baron. It looks like with the combination of the Elise execute and smite damage, Nautilus just went. I don't even know if he wound up hitting it there. Was it just Sunfire Cape that took that? I don't know. It
could have been a Riptide.
Sunfire Cape. Could have been the Riptide. Multiple AoE skills, though, combining together to take that one away for the side of UBC, as now they've taken their 6th and final outer, or not the 6th and final, because they've taken the mid lane inhibitor tower. They've taken their 6th tower of the map. The inner tower on the bottom side, as now they are pressuring down with this Baron buff on that inhibitor tower in the bottom side of the map. It's going to be very dangerous for SFU to defend.
Yeah, the big problem there was the fact that they had no one to really zone away the Elise. Everyone was too busy. You need your Maokai there to tank up the Baron. You need your damage dealers on it. If the Syndra's there, she can focus more on stunning the Elise and stopping her from getting involved in that fight. Simon Fraser, not the worst idea like we said, but now they're feeling the effects of giving up that Baron buff for free. Frozen Knight goes down.
Frozen Knight gets chunked out, and Lasna dashing forward almost takes out JJL off the back of that too. So all of a sudden now, British Columbia ripping open Simon Fraser University's base. Gold just going to try to twist it advance onto Ozzy. He's gotten a little bit too far. He's got no Lulu to protect him all the way over there. He's in a 1v2 situation. CJ trying to flash over and wind up saving his AD.
He stays alive.
He stays alive and picks up the kill. The wild growth goes through, but now Demnis tries to shut down onto Orianna. But that's going to be another kill picked up for against Simon Fraser by UBC. They've taken down this inhibitor tower. There's 3 dead on the side of SFU. That's another inhibitor.
Just when I think he's lost his mind and going too aggressive, Ozna is able to live through all that crazy fight, picks up Gold Jet. His team gets there just in time to keep him alive, and in the meantime, they also grab the bottom inhibitor. Second one of the game, just 36 minutes in. Now they're rotating up to the top side. They got a minion wave coming in on that top inner turret, and they might grab that one as well.
Yeah, and this is just UBC all of a sudden blowing this game wide open. They had one good fight in the mid lane that wound up picking up a kill. They get their first Infernal Dragon. Then they move up to the top side. They fight over some vision control. They're able to wrestle it away from Simon Fraser University, who's been doing a really good job of doing so. And they wind up getting a mid lane inhibitor off of it. Then SFU, they're like, hey, we're going to try to rush down this Baron buff. They steal it away with a Nautilus. All of these things are just coming up UBC right now. In addition to 11 kills to 6, they've now stretched the gold lead to about 7,500, 8 towers to 3. And this is just kind of seemingly out of nowhere from a team that was behind for the first 20 to 25 minutes.
The good thing for UBC was they were never getting crushed in this game. They did a good job holding on. They did lose a couple dragons. It looked like it was starting to get scary, but they grabbed one to stop Simon Fraser from being able to get 3 Infernal Dragons. That gives them a little bit of extra breathing room. And then the most important thing was that they know how to contest vision extremely well. They were able to control the Baron pit. Simon Fraser get a little lackadaisical with how they were approaching it. They give up a couple picks, and off the back of that, UBC takes this game over completely.
Yep, now UBC, two inhibitors down, although the mid lane one will be respawning relatively soon. Baron buff has fallen off from their side, but they have a lot of pressure on the map. This top lane inhibitor tower looks to be the focus from them, and they could just wind up playing the waiting game here, as they have multiple super minions that will be spawning and pushing down onto the bottom side of the map, forcing Goldjet to kind of split push and deal with them down there. He does have his teleport available, and it looks like it is going to be channeled right away off of that Cinder stun.
Big
The
combo.
True Shot Barrage actually does a lot of damage across the 3 that got locked down as well. Vengeful Maelstrom has been popped, and CJ taking a lot of damage. Wild Growth has to be used on their tank, but another good stun from Syndra locks down the entire team from UBC, and now it's SFU forcing back UBC from the top lane.
A good engage there by Simon Fraser University. It's not every day that you say you want to go in the tank, but it's not always the worst target in team comps like this. And they're able to kind of surprise UBC.
Oh, another stun! Multiple members being locked up there from UBC, and they thought that they could keep pushing, but they just have to back away.
Right, I mean, they're trying to basically distract Simon Fraser from being able to clear out this bottom wave. You see the fact that the minions had almost taken down the Nexus turret on their own. They walk up again knowing that Simon Fraser just blew a ton of their cooldowns. They're not under a ton of threats, so they were just looking to keep Simon Fraser busy. Good job by Simon Fraser, though, landing another stun, stopping that kind of push from coming in the top side. And like I was saying, being able to go on to the tank there and just chunk him down really low, and they also got some good damage on the backline members, makes it so UBC plays that fight a little more defensively, a little slower. They're not trading damage back onto the enemy frontliner quite as well, and SFU able to win that team fight just by killing the tank.
Well, now we're starting to kind of see that difference between the Maokai and the Nautilus picks you talked about earlier on in the game, Mark. Nautilus won't necessarily scale as effectively as the biggest frontline tank, and Maokai will start to take them over. The Vengeful Maelstrom really turns the tide in these fights. You saw CJ being basically melted by the pressure coming out from SFU. You have the Black Cleaver, you have the Lord Dominic's Regards, you wind up having a Blade of the Rune King and a second Lord Dominic's Regards picked up for the Ezreal and the Graves combination. So they're just being able to rip through that tanky Nautilus in the front line, whereas on the flip side, Maokai has some extra damage reduction coming out from that Vengeful Maelstrom. More importantly, it helps keep his teammates alive too.
Right, I mean, it's overall amazing ability. You see Frozen Knight playing with fire a little bit here, does not know exactly where the enemy team is.
Yep, he does have his own team kind of on the backside, although the rest of UBC is kind of on that top side. They do wind up getting the flash away from Jadel for the command shot,
but they lost
that means
their
that's not
Orianna
there. So they wind up flashing on the KT Smurf. He gets Wild Growth, but he gets taken down by Pneumatic. The Cocoon does wind up landing, but there's an exhaust down onto Proof of Payment. He has to kind of turn tail and run, so SFU.
Where's he going?
You're continuing to get picks off over here. Demnis, though, does not wind up landing that stun. I think that might be one of the first ones I've seen him miss this entire time. Dead Man's Plate move speed, getting Proof of Payment out of there.
Yeah, I got that Cloud Dragon as well, coming up huge there, getting him just out of range of that stun. If he went down there, then that's probably Baron, as we see.
Nexus Tower goes down.
Nexus turret not being dealt with. This is the big thing about having map advantage, is the fact that you can have more breathing room for these kinds of mistakes. Your mid laner gets picked. You don't instantly lose Baron because someone needs to go back to deal with the minion wave. So obviously UBC in a little bit better of a spot given the advantages they've already grabbed this game, but they're not out of the woods yet. Simon Fraser only down about 6,000 gold in the late game with an extra Infernal Dragon and a better scaling team comp. And Proof of Payment now caught out.
Another stun. He is going to be able to repel though with the Cinder ultimate, so that damage will not potentially take him down, but at the same time Frozen Knight just eviscerates him. At the same time though, the tank and the AD carry have been able to melt through onto that Elder Dragon, so it's a 2-dragon stack Elder for that aspect buff. There are 4 members from the side of UBC available, but one of them is just a respawned Orianna, so there's only 3 or 2.5 of that health bar from Lulu being able to contest, but they already ripped through Jadel. They're able to wind up securing the Baron on the side of Simon Fraser University, but can they get out with their lives? That is the big question. Demnis is taken down extremely low, but that aspect Baron will not finish him off.
CJ not able to steal the Baron 2 times. Very close one overall. Demnis almost went down. Osna getting aggressive once again. The stun keeping Demnis alive. And a good play by Simon Fraser University, really capitalizing on the mistakes out of UBC, because when you're behind, you can't just go for one pick and be happy. That pick will not be enough on its own. They continue to get aggressive around the Baron buff, so KT Smurf not there to really join in the fight. They find Proof of Payment. Once he goes down, they instantly look to turn onto the Baron, grab that one, stops UBC from being able to use that to continue to push minion waves in.
Now it's Simon Fraser University kind of showing us how they are going to be able to respond to playing from behind at this point. We've got into a 42-minute game. It seems a lot longer than it was going to be based off the fact that British Columbia was able to come back extremely well into that mid to the beginning of the late game stage. But now SFU, they have a Baron buff. You mentioned before, they might not be able to do all too much with it, but they are going to be able to push out on this side of the map. They have multiple Baron buffs, I believe 4 on their side compared to just the 3 aspects that will be falling off in just a couple of seconds from the side of University of British Columbia. So Simon Fraser University, now that the onus is on them. We've seen UBC be able to come back from a deficit in this game. What can SFU do to try to come back?
Well, they can try and use this Baron buff to try and even up some of the turret advantage. They're still down 6 turrets to UBC. So if they're able to grab a couple of those back, get the gold advantage a little bit more in their favor, hopefully they can even this game out. And this is what we were talking about, how some advantages are recuperable. You can come back with grabbing more turrets after you're down. You can get kills, you can get farm, can't get dragons. And in that regard, Simon Fraser is slightly ahead.
So we'll see how effectively they're able to utilize this double Infernal and the Baron buff that they picked up for themselves. Graves getting away, pushing in the top side. Large amount of minions for SFU on the bottom side for grouping up and kind of comboing together. They get that lane pushing as well. This might be the first time we've actually seen UBC without a lot of lane pressure in this game. Goldjet has to burn the Vengeful Maelstrom extremely early just to kind of keep himself alive, so that's going to be on about a 40-second cooldown before that's available again. But the rest of SFU are just kind of grouped up and rotated towards this top side of the map. UBC maybe caught with their pants down a little bit, caught recalling in the mid lane, caught on rotation here. Now they have to be the ones to defend against this top lane push coming out from Simon Fraser. The culling comes out, but it's just going to be the tickling when it comes to dealing damage to Maokai. But now Goldjet taking a little bit of damage. Vengeful Maelstrom is still not yet available, so the redemption has to be used to try to keep him alive. Scatter of the Weak will not wind up finding a stun, but the Inspire, Mantra, Shield from Karma will get a huge speed boost onto the entire team. A couple parting shots from Frozen Knight and Pneumatic mean that SFU, they're going to take those tower trades and just hightail it out of there.
A good disengage by Simon Fraser University, not getting over aggressive and trying to finish off that inhibitor. Happy with just grabbing the turret. They're able to back out there knowing that they were at a health pool disadvantage. And they also had a bot wave working away on that inner turret. They're going to be able to grab that one just using the minions, that 6th man, taking down that turret.
It's like 60 men over there.
Yeah, a little bit understatement to say just the 6th man. And so with that, Simon Fraser slowly catching back up in turrets, now only down 3. 9 down on the side of UBC, but Simon Fraser holding on.
Yeah, that Baron buff has been quite an effective boon. Imagine if they got the first one instead of donating it over to UBC. What this game could have been at that point. Although Simon Fraser University cutting this gold lead from about 7,000 to about 4,500 gold. So I mean, if you look at it that way, so far it's only been about 3,000 gold on the Baron power play, because I can do math.
You always say that, Tom. I'm not 100% convinced of it.
I miss 100% of the equations I don't do, so.
That is a odd change to the Wayne Gretzky quote.
At least you understood where it was coming from, though.
I think everyone at this point understands where it's coming from because they watch The Office.
Okay, well, that's true. All right, so in that case, then, maybe it's not as obscure as I thought it would be. But both of these teams now kind of poising around this bottom side of the map. There's still an outer tower on the map for University of British Columbia, so Simon Fraser may be looking to try to take that one as kind of the next quote-unquote easy objective to take, but they are going to be doing it the proper way first by getting a push down to the bottom side and trying to get some vision control. But Goldjet, once again in the front line, getting caught up by these Nautilus hooks, does not have to pop his own Vengeful Maelstrom, though. He's gone back and picked up a Guardian Angel, has an extra Giant Belt too, so he's a bit tankier than this last rodeo. So we'll see if they want it going anything different. They do want it popping on the Frozen. If he picked up a Stair Escape, that's going to keep him healthy and alive. Proof of Payment, though, is going to go up, but what goes up must come down. He flashes away, very low HP. Goldjet in the front line. Vengeful Maelstrom does wind up popping, as does his Guardian Angel get proc. So that means now SFU, without a frontliner for a couple of seconds, though, he does wind up respawning, and they wind up popping the Guardian Angel on their opponent's frontliner now. A flash away, though, from the side of KT Spirit. The Command Shockwave lands, but not a lot of damage getting dealt down. They are going to wind up trading frontline for frontline. A flash forward, though, from the Ezreal. Pneumatic's gone big, and they've been able to pick up a kill onto Orianna. So that's a 2-for-1 in favor of SFU.
A very elongated fight in that bot jungle. You see how both teams are basically trying to melt down the front line of each other's teams, but Frozen Knight being so much tankier than Proof of Payment this late into the game. This is what we were talking about, where they start getting a little bit outscaled in the jungle position. Despite a great culling onto Frozen Knight, he's able to withstand most of that and continue to contribute into the team fight, where once Proof of Payment got chunked out, he had to run away. They also were able to grab KT Smurf. He had to get blown up, and now they're stuck trying to defend this bot inhibitor 3v5, 3v4.
And they get a stun down onto Osmond's Lucian, so he has to wind up dashing and flashing away. The Lulu has to flash out as well, and that's going to be an inhibitor being taken from the side of SFU. 3,000 gold disadvantage, be damned. They are in control of this game.
Simon Fraser University looking like they still got hope in this game.
Yeah.
Get their first inhibitor down the bot lane. They also already have the inhibitor turret taken in the top side. Baron will be up in about a minute, so they got the most important inhibitor to get in that kind of situation, because they can play it really slow around Baron now and force UBC to do something, because they'll have to use that teleport eventually. If Simon Fraser can disengage after that, then the bot minion wave will do work on its own.
The side of UBC, though, they still have a couple of tools to utilize in the team fight. We haven't seen KT Smurf land a kind of team fight changing command Shockwave quite yet, so they still have that ability if they want to get into a fight around the Baron Pit area. They do have Super Lucian at 463 CS and gone Deathless 4-0 and 7. And they are able to force out that Vengeful Maelstrom extremely early on. One of the things that also was changed to Maokai, aside from the fact that he got the nerf on his sapling damage, was the fact that a couple of nerfs ago actually, he had that Vengeful Maelstrom cooldown get increased substantially. So now it's one of those things that where you blow that before a team fight, he's not going to be able to reactivate it in the middle of it. It's going to be the difference between utilizing that and then going for a team fight or waiting for a full minute if you are the Maokai team to kind of wait for it to come back up.
Right, it's another cooldown to force out. Previously, Maokai basically had none. He was always had everything up. Now if you're able to pop that Vengeful Maelstrom just with some poke and then get a fight right after, he is much tanky. You can think of it as him basically having 12% less HP.
So now Maokai has rejoined the fray after going back and healing himself up. Both the Guardian Angels have been down in the previous fight, so these frontliners will have to be a little bit more careful and manageable with their health bars. But let's look at the side of UBC, since they know their super minions pushing down and grouping up already to start wailing away on that Nexus tower, being a little bit careful about starting up a fight. They do have the Scuttle Crab control, although that one is going to despawn right now. CJ looks like with his teleport available, he wants to wind up going back with the smoke screen there from Graves, the vision control from SFU coming in handy, and they lose the Nexus tower. UBC, though, they're sending their tank back to try to deal with these super minions. That means that they're going to start up the Baron from Simon Fraser. Now they're funneling them all into the choke point here. Proof of Payment's going to get blasted by the Syndra, and now CJ's kind of going in, but this fight is a 4v5 situation already. Frozen Knight eats the culling, is taking some Baron damage, but CJ in the front line has gone down. It's a double kill picked up for Demnus, and now SFU, I don't even know if they need this Baron. They just turned down on the Osna. Super Lucian be damned. He's going to wind up taking a lot of damage. The backside of the fight, though, KT starts getting chased out by Pneumatic. I've seen this Orianna, Ezreal
they have
before,
no damage.
But Osna being able to take down the Maokai, the support in the tank, not being able to do anything against the Lucian, but they're just stalling for time because Graves has run all the way into the base. Simon Fraser University are looking at ending the game all off the back of Frozen Knight running into their opponent's base. Osna's able to pick up a kill, but doesn't matter if you have no deaths, if you have no Nexus, Mark.
The game
you win.
is over. Simon Fraser equals up the series 1-1 in game 2. Despite having a lead early, falling behind the mid game, they bounce back. They're able to outperform UBC in the late game, and they win off the back of a little bit of a weird team fight.
Yeah.
You got to look at CJ and just wonder why he wasn't already in base dealing with that minion wave looking to teleport in as opposed to trying to help contest vision. You have to understand you will not be able to contest vision equally in that situation. You have to focus more on the minion wave. They force on the Baron, and then you need to win that team fight. Don't contest the vision. Focus on the wave clear and team fight.
Well, hesitation is the seed of defeat, and that just proves through in that game right there. SFU were in control of the early game, fell behind after like the 25-minute mark. UBC was in control all the way up to, well, when their Nexus died. They still had a 2,000 gold advantage at the end of that one, but the game went so long, those gold leads didn't necessarily matter. Sure, the Lucian was able to kill multiple people in that last team fight, but at that point, it was just all buying time for the minions.
Right, I mean, it was a top laner and a support versus a very fed AD carry, so they're probably not going to win that one, but as long as they're stopping him from getting back to deal with the minions, they're going to win that game, and I think you got to look at the team comp overall being much better late game on the side of SFU, as well as the fact that they had that extra Infernal Dragon. So as you get super late to the game, 3,000 gold lead becomes relatively negligible, and they're able to use their other advantages to close that game out.
Well, SFU, as you mentioned, had early game advantages for the beginning stages of that game, but UBC was able to really turn it around in the mid game with about a 21.5-minute team fight where they're actually finally able to utilize KT's first Orianna pick to really lock down SFU and get a couple of kills.
Right, we see Goldjet trying to open things up here. He gets chunked out extremely early on, hooked back into the team, and then while everyone's worried about the Maokai, they walk forward right onto the Orianna Shockwave, a great culling follow-up there by Osna. He's able to go in and finish off Demnus. No more CC available with Goldjet having to run away, so he's able to go in there, clean that kill up, and then with that, they grab a couple turrets, and that really is one of the things that's kind of got them back into the game, because up until that point, they were relatively far behind.
Yeah, but then they were able to capitalize by going for that tower push. They would eventually take an Infernal Dragon. They eventually take an inhibitor off of another strategic fight and position, even though they only wound up losing one from the side of SFU. They donate over a Baron, and everything looks like it's in UBC's favor, but SFU stall out the game longer, and they're able to start coming back.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is the fact that there was this one push in the top lane that UBC kind of stalled out on after they had double inhibitors down, and after that, SFU got their inhibitors back up. they were able to basically find team fights after that they slowly started winning.
Yeah, more importantly, they were able to find themselves a Baron, and then it transitioned into the later game team fights where SFU, with the more tanky front line from the Maokai, were able to completely turn things around even in their opponent's jungle.
All right, this is what we're talking about, how fighting front to back is the most important thing with both these team comps. You're going to see it's a lot of hitting Gold Jet and CJ, but the jungler of the SFU being so much stronger in the late game. Frozen Knight there, you see how much extra health pool he gets through all the shielding, and his Stealth Gauge getting popped. Now the Redemption comes down as well. He's back up to about half health, and he's doing so much in this team fight, constantly hitting the front line of CJ. And even though you see it's the Maokai who loses his GA first, he just turns back on CJ. Now he loses his GA, and KT Smurf's low health, Proof of Payment's low health, and then it allows them to focus down one member at a time. The Orianna Shockwave whiffs there, Gold Jet dodges it with the Twisted Advance, not actually landing on any backline threats as well. It becomes too easy for SFU to chase through the rest of this team fight.
Yeah, well, we knew this was going to be quite the matchup because they were going to have, this is the biggest rivalry in uLoL. I mean, this is #1 seeded UBC going up against Simon Fraser University, who was seeded in the top 10, if not the top 5. I can't recall off the top of my head, but this is going to be really exciting because now we're tied at 1-1. It's not a best of 3 mark, it's best of 5.
Right, so both these teams have to win at least 2 more games to win, or actually 2 more games to win. Yeah. I don't know why it would be at least.
Can't be at most. So.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly 2 more games to win. But the thing is, we saw SFU have a really well-fought game 1 where they hung on for a really long time despite the fact that Proof of Payment had completely destroyed the early game. So if you're UBC, you're starting to get a little worried here if you're going to get outclassed in the late game because they did have a little bit better of a team comp here, but they also showed that SFU know how to play those situations out.
Yeah, so if you're UBC, you have a couple of things to look back at potentially in the draft phase, or just maybe how you wind up playing out the majority of that mid game when you had an advantage. But we are going to take a quick break. Team's going to recoup, and we're going to recover too, because we're coming back to see who can win Game 3 in this exciting series after a quick break. Welcome back to the Western Conference Finals. We just watched SFU take back control of the map and win game number 2. So Mark, now it's up to UBC. What do they got to do differently in game 3?
Well, I think the big difference between the two games was proof of payment. He did not have a good early game. It wasn't awful, but he didn't have the same impact he had in game 1. I think that's a big reason that you saw them struggle in the early game. It was nice that they came back in the mid game, but we see that SFU is no slouch. They can handle them in the late game.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like SFU had a better grasp of control once they kind of came out of the early game rather unscathed with a slight gold advantage, and they had a different kind of composition. The Cinder damage was way more effective. They had a better utilized marksman pickup when they took the Ezreal away from the side of UBC. So I'll have to see if anything went to getting changed up in the pick and bans for game number 3, as we are about to jump into that. Picks and bans phase wasn't necessarily the worst for UBC. It was a lot more of the early game traction that they got in game number 1 just was not present in game number 2.
Right, and I think you saw that they also had a little bit better scaling jungler with the Graves. This time around, because he didn't fall behind heavily early on to the Elise, he was able to do a lot more in those late game team fights.
Yeah, we'll have to see if there's maybe more targets towards the jungle pools. Both of these guys have kind of played the same exact thing 2 games in a row, but it does look like now that Simon Fraser University back on the blue side, they don't want to have to deal with that Lulu that was in game number 2. They banned that one away.
Right, I mean, the Lulu wasn't overwhelmingly powerful champion for them, but you got to see how useful it is when you are able to throw shields on the tank to keep him tanky for longer, or you can try and save a target who looks like they're about to go down. You saw the Lucian go really aggressive sometimes, and then being able to give him all that extra health and move speed lets him either go crazy chasing you or back off should you try and turn onto him.
And so we'll have to see what they wind up replacing the Lulu with. Of course, that means that the Super Lucian kind of composition is not going to be available. We do continue to see more targeted bans towards the jungle as the Rengar gets taken away by UBC once again. This time around, multiple support bans being thrown away by Simon Fraser University, with the Malzahar also coming in. The Camille's kind of been a mainstay in the ban phase as well, and if things go according to plan, this should be a Kha'Zix ban, but UBC, let's see if they see something that was different from the composition of Simon Fraser they hate more, and it looks like it is still just going to be that Kha'Zix.
Yeah, no surprise. I think both teams show that they understand what they want to play and what the enemy team wants to play, and I don't think you look at that game 2 draft on either team and say, oh, we won or lost because of the draft. I think, you know, Simon Fraser was falling behind. UBC had all the tools to win the game. When they go up for that last push in the top side, the fight does not go their way. Their tank gets picked off early on in the team fight. They have to back off, and that stalls out for long enough for Simon Fraser to come back in the game. Really not a champ issue there at all.
No, and SFU looks like they're going to go with the tried and true. They first picked the Graves again. Second time they've done it on blue side. They've done it all 3 games in the first rotation, let alone the fact that they've done it on red side as well. So now UBC, they're going to wind up picking up the Nami they had in game number 1. Let's see if they wind up going with the Ezreal pickup. We've seen some priority on that one. Both the AD carries have played it to quite effective usage. Of course, they could wind up picking up one of those tanky top laners. They've gone for the Nautilus in this one a lot, but it looks like the Gragas is going to be locked in.
All right, so the Gragas pick is obviously one that can flex between the top and the jungle position. It's very useful in that way that you can put it in either tube as you see more picks come in from the enemy team. In the top lane, it's great into some of the more carry-oriented champions. Gragas does have one of the better matchups in terms of tanks against carries. And then in the jungle position, there's not that many tanks that are actually playable. Gragas is one of the few, so he can fill either of those roles relatively well.
Yeah, and the effectiveness of the flex pick also means that the Gragas is one of the better tanks to pick into the Rumble top lane, which we did see SFU playing in game number 1. They are going to, however, pick up the Nautilus for themselves, and they will be the ones to take the Ezreal away from UBC.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to not see a higher priority onto the Ezreal pick. It seems like it's been very useful in both games. And Osna, he's obviously played fine on the Lucian. He was really the big carry for that team. But it does give him a little bit more playmaking on his own. The Lucian, being the shorter range champion, does need some teammates to protect him when he wants to go wild, whereas the Ezreal, we saw him just arcane shift right onto that Orianna and blow her up in game 1. Doesn't have quite as much individual playmaking potential if he is going to go for that Lucian again. Talk about the Gragas being great into Rumble. Well, they can also just take it away themselves.
Because the Rumble, of course, is great into tanks himself, so they're going to wind up picking that one in the top lane against the Nautilus. So a little bit more carry potential, and like you mentioned, Gragas being one of the few jungle tanks that works.
And the concern now, of course, is the fact that once again, they're ending up pretty magic damage heavy. Last time around, they had the Elise, and that was a magic damage jungler. Gragas the same way, and we saw how tanky the Maokai got early on just by going a Spirit Visage first. So want to see if they do end up going with that Jace pick again in the mid lane position that we saw like game 1. It looked like it was really good for rounding out that team comp's damage. Simon Fraser grabs the Vladimir, which they actually had banned away in the previous game. So gonna need to see if that one was worth stopping UBC from getting last time around.
Well, looks like Simon Fraser University rounded out with a Karma pickup from the support role as well, so very similar composition to game number 2. They've replaced their tank in the top lane from Maokai to Nautilus, and they wind up putting the Vladimir in the mid lane instead of the Syndra, so a little bit better scaling late game damage, not necessarily as powerful of a punch in the early game, but it is going to be the Jace that UBC is picking around this time. It's going to be a very similar composition to what they had in game number 1, only they've put the tank in the jungle instead of the top lane.
Right, and I think that's something I like about their team comp compared to what we saw out of SFU in game 1, where they have the Rumble, but they don't have any kind of beef with it. Here, you do have the Gragas. It isn't the most synergistic combo where Rumble wants to layer it on top of a lot of enemies and Gragas is trying to split people up. But as long as they communicate well, make sure they don't use both ults at the same time, it's not that bad of a combo.
Yeah, we'll get to see how these teams go all together by looking at the results of the draft phase for game number 3. A little bit different from basically both sides, although there are some shades of things that they've done in the previous game. Simon Fraser University taking that core bottom lane and a tank in the top lane was their winning formula for game number 2. This time around UBC, they've taken that Jace back into the mid lane, but they've swapped things up on the top side of the map.
Right, so Simon Fraser's team comp is more or less the same. They have a tanky top laner, they have a mid-game scaling mid laner as well, and then the big thing is that they actually are not winning lanes anymore though, so even though their team comp stays the same, their early game pressure is a lot different where they don't have a Syndra dominating the mid lane. It's a Vladimir who's going to be a little bit weaker than a Jace in the early game.
Yeah, well, of course, we want to know who you guys think is going to win game number 3. It's all tied up at 1 apiece, so you got a chance to get on Twitter and let us know by tweeting either hashtag SFU or hashtag UBC to us at uLoL. And it looks like we'll be heading into game number 3, and we'll get a chance to see which one of these teams jumps out to a 2-1 lead.
I mean, it can be kind of seen as the critical game. A lot of times that third game in the best of 5 is the linchpin of your victory. You either go on to win because of it, because the enemy team now really has to adapt to what you do. Once you grab that 2-game lead, you only have to win 1 more after that. And the enemy team they don't have any more time to mess around and experiment. So very critical game here in this finals matchup.
Yeah, and of course that momentum will be huge going into what could potentially be the 4th and 5th games of this entire best of 5 series. You've seen both of these teams take it rather slow in the earlier stages of the game, lining up across the rift at basically their unassigned line of scrimmage, not necessarily a real line there. But we did actually see, while UBC was able to make things happen in the early stages of the game with an Elise pickup in game number 1, those early game movements were denied by SFU and great vision control in the early stages of game number 2. Now they have the Gragas, doesn't necessarily have the guaranteed lockdown that the Elise has with the Cocoon to stun somebody up, but it still has a body slam, still has a slow, and is still very powerful in the early stages of the game.
Right, and I gotta say, these games are not super reminiscent of the campus series as a whole that we've been watching all year long. They're not incredibly stompy, they're playing well around vision control and their team comps. No Rift Heralds going down, most notably.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I don't know. I thought I knew what I was watching, but apparently it's not the campus series.
Clearly, they just did not listen to our PSA. They need to kill the Rift Herald to let him know he's loved. I
think what they're doing is making a statement that they're like, no, we don't want the Rift Herald anymore. Maybe that's what they're doing.
I don't know about that. I don't know if I agree with them. Maybe these guys are just trying too hard. Like you said, they're not playing like campus series teams. They're playing like their challenger teams instead, and that's a whole different story.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to be able to see the challenger series soon, but we are watching the campus series for now, and a big thing, I think, like I said, is the fact that even though you can say the team comp of Simon Fraser plays mostly the same, the pressure is really different. So last time they had the Maokai versus Nautilus, sure, a little bit of a losing lane, but you don't really risk getting solo kill as long as you're playing that matchup correctly. That is a small concern against the Rumble. He does have the ability to kind of just kill tanks by himself. And the Jace as well, not a ton of setup in the mid lane, but he will be able to bully out the Vladimir quite heavily, assuming you play the matchup aggressively. He does have the Ignite. Like we said, a lot of Jaces prefer that now over the Exhaust, but it's especially effective against the Vladimir.
Yeah, of course, being able to reduce the healing that Vladimir can provide. Once he hits around like the level 7 area, those transfusions are going to be on a very short cooldown, so the sustain will be extremely high. Bottom side of the map, we mentioned this very heavily in game number 2, so I don't want to touch upon it too much here, but the Ezreal and the Karma Poke lane, shoving very aggressively, making sure that the level 2 power spike from the Nami and the Lucian on the bottom side of the map is not going to be hitting while they're level 1, instead hitting relatively close to the level 2 timings on that bottom side, just denying some early aggression.
And the thing too about the Nami pick is it is a little bit better for aggressive trading, which is something that we've seen fairly heavily out of the bot lane. And you don't have the push advantage, but you're trading it for the ability to sustain up after a extended trading sequence. So we'll have to see if UBC is going to get really aggressive here. You see 734 camping this side lane brush, trying to pressure Simon Fraser's bot lane just by forcing them to position a different way.
Yep, you can already see the ebb and flows going back and forth. On top of that, Tide Caller's Blessing, the double shot proc from Lucian getting 2 of those procs down, dealing a decent amount of damage to the Ezreal. Both the junglers, though, have opted to go for what looks to be almost full clears. The Gragas has started on the top side, moved down to the bottom side, wound up skipping out on his Krugs. Same exact thing has gone on for Graves, so pretty much mirroring jungle paths here, although Graves is going to end back on his top side, Gragas will end on his bottom side, and we'll see if they try to focus down that mid lane matchup, which no CC whatsoever in that lane, so not nearly as easy to gank as it was in game 2.
That is true, and I gotta say, one thing that I'm a little surprised at is the relatively unimaginative jungle clears that we've seen out of the game so far. Both junglers in both games have basically done top to bottom clears starting to red side. We see a gank in the bot lane. Flash in, one more auto attack needed.
Angel's gonna go down to first blood. The Flash Nami T secures that with the auto.
Oh, okay, look for a second there like they might have made a mistake and not gotten the last bit of damage they needed. 734 will follow up on it though and get the kill onto Jagel. And that was pretty close to not working out. Good use of the blast cone by proof of payment to go find that kill. On the other side of the map, we see Frozen Knight instead electing to counter jungle away the Krugs with his time alone up there, as it is a little bit hard to make a play onto this Rumble.
Yep, CJ also wound up having that ward down in the brush, so he will scout it out where the Graves is going to be, so he recognizes that he's in the potential danger zone, so he will back away. But that's proof of payment. We said he had to get going in game number 3 for UBC. He's already got 1 gank under his belt. Almost missed out on the kill, but he's gotten it. Now he's actually going up to the top side of the map. Yeah, going in aggressively against Frozen Knight. The teleport over being channeled here by Goldjet. He's actually going to complete that one, so he's going to go into KT Smurf. Dennis has come up from the mid lane as well. We'll get the Ignite extremely early on. Dredgeline doesn't connect, but it cuts off instead. And meanwhile, CJ comes back down from the top side as well. Frozen Knight is rejoining the fray at very low HP. Goldjet has to flash over the wall and get back into mid lane because his team is very low on HP. And an interesting trade happens on the top side of the map, but nobody dies.
Yeah, I got to look at that one and think that Simon Fraser was a little lucky to get out there without anyone going down. After flashing up away from the rest of UBC, Frozen Knight was still in the topside jungle with a Rumble heading down to cut him off. It looked like he could have elected to just go and try and kill the Graves, but given the fact that his Jace was starting to get low, CJ instead roamed down to the rest of the grouping to try and turn that one. Definitely feels like there should have been a kill available there. I'd have to see it again to know for sure what they could have done, but it did feel like a very scrappy fight that somehow no one went down in.
Well, nobody important died in that engagement. Whereas on the bottom side of the map, we had both of these AD carries going back and picking up some itemization for themselves. Lucian going to be going for that Blade of the Ring King build again. It's been a while since I've seen a Vampiric Scepter off of your first back, and Ezreal going back to the Cull and the Tier and the eventually I'll deal damage kind of style of build.
We'll see a gank on the top side.
Yeah, going in for the gank over here. Rumble looks like he's trying to get some damage on the Goldjet. Actually deals a decent amount of damage back on the Frozen Knight as well. Goldjet waits for his cooldowns, gets the shield though, and is able to get the kill.
Very close there by CJ. Well played, trying to bait out the enemy team into fighting in the minion wave. He's able to sustain up for a little bit, but then as the cooldowns come back available for Simon Fraser, they're able to re-engage onto him, finish him off. Maybe should have looked to try and hold out for his scrap shield to come back up, try and survive longer in the minion wave, but I think no matter how he played that one, he was probably going down at some point.
So that's going to be a return kill for the side of Simon Fraser University. So already now Frozen Knight answering back to the challenge laid down by proof of payment. He's like, I got first blood. Frozen Knight in the meantime picked up the first kill on the top lane match. And more importantly, it's going to be a top lane kill for the tank against the Rumble. So the Rumble, while has gone back, picked up a Haunting Guise, is going to be not as dominant in that lane as they would have wanted to. On the bottom side of the map, though, proof of payment, body slamming over the wall, getting a little bit of damage down, but Mad just an arcane shift away.
Pretty unfortunate, like you said, that the tank is able to pick up that first kill in the top side. Does make it a lot harder to get that pressure down. Nautilus is one of the tanks that does match up decently well against Rumble. Still loses, but can get ahead of the matchup to the point where he has a little bit of push pressure. So he might have gotten to that point there, being able to pick up that Null Magic Mantle while also getting the double Doran's Ring. Might be a little bit tougher now for CJ than what he would have wanted. Proof of payment continues to focus more down the bot side.
Yeah, Proof and KT Smurf both kind of hovering down towards this bottom side. Frozen Knight made his presence known down there. He will just wind up taking away his own red buff. KT Smurf and Proof of Payment continue to try to pressure down onto Frozen Knight. Game number 1, it was Proof of Payment kind of doing whatever he wanted while Frozen Knight was just farming and trying to ward up and keep his lanes relatively safe. He did a good job in the point that they were only 5 deaths going into like the 20-minute mark in game number 1, maybe 6. Then the second game was Frozen Knight playing very aggressively with the warding coverage, counter jungling, making Proof of Payment react to where he was on the map. This time around, it seems like University of British Columbia, they really just want to try to kill Frozen Knight and stop him from doing anything.
Yeah, Proof of Payment makes his 3rd visit down here. His bot lane does have the push advantage. They've been getting these minion waves into the turret, and he just shows up, tries to get a little bit extra chunk onto SFU's bot lane, and then hopes his bot lane will eventually be able to take this turret for the first turret gold advantage. Not getting too much done, honestly. Wouldn't mind him moving around the map a little bit more. There is a decent amount of vision for both teams down this bot side.
The downside is while he hasn't been able to convert anything besides that first blood and a little bit extra lane pressure, at the same time, he's not exactly falling behind what Frozen Knight is doing, and that's because we had mentioned before, UBC continuing to invade upon his jungle, put wards down and try to pressure him away from certain areas. We saw them going towards his red buff, ward up a little bit aggressively, respond in due time, and it looks like that they're just going to continue to try to keep tabs on where the Graves is going to be. Game number 2, the first blood actually wound up going the way of Simon Fraser University just because of the amount of vision control that Graves is able to get towards that mid lane, and when you had 734 roaming up towards mid lane like he is over here to clear out some of that vision, you want to getting caught out of place and falling down. So we could potentially wind up seeing vision control in the early game, especially around this first Drake, the Mountain Drake, being a big pointy contestant for both of these people, or both these teams.
We've seen a pretty good Dragon RNG both games for the teams. A lot of Infernals, a lot of Mountain Drakes, a couple Cloud Drakes as well. I believe an Ocean Dragon made its appearance.
Like one.
Yeah, good Dragon representation, but the Mountain Dragon, of course, being one of the best in the game. Assuming you get a small lead, you can start using that to finish off these turrets. And given how British Columbia is playing around their Lucian pick, hoping he takes these turrets down, I'm sure they would love to get that Dragon.
Well, good Dragon RNG for one of the most long-standing and heated rivalries within the uLoL campus series. Of course, both of these teams crosstown rivals, about 40 minutes away from each other, give or take traffic. And both of these guys have definitely met up
is that a fact?
times. Give or take traffic, yeah.
I have no idea. You could have told me these guys were across the street or different sides of the country. I have no idea.
Nah, they're both from Vancouver, man.
Well, I knew the Vancouver, I guess, but...
Yeah. Come on, we did the rivalry series. Actually, you were in Ohio for that, I guess.
Right, I was with the Ohio State guys. Didn't make the run in the BTN, unfortunately.
Sad for Ohio State. Sad for a lot of the BTN teams that didn't make it, like my hometown Rutgers. But still on the campus series side, we are in the Western Conference Finals here. University of British Columbia won it against Simon Fraser University 3-2 last year, and then went on to crush the campus series finals in general with 2 swift 3-0 victories in the semis and the finals of that tournament. Looking to potentially repeat that run here, where Simon Fraser University, don't know if they've ever historically taken down UBC, but they've definitely been one of the biggest thorns in their sides to their crosstown competitors, continuously taking them to full 5 series games. It's now Frozen Knight going to be a bit of pain here as British Columbia, this jungle support synergy, just continue to be a thorn in his side as they're aggressively going in towards his jungle, burns his flash away, and immediately calls for a response from his bottom lane.
And with that pressure, they might be looking to grab this Mountain Dragon. First, they're going to focus on the Rift Scuddler, see if they can get a little move speed, and then they're not in a bad spot to try and force it out. They do have the Rumble Power Spike as well, one of the best level 6 team fighting champions, because the base damage on his ultimate is absolutely crazy.
Shoot, Equalizer, more like, well, it's called the Equalizer. Definitely does some unfair things, especially in the early stages of the game. When he's got double magic penetration, M's already the Sorcerer Shoes and the Haunting guys. We see Osna getting a full channel, the culling going down onto Pneumatic, chunking him down extremely low, but did not want to wind up diving through that tower to try to pick up the kill. There are multiple members from both teams in the jungle as well. The Hemoplague actually gets popped on the proof of payment. Collateral damage doesn't find a target, but Demnis and the Hemoplague pops him down.
The heal out of Nami was too late, not able to top him off. He goes down to the Hemoplague, a good sidestep on the Graves collateral damage, but still dies. And that's horrible timing too, because they just chunked out the 80 carry of Simon Fraser University. That would have been the perfect opportunity to take that pressure and grab a Mountain Dragon. But now with their jungler going down, they're not going to be able to do so, have to back off and focus more on the lanes.
So UBC, one window opens and another one winds up closing. Their bottom lane is actually going to recall, so that means that they've ceded complete control of this area, at least for the time being. KT Smurf, in the meantime, they're going to go on it going in on Demnis. He knows there's no Hemoplague available. Storm Raider is getting popped, so he's going to be able to chase him down. And as you did mention, that Transfusion Bar, that Crimson Rush is available, and KT Smurf wisely does not chase through the tower.
It's a little surprising always to see people go for the early Executioner's calling. I wouldn't mind sometimes seeing a more aggressive build path and just rely on the Ignite to deal with cutting through the healing. Obviously, at some point, you are going to want the Executioner's calling to get those grievous wounds and negate the healing a little bit of Vladimir. But doing it right away always does feel a little excessive to me. It obviously works out well for standard laning and getting the smaller advantages and cutting into his healing. But like I said, I wouldn't mind a little bit more offensive of a build.
That's very true, and you mentioned that kind of falls back into the choice of Jace going for the Ignite over the Exhaust, with the changes to Exhaust, and the fact that if he's in a matchup where the Ignite would be more powerful, especially if he's going to be potentially splitting against the Vladimir in the later stages of the game, relying on that Ignite early on and then going for the Executioner's Calling later might be something to kind of look at, but at the same exact time, KT Smurf, no slouch in the gold department, does actually want it going back and finishing his entire Ghost Blade, still before 15 minutes in the game, so he's pretty on par to go for this lethality Jace build that we've seen him go in the previous matchup number 1.
Yeah, it worked out well for him. They were able to close that game out relatively quickly. And we said before, maybe he should have gone for the tier, maybe not, but if they're going to be able to close the game out in 30 minutes, 35 minutes, I believe, it's not quite as necessary. Frozen Knight looking like he wants to start off on this Earth Dragon. There is spotted out by UBC. They have a ward right on top of it, and you see Gragas.
He doesn't necessarily have a lot of teammates around him,
He's getting
but
flanked here.
UBC's gonna collapse the dash away already. Looks like Proof of Payment's coming in as well. There's a teleport being channeled by CJ, so it looks like they're just going to utilize Graves to leash this dragon. The collateral damage would not be able to steal it away. And that's going to be Dragon for UBC.
The coordination looked a little weird there. It felt like Proof of Payment was in the perfect position to get a flank off on the Frozen Knight and ult him right back into his Lucian. He just sat and waited in the wings the entire time until the Graves was finally out of there, and the TP came in from CJ. Hard to know for sure why that was seemingly so uncoordinated, but at the very least, they do grab the Mountain Dragon, get a small advantage in their favor. They're about 800 gold down, so nothing too bad. And the Mountain Dragon, a very good prize.
Yeah, but they do wind up losing that teleport advantage, so if there's going to be any skirmishes across the map, might be slightly in favor of SFU, as though the skirmish on the bottom lane here. The Cullen's going to want to land in a couple of shots in the Matic, but he will Arcane shift himself to the side and away from that one. This Lucian and Nami lane, already with a Blade of the Rune King finish, just compared to the Muramana and the almost pop Cole of the Ezreal. They'll be dealing a decent amount more damage to the Ezreal than he'll be able to provide back onto them.
That's actually a really nice trade timing for Osna there, because on the backside, Graves was flanking around. If he had any charges on his wards, they potentially could have got a TP in, or if they just were able to escort a minion wave down. But the fact that they trade so heavily onto the Ezreal, they force him back, they force the heal out of him, it allows them to stay safe during that dive. Though Graves making another attempt here.
It looks like he is going to come around the backside, but already the minion wave is gone from the tower, so Graves has to back away. Jadel took a large chunk of damage from that as well. Step forward to avoid the Nami bubble. Took a little bit of Lucian damage to the face for that.
Yeah, exactly. Great trading by the bot lane at UBC is preventing this kind of pressure. Vladimir's coming down this time. This might be the final piece they need to actually make a dive happen on the bot side, though we see UBC's bot lane trying to back out.
Well, they already got the True Shot Barrage out of Ezreal. The bubble will wind up landing onto Demnis, although he's going to pop the Hemo Plague, but the Tidal Wave comes out from Nami, and they've avoided this gank 3 times in a row, but I don't know if they're going to wind up avoiding the tower coming down. There's still a minion wave not a decent length away, but it looks like the side of SFU are going to wait for this one and could potentially be looking for the first tower.
Same time in the mid lane, we see Gragas and Jace have been working down on that one. They're going to look like they might be able to get this first. The hook comes in that does not stop them from getting first turret gold. Now Goldjet caught in a weird spot.
Ooh, but he is going to wind up trading back down to KT Smurf. Good explosive cast just shoves Demnis back away from that one. Goldjet, in the meantime, is going to get ignited, but it flashes away. They trade towers on the bottom side, but like you said, Mark, first blood tower gold goes over to UBC.
They are almost able to pick up a kill as well. I like the way Proof of Payment played that one. As we see, some flashes traded, not actually able to get anything. Now Demnis a little out of position. They're going really aggressive on him. He still has his pool available. Going to try and turn back onto 734.
Ooh, but the body slam there from Gragas will stop anything from happening. Goldjet, in the meantime, teleports in, but he's stuck between a Gragas, a Rumble, a Jace, and everybody from the opposing team of UBC.
Turret.
Yeah, he's got no turret, but Karman's going to wind up popping the Inspire Shield. They might try to turn this one around. The Root is there, the Tether is there, the Graves is there, and collateral damage will help Karma seal the deal. Jadel picks up a kill for himself. So all in all, it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Another scrappy 1-for-1 trade there. Starts out with Demnis going really aggressive, and he's almost able to trade back on the 734, but there's enough CC available for UBC to stop him from doing those Vladimir things where he just drain tanks your whole team. After he goes down, though, they overchase a little bit onto Goldjet after he TP'd back in. And they were not able to kill him. Karma shows up, gets his shields off, buys enough time for Frozen Knight as well as throw some damage in there. In the meantime, in the bot lane, the 80 carries have mostly just been farming.
Yeah, well, meanwhile, the Sweeper coming in, spots Lucian running around in the brush, so they're not going to wind up getting jumped on by him. Ezreal has popped his own call, has not wound up going back to finish off any other itemization, as Lucian has picked up pieces for his Berserker's Greaves, picked up pieces for his Phage to build into that Black Cleaver, but Vladimir, off the back of that fight in the mid lane, has now gone back and picked up a Proto Belt, although it didn't necessarily look like he should have been fighting here.
Right, he just got a little too aggressive, felt like he was caught out after trading flashes and looks to turn back onto 734. Almost got him, not able to do so. Now Goldjet seems like he's caught out of position, but Jace can't really commit to this given his low health bar. If he was full health, maybe he could have gone flying in hammer form and cleaned up a kill. Unable to do so, and then the collapse comes in from J-Joel, and Frozen Knight able to pick up proof of payment.
Yep, now J-Joel, one of the scariest things in the world, red buff Karma. Not the most scary thing in the world, although.
If that scares you, Tom, you're going to have a rough time in League of Legends.
I mean, I play AD carry, so there's a lot of scary things about Karma during lane phase that I'm afraid of. But meanwhile, did you see both of these teams kind of measuring each other up? Simon Fraser's made it through the early game with a slight gold advantage. Again, only a couple hundred gold, but it's no longer a lead for UBC. 3 kills to 2, and they've evened things up in towers. So this is kind of going the way game number 2 went. Game number 1 was dominant by UBC, dominant by specifically proof of payment, and it looks like Simon Fraser University has kind of weathered the early game proof of payment storm once again.
Right, we definitely could be in for a long game this time around. Once again, neither team has significant advantages in the late game. The big thing, of course, is that Simon Fraser have a much better tank, and Vladimir himself gets pretty tanky. Graves gets a little hard to kill. Ezreal is very mobile. So they have a lot of annoying people to try and pin down and kill, whereas on the side of UBC, Jace, a little bit easy of a target. Rumble the same way, he has his Zanyas, but after that he can be focused down, and the Gragas, being in the jungle position, will have a hard time becoming tankier than Goldjet.
Yeah, the Jace pick specifically, if he goes for the full lethality build like he did in game number 2, or game number 1, will definitely start to fall off. Still deals a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but he won't necessarily have the same amount of impact that he does when he has those advantages of the 2 to 3 item power spike like we saw when they finished game 1 in about 30 minutes. Whereas on the flip side, Simon Fraser University, like you said, lots of healthy members, lots of people that are tanky on their side, lots of people that are annoying to have to kill, especially if you want to get into the 3 or 4 items Graves range again. Frozen Knight went for a Sterix gauge in game number 2, and we saw that even though they focused so much CC on him in those last couple of team fights, he just wasn't able to go down because of that bonus health being procced.
University of British Columbia do grab their second turret in the bot lane. That's one thing that they seem to have had a leg up on over the course of this series, is just having more turrets taken down early, and it does give them those earlier power spikes, given that they are having a larger influx of gold, but it doesn't seem to always be quite enough for them. In the second game, I think they were up 9 turrets to 3 at one point, but still couldn't close the game out. And Simon Fraser, once they started taking those turrets back, even up the gold a little bit, they were able to come back in that game. So it's nice to see UBC have a good coordinated plan of taking these turrets down, as we see them all grouping up around the top side, but they need to actually make sure it converts into game wins.
Yeah, well, they're looking to convert it into their last outer tower of the game currently, but Simon Fraser University will not go quietly into the night. They will not let them take this one uncontested. And this looks very similar to game number 1, where Simon Fraser is continuously trying to deny the advancement from UBC into their own jungle, denying this ward vision, denying any sort of entrance to their own side of the map. They don't want them to be able to wrap around and try to dive them from behind that tower. Instead, deciding to make them try to fight, like you said in game number 2, back to front or front to back.
Right, both these teams are going to be mostly trying to fight that way. Obviously, UBC has a lot more poke with the culling, being able to chunk out both members of Simon Fraser University's bot lane. With that, they might have gotten enough damage and pressure down to actually grab this last outer turret available.
Yep, so that last outer tower, below half HP. This Lucian-Nami combination looked like they might be taking that one down. The duo from the side of Simon Fraser University's had to back away, and with no one else to defend here as they are on the bottom side of the map by the Cloud Drake, this is going to be Ozna and 734 taking down the 3rd and final outer tower of the map for British Columbia.
If they're able to grab Cloud Drake, it is a nice consolatory prize, but you obviously would have liked to have kept that turret up. And this is something you see a lot of teams willing to do around the world. Is the Cloud Drake is something that they won't heavily prioritize if they feel like they can grab an outer turret in the early mid game. That's something that's generally seen as a better objective, getting that influx of gold. So with that, UBC now about a full 1,000 gold ahead, and the Cloud Drake, not too big of a objective to give up, especially given that they already have the better dragon, arguably, in the Mountain Drake.
One thing that the Cloud Drake can do for Simon Fraser, and this might just be being optimist, Tom, at this point, is the fact that UBC has been able to move Simon Fraser around the map quite rapidly. It's how they came back in game number 2, just by having superior map movements and moving between different towers and pushing and pulling them apart. Extra movement speed is going to help with that one, but we'll have to see if Simon Fraser is actually going to be able to respond by using it, or if UBC is still going to have a leg up on them on the movement.
Right, they definitely had that same kind of plan in game 1 as well, where they were able to get a massive gold lead just by outmaneuvering Simon Fraser University around the map. Like you said, the Cloud Drake can definitely help minimize those kinds of plays. Just being able to take longer paths but in shorter periods of time, generally when you're on the back foot, is very beneficial. That's why you see champions like Bard even sometimes be super useful, having being able to create new pathways for his team to get to objectives to defend.
UBC going to use the Scryer's Balloon to try to find where Simon Fraser is hiding, and they do find the dual lane in the mid of the map. SFU has had their own little struggles in this entire best-of-5 series so far, kind of securing objectives as far as towers go. They're no slouch when it comes to dragons. They did have 3 or 4 of them themselves in game number 2, but the tower trading situation has kind of been a little bit of their weak point. They don't necessarily know how to group up post-lane phase and break down these towers without having some sort of opportunity created, whether it be a pick through the vision control that they've had, which is why I was mentioning before. It kind of reminds me of the fact that they play a little bit like Goldcoin United, how they wait and farm up, get vision control, and then make a play off of the fact that they're secure and doing what they want to do.
Right, I definitely would not call University of British Columbia a very explosive team. A lot of their games do kind of slow down around this point in the game. You see them have that kind of 1-3-1 that they like running, and then they do move around the map pretty well, but without having as big of an advantage as they had in game 1, it is a slower paced game. Yeah, and this game is relatively close between these two teams, just a couple hundred gold advantage for the University of British Columbia. So if you guys have had your opinions, if you haven't heard them or had them voiced on Twitter already, I don't know what you're waiting for. We told you a lot already. Go on Twitter, tweet at uLoL, hashtag UBC or hashtag SFU. Let us know who you think is going to wind up coming out ahead. Not in just this game, because it is tied 1-1 right now, but in this overall series, because this is a full best-of-5 we have. Right, winner of this game does need to win one more. Loser will have another chance to even the game totals back up. And I gotta say, heading into the game, basically even 25 minutes in, the only advantage really being UBC having a Mountain Dragon. As maybe we actually see Demis getting caught out here.
Yep, he's going to wind up utilizing that Sanguine Pool, utilize the Proto Belt as well. They turn a lot of damage back on the Proof of Payment as that Emo Plague popped as well. The Explosive Cast is not going to land on him, so it looks like they're going to be able to chase him down with Demis. Nami, in the meantime, is going to go down as Graves picks up that kill. The True Shot Barrage goes a little bit wide. KT Smurf has to flash away. That's Simon Fraser University turning around UBC's aggression on them.
I was about to say, I actually like Simon Fraser's comp as this game goes later and later into the game even up. So you see Simon Fraser, as I'm about to say that, get 2 kills for 0 and are able to group up and push around this mid lane, grabbing their second outer turret of the game and grabbing a 1,000 gold lead, 1,500 gold lead back in their own advantage.
Yeah, so that's how they're going to wind up breaking that tower. They wait for UBC to overextend a little bit, and then they collapse on them. They didn't even have necessarily superior vision control in that area. They just knew what their damage output was, and the Whiffed Explosive Cast was really the signal for that to be the collapse from SFU.
And you can see the struggles that we were talking about of going on to any member of Simon Fraser University potentially, having that Vladimir be extremely hard to kill. He was able to survive for a while, got his pool off, hard to focus down, and then he's able to heal up a lot as well. So well played by Demis, surviving through that, and he's able to get the kill back on the Proof of Payment. Proof of Payment potentially could have played that a little better if he just tried to ult the Vladimir back into the team right away, but I think he was waiting for the pool to come out before doing that, and they did not have enough damage to really force that pool right away.
Well, right off the back of that fight, Simon Fraser do their best UBC game number 2 impression and take 2 towers, but hold on a second, Mark, I think I saw this before. Demis getting caught out over by his blue buff area. He's going to Proto Belt forward, now has the Zanya's Hourglass
no
stop everything
though.
else. Did wind up dropping the Hemo Plague, but like you said, no team, no life. Winds up going down.
Simon Fraser University getting a little sloppy there after grabbing a couple of outer turrets and getting the lead. They feel like, okay, great, we're finally back into this game, we're back in control, and they don't quite get a big group recall off. Demis, maybe a little greedy, trying to get a little extra gold before he recalls, goes down early there in that fight.
No, they do have a slight gold advantage on SFU's side now, although this blue buff's going to be contested. Rowan going over the Frozen Knight, but might give up his life just for the blue buff, and so instead it goes over to Ozna as he winds up going down. Explosive Cast locks up on the gold jet, but he's just going to be tanky enough to survive and walk out of it.
That was actually a pretty funny interaction where he took the Blast Cone right as the ultimate from Proof of Payment comes out, ends up knocking Gold Jet nowhere, but now with that, they're going to try and turn onto the Baron buff. They do have a small advantage. There's no smite to contest, but they still need to be careful because they're not super healthy right now.
They killed the jungler, so they're going to go for this one. The depth charge winds up going out onto Nami, but it is going to be the smite coming through for Proof of Payment. He's going to wind up going forward onto Pneumatic at the same exact time. They have to flash away because Gold Jet and JGel are going down. Another shield winds up coming in. Gold Jet actually going to dredge line his way out of this one.
Harpoon
gets
hits.
slowed up by one Harpoon, gets slowed up by another. The Gragas Barrel comes out as well, and that's a double kill for UBC. Plus they get the Baron.
And Cloud Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. Look like they might want to put their attention down there as well. Once again, the gold league swings back in UBC's favor, grabbing a 1,000 gold advantage about. We see them actually want to try and push down this mid lane with that Baron buff.
Yeah, so they got the Baron buff, and right away they're going to try to go for another tower here. The culling winds up landing, decent damage on the Frozen Knight, chunks him below half HP. This tower itself is way below half already. Looks like Hemoplague comes out from the side of Demnis. He's going to wind up utilizing that in the Proto Belt just for some wave clear on minions, but a Shock Blast Gate combination is going to chunk Frozen Knight down low enough that they can't defend that tower. UBC get their 4th of the game.
Definitely one of the weaknesses of Vladimir is that he does not have great line wave clear. You saw how hard it was against Baron buffed up minions who do take less damage from magic sources. At clearing that, he uses Proto Belt, he uses Ultimate, Tides of Blood, trying to do his best to clear the wave, and at the end of it, there's one melee creep left alive, which is all UBC needed to grab that inner turret.
And then back of that, they get themselves that Cloud Dragon, so now it's 2 dragons to none, a Baron buff still on multiple members, and now a solid 2,000 gold advantage. This game has definitely been a little bit more of a seesaw than the previous two.
Yeah, definitely, and you say solid 2K gold advantage against Simon Fraser University's team comp. That's not a big enough one to really start being able to play these team fights loosely. UBC are still going to need to execute pretty well here to close this game out. They have 2 side lane inner turrets available. They have their teleport up. Looks like a pretty standard case of a 4-1, but Simon Fraser looks like they want to try and catch someone rotating up there.
A little bit of a brush bait going on for SFU. There's no Baron buff in the area, but KT Smurf checking his way anyway. Clears out this control ward. They are going to see proof of
Oh,
the Scryer's Bloom finds all 5. The tidal wave gets used as well, but it's just an insurance policy. That was sneaky, but it didn't work.
Sometimes you talk about League of Legends being a game of inches. That's one where if he was just a little bit further forward before that Scryer's Bloom comes in, that's a dead Gragas and a stall out on the Baron buff. They luckily don't get picked off there, and now they're going to try and get this push going on the top lane.
Yep, they already got Jace up there. KT Smurf pushing away. Has gotten that 3 armor penetration strong build, the double lethality from Edge of Night and the Ghost Blade on top of that Black Cleaver. Just holding on to the Executioner's Calling for the time being. Doesn't need the Mortal Reminder quite yet. And him and the rest of his team are just going to brute force down this tower, the 5th one in the game for themselves. We got Goldjet down on the bottom side of the map. Has his teleport available, but it doesn't look like there's a lot of wards for the side of SFU to teleport to try to collapse on something. Instead, they just got to hold the front line and hold the fort right now because UBC and this Baron buff are pushing down on an inhibitor tower.
Right, UBC's Siege is not the best. Shock Blast combo does do a lot of damage, and they have some ultimates that they can press to try and zone Simon Fraser away from the turret. They can always just drop the Rumble Ult, drop the Drag Assault, knock people back and try and escort the minion wave in. But they don't have super long range carries, so they're not great at just chipping the turret down.
He's got a little bit of Ezreal poke, a little bit of Karma poke, but that's about all they got so far. The Vladimir has to kind of get up close and personal. And that's why you normally want to have Goldjet kind of flanking around the side of the teleport to distract them while the Vladimir kind of proto-belts and Hemoplagues all over the back line of British Columbia. But they're just content to sit here. Baron buff still ticking away on multiple members from their team. Just waiting to ferry in a couple more minions. And as I say that, it expires, but they spring forward. They go into Frozen Knight, but he survives. A lot was used there. Proof of Payment and 734 both are dropped down extremely low. Proof is going to get locked back up after 734 goes down. He's barely alive. Ozza on the back line is still trying to deal damage as much as possible. The Zanya's forward from Rumble is able to pick up 2 kills for him. So they turn it around from the side of UBC, a 2-for-1.
It is a 2-for-1. They're very low health. It is a little risky to keep pushing here. Looks like they're going to back off, not actually able to grab the inhibitor turret. So in that sense, you can say that was a successful team fight for Simon Fraser University. Goldjet saying, I see you recalling, but I'm not going to do anything about it.
You know what? I wish I could stop you, but there's nothing I can do about it.
I mean, he could hook him.
He could.
Probably die for it.
Advised.
Yeah, I would not say you should, but you could.
Sometimes you're the catch, sometimes you're the bait.
That would definitely be you being the catch.
Yeah, I think so. But SFU are able to hold, so they don't wind up losing more than just that top lane tier 2 tower. Although, as you mentioned, the 2,000 gold lead now has grown into about a 3,000 gold lead. UBC, their Baron has faded away, so they won't have that extra pushing power. But as you did mention, 2,000 to 3,000 gold now that we're in like the 30 to 35 minute area. It's an okay lead, but it's not enough to be a decisive lead of like, all right, if UBC fight, they will win.
Right, you can kind of think of it like margin of error. The larger your gold lead, the sloppier you can kind of play the game out from there because you have more stats to actually win the fight. So you see there, despite the fact that it looked like UBC was getting a good fight starting off on the Frozen Knight, it allowed Demnis to kind of run wild on the back line. He got a lot of damage down, and it made it so UBC could not actually kind of continue that fight as heavily as they'd want to. If you're much further ahead, then great, you probably blow up the Graves faster. The Vladimir doesn't do quite as much damage to you, and you're able to win that fight. But like we said, 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead, not that big. Simon Fraser still able to come out very close to even in these fights.
And they're going to continue to try to press forward, clearing up vision of the Baron pit area. The Baron buff feels like it just recently expired, but that will be back up in about a minute and a half, as will a third Cloud Drake, the last one we could see in this possible game. Actually, the last Elemental Drake we'll see in this game, as well as all the ones after that will be Elder, because we're approaching the 33-minute mark right now.
Commentator's Curse time. You complement the Dragon RNG over the course of this series. What does it do? It spawns you 3 Cloud Drakes in a row.
Maybe not the most beneficial for the teams, but definitely fun for us to try to justify.
I just like seeing Infernal Dragons. Let me see those damage numbers get crazy. Let me see those health bars just turn red. Watch people drop.
I'm still a fan of the Ocean Dragon. I'm like the opposite of you. You like seeing the health bars drop. I like seeing them throw back up. You like the fire. I like the water. But you're a Charmander guy,
I was going to say you picked Squirtle, didn't you?
I picked Squirtle.
You want the easy gym.
Easy gym? Come on, man.
Yeah, to get the first easiest way to victory on the first gym.
Listen, you don't get bonus brownie points for putting yourself in a bad situation.
Yeah, but Charmander was cool. You're willing to be uncool to have an easier road.
I mean, Squirtle led an entire squad and had those communist
All right, so you did not have the Squirtle squad. You had
a
regular... No. You had the nerdy Squirtle.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with the nerdy Squirtle. It just represented myself extremely well. Because now UBC, they're going to play the vision control game over here. They're going to be the ones that potentially want to be the starters of this Baron buff, although they are going to want it starting up a fight onto Goldjet. The Culling gets channeled, but Goldjet, very tanky Nautilus, not going to take a lot of damage. There's going to be a flash away from Jadel, so that explosive cast will just get him out rather than shooting him back in. But Osna's not afraid to continue trading some damage down onto Goldjet. Doesn't have a ton of armor penetration on his side, just that Black Cleaver, so the Nautilus is still going to be a tanky target to chunk through. But we mentioned this in game number 2. You want it whittling down that front line, it's going to be very effective if you don't have Ocean Drakes, you don't have things like a Warmog's armor, you don't have a lot of sustained supports on your side to heal themselves back up, because that means that your front line will be healthier if you get into an ensuing fight.
Right, the problem for UBC there was the fact that they blew so many aggressive engage tools. With that, they can't really go back and bait the Baron. They'll have no way to turn off should the enemy team face check. So I like the fact that UBC did not actually go hard at the Baron after getting the flash out of the Karma and making the Nautilus run away. Just reset, take a second, wait for your ultimates to come back available so you have a better turn-off opportunity.
Looks like they are going to be baiting that Baron anyway, and with Lucian not quite in the pit, I don't think they realize they're doing this one, but the Scrying Orb is going to wind up finding out this Baron
Graves
is being
close.
done. Graves is nowhere near. He was down by the Cloud Drake. This one's dropping down to about 500, and that's going to be another Baron going over to UBC. Goldjet's in the front line. The Equalizer one's going down. Jadel's caught out of position, but is he going to go down? He will. The last tick of burn is going to come through. Meanwhile, Vladimir can't even get anything done, just goes in and melts into a pool of blood, and that's not the Sanguine pool that's offensive. That's going to be 2 kills picked up by UBC.
Yeah, they grab the Baron, they get 2 more kills on the back end of it. That opens them up to about a 6,000 gold lead now. Simon Fraser going to work their way down to the bot side of the map to grab away this Cloud Drake, but that is not a feel-good dragon to get as a kind of reward for losing the Baron.
No, I guess they realize they really can't defend this push coming into the top side anyway, so they're going to try to wind up getting this Cloud Drake, but that's going to be 4 members strong from the side of UBC, pushing down to that top lane inhibitor tower. They got a wave of minions, they got some Baron buffs on them. It looks like they might be trying to take this one down now. The teleport is going to be coming in so they can tank that one up. This is a dead inhibitor.
And I want to say, like, if Graves was just there, I think that was a really risky Baron for UBC to go for. If the Vladimir, kind of comboed the whole backline of UBC as they were stuck in the pit with a Graves collateral damage coming in over the top, that is very easy to end up in a situation where you lose that team fight, even if you do get the Baron. But because the side of Simon Fraser was not really respecting that potential burn down onto the Baron, they have a very high damage team comp here, and you see no extra damage to join in with Demnis, who's trying his best to mess up the backline of UBC.
Yeah, and you see the Zonya's getting used extremely early on, still about full HP. Proto belts in, but before he can even wind up doing anything else, he just melts.
We talk about how important Mountain Dragons can be when you have a triple damage laners between Rumble, Jace, and Lucian. You have a ton of potential to burn down the Baron buff. You throw in that extra 10% from the Mountain Dragon. Did not look like Simon Fraser was really accounting for that. Frozen Knight looked like he wanted to sneak down and maybe try and solo out the Cloud Dragon by himself. But when you think about the risk reward of what you're going for there, you're potentially losing out on a Baron to try and sneak a Cloud Dragon. Definitely not worth it, and Simon Fraser gets punished.
So now it's UBC, second Baron buff of the game. They've been able to get themselves to a 6,000 gold advantage. They've been able to break every single outer tower except for that one on the bottom side of the map, and that's where Jace and Lucian are starting to push away. Remaining members of the team, we saw them getting a little bit pushy into Simon Fraser's bottom side jungle. They're going to try controlling as much vision as possible over here. Of course, they can then bounce between that mid lane that's already shoving up to try to threaten an inhibitor tower, and then if they decide to go back and defend that from the side of SFU, that means the bot tower's free.
We'll see if Simon Fraser does have to respond. Vladimir was up there, but he's coming down now. Putting up a good defense so far. UBC can potentially try and get a flank off, but here comes that super creep wave in the top side, slowly making its way down. Looks like Simon Fraser is going to back off to deal with that.
Yep, so that means it's going to be UBC taking this bottom lane tower. Proof of Payment just taking that one up for themselves. They have that very beefy Baron buff up cannon minion, helping them deal out the damage there, as we did see Goldjet having to go out to the top side to deal with all those minions. So that's going to be the last outer tower on the map, the 7th one of the game picked up by UBC. Now it's time to siege down upon the opponent's base.
Sometimes that cannon creep tilts me. Just walk a little closer and tank the turret for us, dude. We don't need your damage. They're not even here. Just tank it.
Well, nope, you didn't listen to you. Instead, you
not
wanted
this
going
time.
down.
Not right now. But before, when they backed down, Gragas had to tank the turret.
Hey, man.
There should be a little command, like a little button you can click that makes the cannon creep walk into range and start tanking. You should be able to micro it.
You just walk up behind it. If you use an ability, it nudges it forward. It's
yeah,
just
like you just type it in like the command / move forward or something.
/ tank it / do it.
/ tank. Let's do it.
UBC, though, are a little bit afraid of trying to crack into the inner base of the side of SFU. They, of course, have super minions already shoving on that top side, but it looks like they want to try to get...
brush bait.
Yeah, they're waiting in the bottom side of the jungle. It looks like they maybe wanted to try to rotate towards that mid lane. Their ping's going down from all over the place, though. Simon Fraser University realizes that they have suddenly disappeared into the dark, and they do not want to face check them. Instead, go to the complete opposite side of the map.
Baron buff is out, though. UBC is going to take this time to reset on the map, spend some more of that gold. Like we said, it's up to a 7,000 gold lead now for UBC. They do have one Baron, inhibitor down the top lane, but they have not been able to crack another one despite getting 2 Baron buffs so far in this game. Not the best usage as we head into the 40-minute mark. UBC does have a good lead. We talk about how big the margin of errors can get. It's pretty large right now. They can lose a team fight and not be in too much trouble, but has not been as decisive as a game as you would have wanted.
One of the things you also have to kind of keep in mind is on UBC's side, while they do have a lot of damage threats on their team, Simon Fraser University, they have a Vladimir, they have an Ezreal, they have a Graves, they have a lot more damage as this game winds up going on. So if they wind up getting to like that 5 to 6 item full item team fight, they will wind up having a stronger composition as far as the damage and the team fighting goes. Whereas UBC, they have that Jace, we're at the 40-minute mark. He's pretty much been full build, save for upgrading his Hexdrinker into a Maul and a Malmortius. He's not going to get any stronger at this point.
I mean, at some point, maybe you go for the switch over to a different build, but Jace, not quite as good as he used to be back in the day, late game, when you had that IE build where you would get 3 massive crits off your W. You don't see that quite as often. Instead, UBC trying to bait around in the enemy jungle, but with Baron buff and Elder Dragon not spawning for at least over a minute, Simon Fraser University does not feel particularly pressured into leaving their base.
No, one of the things SFU has definitely been disciplined with this entire series has been not overextending as long as they have vision of an area. So if you don't have vision of your top side jungle, you just don't go into the top side jungle. Instead, you ward up on the bottom side and you prevent UBC from getting any sort of advantages on that side of the map. So they definitely have been tempered with their expectations as far as leaving their base and going for fights, but it has cost them a mountain of objectives. In this game specifically, they've lost 2 dragons, they've lost 7 towers, they've lost 2 barons. Hasn't been effective for them there, although it has kept the deaths rather close, only 10 kills to 6 in favor of UBC.
And it's bought enough time for their top inhibitor to respawn, so in that regard, they are relatively free now to start advancing out of their base. They still need to be careful because UBC has the map position already done, but they do have a tanky Nautilus. He is getting pushed down to this bot lane. You would want him ideally with the team to be able to react and walk in and face check things first. Use your Karma shields on him, try and keep him healthy, but for right now, there's another 15 to 20 seconds before they need to worry about it. Elder Dragon coming up soon. You see UBC having multiple members down that bot river.
Yep, UBC looking to maybe start inching some of their vision control from the top side onto the bottom side, but it is going to be Simon Fraser that kind of comes up and stops them from doing so. Graves, in the meantime, has been putting down some control wards around the Elder Dragon buff while that is live on the map now. We still got about 10 seconds until Baron's going to make his 3rd grand appearance on Summoner's Rift.
We'll need to see if they go for one of those kind of Elder for Baron trades, because either of these teams can take either objective and be relatively happy with it. Proof of Payment walking a little close there, gets chunked out heavily.
Going to fight. He's going to get hooked in instead. Guardian Angel is on him as well as CJ, but he's already chunked down to about half HP. We talked about the value of having a full HP tank at the start of these fights. Another hook lands that onto the Rumble. The Equalizer comes out. The Zanya's Hourglass comes out as well. The Redemption's going to be trying to heal him up. Ozza's going to take a chunk of damage as well. We see Proof of Payment going in and trying to separate them with the explosive cast. Frozen Knight's going to have to flash and collateral damage away. Proof of Payment dropping extremely low. Health bar stars are blinking. Ozza actually flashes forward as Goldjet gets his Guardian Angel pop. It looked like he winds up coming back up. We have Demnis in the meantime trying to stem the tide of a little bit of aggression, and while everybody's health bars wind up going low, nobody actually dies.
Ozna gets a little too aggressive there. We've been applauding him all series for his AD carry play. This time around, goes forward right into a grave smoke screen, so he couldn't actually find the target he was looking for. During that time, Goldjet was in his GA and was going to be coming up in a second there. You think it might have been better if he just tried to focus down the tank, melt him, and then they can start focusing on objective. Instead, after a pretty extended fight, it ends up a 0-for-0 as both teams reset now, trying to get back onto the map.
Yeah, so both of these teams now is going to be a scramble to see who can go back and establish vision control around these objectives first. We do end up having Nami having her recall stop, but Frozen Knight takes a large amount of damage in order to do so.
Frozen Knight, as the jungler getting chunked out, could be very bad for SFU. We see UBC looking like they're preferring to focus down this Elder Dragon right now.
Elder Dragon with 2 stacks, one of them being a Mountain Dragon. That's going to help them burn through any potential other objectives, such as like those towers that they have available from SFU's base, like the Baron, if they so choose to go for that afterwards. But Elder Dragon's no slouch in damage. They are going to wind up baiting that one out, starting it up and then backing away as SFU are looking for a collapse around here. They land a hook on the KT Smurf. That's one of the targets that doesn't have a Guardian Angel. He drops to about half HP proof of payment in the meantime, being chunked to about half on the top side of that fight. KT Smurf has to burn his slash to get out.
Goldjet's been nailing people with these dredge lines, gets KT Smurf there, forces UBC into a bit of an awkward position. They are a little bit behind in health off of that one. Luckily, they do have the Nami to heal themselves up. But during this time, Simon Fraser University has been building a minion wave up in the top side. They rotate into the red side jungle of UBC now. I'm going to try and maybe meet up with this minion wave to start grabbing some turrets back.
There's a large amount of minions on the top side of the map too, so it looks like FSU trying to just savor this minion wave and let it take down that tower potentially by itself. They know somebody from UBC is going to have to go deal with it, and if they do, they could potentially start this Baron. They could potentially run down towards Elder Dragon. It looks like Lucian fainting up towards that side. He wants to be able to do something, but they know that if they go up there, they give up pressure wherever SFU is going to be responding for these objectives. So instead, it looks like just letting the wave crash into the tower, continuing to try to mimic where SFU is going to be on the map.
Yeah, Ozna did clear out a little bit of minion wave, but did not want to stick up there and deal with the whole thing. He also grabbed the red buff. Simon Fraser University maybe could have pulled the trigger on something there, but it would have been a little aggressive. Now, UBC looking like they want to go really aggressive at this Baron.
Ooh, it looks like they're going for a Baron where it looked like SFU was banking towards the Elder Dragon, so they start that one up, but SFU, Cavalry is here, they're already gone through. They had that Scuttle Crab vision and the Speed Shrine for their side, so they knew if UBC was going to start it. UBC maybe just doing that to stop them from doing the Elder Drake.
Maybe, but they're also letting a minion wave build up on the bot side now. Someone's going to go down there and handle that. Looks like it will be CJ, given that he has the teleport available. Or it looks like he's heading mid instead to try and defend this turret.
Yeah, I mean, now it's SFU. Even though they're slightly behind in gold, and by slightly, I mean about 6,500, they're being the ones to try to run British Columbia around the map. So their minion waves in the bottom side of the map wind up taking down a tower. They're taking a bit of poke damage on the back of this mid lane push, but maybe it's that double Cloud Drake finally factoring in for something here. They're out-rotating UBC, where that's been UBC's strength this entire series.
Definitely. Seems like UBC is not accounting for the bounce back of the minion waves. They had them push on the side of Simon Fraser for a couple minutes there, but eventually those things always head back. So now getting a little desperate, forcing around the Baron.
About half HP, Demnis in the front with Goldjet. Equalizer gets used. They're trying to peel off this one. Frozen Knight was going around the back for a steal, so he's not here for damage. Payment's dropping extremely low. Explosive cast used to disengage. Collateral damage will pop his Guardian Angel. The tidal wave winds up going in for a field goal there. They're not going to be able to pick up a kill. Goldjet does get chunked out, but UBC, off the back of proof of payment, getting his Guardian Angel popped, are going to start this Baron buff up again.
They still have the bot wave pushing it. Just grabbed the inhibitor turret in the bot lane. They do grab the Baron, but now there's a fight.
Oh, Frozen Knight tried to go with the blast cone over the wall, and he winds up going down. Goldjet, in the meantime, wound up recalling back to base and teleports in, but he misses his dredge line on the wall. He can only hit people. He can't hit walls, Mark. He's going to get stunned up. He's going to get bubbled up, and the rest of UBC with this Baron buff are going to collapse down on him and take down the Nautilus. Now they're trying to turn on to Pneumatic, but he's going to get some speeds up. He's going to Arcane Shift away.
They need to go back and deal with this minion wave, though. It's crushing down on the inhibitor. It might get it. It's going to get it.
Oh, True Shot Barrage is also coming in just to, well, miss those minions, but it will be an inhibitor going down. I think he's just trying to push through, maybe stop some recalls or hit the minions in the backside, but
trying to stop UBC from getting their recalls off.
They get an inhibitor, though, but they lose the Baron and they lose 2 members and might lose Elder Drake.
You look at that situation and you wonder if Simon Fraser could have gone for something else. If they're going to force that hard around Baron, why not peel off and go deal it with Elder Dragon instead? Instead of that, now UBC might be able to grab both neutral objectives.
Looks like they're going to be doing it uncontested. No true shot barrage available for a steal. Multiple members of this Baron, but Elder Dragon decides he wants to reset. But even
bored.
so, about 1,000 HP is all he gets back, and that's just going to be ripped through here by UBC. That's an Elder Dragon, the aspect on, the Baron dead, and the Hand of Baron buff on them as well.
I felt like Simon Fraser could have played that one differently in a couple of ways. They could have gone harder at the Baron contest instead of getting really desperate and going for the steal. And then after that, maybe instead of going for that at all, they just go for the Elder Dragon. Now they gave up kills, they gave up the Baron, they gave up the Elder Dragon. They did get the bottom inhibitor, but now you see UBC just grouping around the bot lane trying to deal with that one as soon as they can. And Simon Fraser could be in deep trouble now.
Thought Simon Fraser with that double Cloud Drake was finally going to be able to start taking some objectives. We saw the
Nice try,
movement.
Tom.
We saw the movement between towers.
Mountain Dragon better.
We saw the minions trying to do it for them. They don't even have the Cloud Drake buff, but they're still getting a little bit out-rotated here by UBC. And off the back of those two objective takes, now UBC are in a prime position. Gold lead at about the 50-minute mark isn't necessarily going to be as important as it has been for the rest of the game, but we still see some finished items need to be coming through for some of these characters, specifically the junglers, still on that 5-item build. They had a bunch of room in their inventory for ward. Even some of the top laners still waiting on the components for their last kind of big tanky item, or in the case of Rumble, big damaging item, as he has a Guardian Angel that is actually still off of cooldown, so he can utilize that one.
Yeah, Ozna getting pretty aggressive on the turret poke here, but that's what you want to see. He's not scared of getting caught out of position. Trusts himself to dodge out in the Nautilus dredge lines, and then any kind of poke he takes, he knows that he has a Nami to heal up. So I like the aggressive play out of Ozna, trying to get damage out on these turrets. I wouldn't mind seeing a 4-1. It seems like UBC has not gone for this at all, despite the fact that they've had teleport on their Rumble for what feels like the last 20 minutes. So
well, looks like they might listen to you a little bit. They are going to have Jace move into the mid lane, but looks like he's just going to be pushing that wave up to kind of group up and bounce between the two. SFU still has a very large minion wave on that top side of the map. They are not going to be face checking into their bottom side of the map because they have no vision control whatsoever, and they know that UBC is just bouncing between this mid lane and this bottom lane, so they don't need to go anywhere outside of their base to kind of determine where their opponents are going to be yet.
UBC definitely not making the most out of their double neutral objective buffs with both the Elder and Baron. If they had just set the Rumble up to the top side, he could have pushed that wave in and then potentially taken the open inhibitor on his own while his team tried to poke down on this bottom side inhibitor turret. Instead, the timers are going down on these objectives. They have lost their Baron buff. Elder Dragon will be timing out here in just a little bit. Not actually getting almost any objectives with them.
Yeah, that had to be one of the smallest Baron power plays I think I've ever seen.
Now they're going.
Oh, the tidal wave gets used. Goldjust's going to get knocked up. If he wants to utilizing his own depth charge, CJ in the front line had to use his Zanya's extremely early. Goldjust's going to get knocked into him. The Guardian Angel is going to get popped, but that's the tank reviving and getting shielded up for a lot of HP. Dennis, in the meantime, though, trying to stall out as much as possible because those top minions have taken down that outer tower. So Simon Fraser, they might just be on stall duty right now. The rest of UBC kind of stuck because they can't actually pick up any kills there and they can't take any damage on that tower.
That's what I like seeing, Tom, a team with double neutral objective buffs, losing a turret and not getting any for themselves.
I think you're being a little sarcastic there, Mark.
Maybe, Tom, maybe.
However, UBC are still continuing to try to push against this super minion wave on the bottom side of the map. Meanwhile, the minions may not be super, but they're super strong on the top side because they got numbers advantage, and that's going to be SFU potentially getting another tower off of that. UBC have to try to get their recalls off, but they're being chased down by SFU. They're not going to let them recall. They're not going to let them defend.
Right, UBC, with that massive advantage that they had, are actually losing map pressure, and we see now they still can't get their recalls off. Simon Fraser is being relentless in their chasing.
Well, they gotten two back, but now the other parts of the team are caught. Nami's all the way stuck halfway between there and their base. Now CJ and KT Smurf are going to get cut off by Demnis. They still lost that top lane tower, and now UBC's completely caught out of position. CJ's got no Zanya, so his Guardian Angel's going to go down, and like a pack of wolves, Simon Fraser University chomp down and take down the Rumble.
With that, CJ goes down. It's now a 4v5 for UBC, and the bot lane inhibitor still has super creep spawning. It should be coming up in a minute here, so we're going to see if Simon Fraser wants to push down around here and get an advantage. Looks like they're recalling the Nautilus. Might want to use that teleport in a minute here. See what they choose to do. We see CJ dead for another 50 seconds, so this is quite a long time on a power play. And with that respawn of the bottom inhibitor, they're going to teleport back in to grab it again.
Yeah, so now they have an open inhibitor on the bot side. They have an open inhibitor on the top side. The minions are going to be pushing back against them on that top side. But Simon Fraser University utilizing their minion waves, utilizing their composition, and stalling out UBC. 2 neutral objectives at a time. 3 Baron buffs in general. And now SFU, goal disadvantage once again. Going to be pushing in through the base here. British Columbia, I don't think they can straight up fight them without Rumble. And when he revives, he will still not have the equalizer. They are going to wind up taking 1 Nexus Tower, backing away. Pneumatic takes a shock blast to the back. He has to try to get back from that. Proof of Payment is going to wind up body slamming forward. Did not want to try to flash in for the actual stun knock-up on anybody. Instead, they're going to play the poke game. Pneumatic has to burn his
Look at these wards. They're pinging the wards way down the bottom river. There you see the teleport coming in the deep jungle of Simon Fraser University. UBC is going to chase this one all the way.
And they have the equalizer back available. Now Rumble's trying to go for the cutoff. This could be disaster. The equalizer rips across Simon Fraser. The Zanya's hourglass is back up, but they're trying to focus down on Demnis and Golja. But CJ goes down. Pneumatic's able to pick up a kill, and Demnis is in the back line. They whip the ult, though. They chunk down Nami, and even though they've missed the Graze ultimate, they go forward with the Proto Belt. The root is not going to land onto KT Smurf, but now they've locked up on the Proof of Payment. Ozna takes a chunk of damage. He gets pushed into the front line, trying to get the damage down as quickly as possible. Golja, though, the depth charge comes back up. He knocks up Lucian. He hooks in Lucian.
KT Smurf has no mana.
KT Smurf is not on the right side of this fight, but Ozna in the front line trying to dish out the damage as possible. They tried to catch the Lucian, but the Lucian's caught them instead. The flash body slam from Gragas will not connect. Frozen Knight's going to go down on the opposite side, but no, he stays alive, and Vladimir kills Lucian. Now KT Smurf, all he's got is a couple of auto attacks and no HP. The Karma picks up the kill. Only Gragas and Nami are alive. Can Simon Fraser end the game?
Pneumatic has healed up with the use of his double lifesteal itemization. He can actually be the one to end the game here. The Gragas and Nami will not have enough wave clear to deal with the super creeps, and they have 3v2 available, but the big thing is that the Graves and the Ezreal have a ton of damage still. They can likely end this game right now, focusing down the middle inhibitor.
At some point, that mid lane tower died, so I don't know when that happened, but they were able to get that inhibitor. There's an open inhibitor in the top lane. There's super minions on the bottom lane, and I don't even know what's going on anymore.
They are not going for the game end. I respect not going crazy here. There's a big super creep wave, or regular creep wave heading up on the top side for UBC. And I gotta say, this game, it feels like the creeps have done more for Simon Fraser University than the members of the team have done themselves. They've taken at least, what, 4 turrets and an inhibitor?
Yeah, Simon Fraser, I guess you don't need better objective control when you have extra minions to do the job for you, although it has been a thorn in their side for this entire series, but they're finally able to get together, move these minion waves around the map, and even though they are still being kind of caught out of position by some of these rotations that UBC is forcing on them, especially between these objectives, their minion wave management has kind of made up for that. And while UBC's composition has started to fall off and has fallen off at this point, even though they're dancing between all these objectives, Simon Fraser are still able to just sit back and turtle up.
I think the big thing there is, like we said, the Jace build coming into effect this time around, not having enough mana to go for these extended crazy fights that we keep getting. If he had the tier, might have had a bit more mana, maybe could have gone wild in that team fight and helped clean up with Ozna. Also, you got to look at Proof of Payment, missing that flash body slam, totally whiffing that one. If he was able to lock up the Vladimir, maybe Ozna could finish him off, because that was the big problem, was Vladimir got so many rotations of spells off.
Well, now it looks like UBC starting up on their 4th Baron of the game.
You have super creeps in your base.
Yeah, they have 2 waves of them. All SFU has to do is just try to fight them on this one, or at least keep them busy. Baron buff has been started up. UBC, it looks like they're a little bit split in what they want to do. Lucian's already halfway back to base, decides he wants to come back. Rumble's going to be the one to use the recall to go back. The equalizer goes down across the Baron buff. Just kind of leashing it out a little bit, though. Goldjet's A-okay to tank this one up. The Nami tidal wave comes out. They're still buying time. That Nexus tower is going to fall, Mark. There's double super minions. There it goes. 3,000 HP on the Baron buff. They're just letting it regenerate back up, but the Gragas barrel decides to leash it up again. So now it's going to start going down. Rumble is back in the base. He can't join in this fight. That's going to be blue team securing Baron Nashorn. There's no teleport for the Rumble to join back up, so UBC has to run away. Chemo Plague pops. They get some damage down, and there's an exposed Nexus.
A little riskily played by Simon Fraser University there. No need to risk losing the Baron to a steal attempt, but for the most part, they've done a fine job. They could have held them there forever, basically. You see Rumble really struggling to deal with these minion waves. But they do grab the Baron. There's one inhibitor up on the top side. There's no turrets left at all. Simon Fraser has all 11 taken down, though you have to wonder, once again, how many of those actually came from the minions. It's really on UBC's lack of minion wave management. They had Rumble with teleport available for so long this game, and they never put him on wave clear duty. That is such a mistake. I cannot begin to stress how important that was.
Now it's SFU. They have their first Baron buff of the game. UBC, in the meantime, are going to be trying to fight. They want to get in the red buff
teleport flank.
Ooh. UBC CJ is coming in. He has the equalizer available. Can they wind up catching down? There's multiple members here from the side of Simon Fraser. This equalizer placement could be crucial, but UBC back away.
Well played by Simon Fraser there, recognizing as long as they don't die there, they're coming out ahead. The teleport now blown for CJ. Super creeps are still heading into the bot and mid lane. They have their Baron buff still available, all grouped up as 5. UBC want to get a big flank off here. They're all coming from the bot hump.
Yeah, they're trying to split up the side of SFU, but SFU are all grouped up together. Goldjet's going to lock up on one side. KT Smurf's all on the other side by himself, and they're just going to go forward onto him. They force the flash out. The depth charge is there. They're going for the inhibitor, and they caught UBC out of their own base. They could just go for the Nexus. They killed off KT Smurf.
Yeah, they're ignoring him.
Yeah, actually, no. They just go straight for the Nexus, and SFU, another come from behind win against UBC. They take the lead in this series 2-1.
That was a crazy back and forth game. We talked about the gold lead flip-flopping around between 1,000 for a while. Finally, UBC blows it open off some good play around the Baron buff. But then they never correctly deal with minion waves. It felt like every single time they wanted to do anything, there was a massive minion wave somewhere else on the map that was pushing down their turrets.
Yeah, so that was SFU. They had the 6-man this game. They had the extra help from their side.
They had like
the minions.
7 extra men. Like it felt like nonstop. UBC was under pressure, and they just never recalled anyone to deal with the minion waves. It's very disappointing to kind of see that level of play.
Down in kills, down in gold, down in towers until the minions started kicking in, helping out. Lost out on almost every single objective possible on the map, but SFU are able to take game number 2. But it all started because UBC was still able to get advantages that they held on to in the mid game and transitioned into the later stages of the game. Their composition didn't necessarily keep up with them, though.
Right. I mean, they are generally having a little bit worse scaling team comps, but it never feels to me like it's the team comps problem. When you have Baron buff and Elder Dragon buff late in the game and you group up as 5 to push in a super creep wave, when there's an open inhibitor on the top side of the map, maybe put your guy with teleport up there to deal with that one. There's a lot of those kinds of issues cropping up, and I can't say that it is a team comp issue. It's definitely a shot calling problem.
Well, UBC definitely had some moves in the early stages of the game. If we go way back to like 27 minutes into the game when they got their first Baron, it was a fight that UBC took 2 kills to none that was able to just get this ball rolling for them to go towards this late game state.
Right, and it was definitely a fairly extended sequence here. You see them catch out Frozen Knight. They're going to be able to blow him up with the jungler dead. You know, immediately you can start thinking about Baron buff. A cute little trick there trying to get onto Goldjet, but they peel back correctly with the jungler down. Just focus on burning this. This is also when they have the Mountain Dragon, so they do a fair amount of damage to it. You see SFU wanting to contest this one, find some way to stop it from going down. Goldjet tries to walk into range, but they don't have a ton of AoE damage with Vlad not there either, so they don't actually have a great way of comboing the clumped up members of UBC. And after they finish that Baron off, it's a quick turn off, able to force out multiple members of SFU. And finally, CJ, nice flash in, able to get a lot of damage down onto both the Karma and the Nautilus. They're going to pick up 2 more kills on the end of that fight.
So that was UBC, their first move in the game to try to take control of it. But like you said, their utilization of the Baron buff was extremely lacking. There were 4 Barons that game entirely. 3 of them in a row. The first, the second, and the third ones went to UBC, and they were not able to utilize them.
Right. I mean, you almost never saw them get like a gold lead or push down a lot more turrets. They got maybe 1 with their first one, 0 with their second one, and overall not being able to use that very well. And eventually, like we said, the minion wave management really came back to bite them in the butt till the point where SFU actually had super creeps spawning in the bot lane without them ever having to actually go down there themselves, and that's where a lot of the action started being focused on.
Right, and they actually didn't wind up going down onto that bottom side until basically the last fight of the game, where SFU, in a very hectic team fight, actually winds up coming out the victors in this one and take so many different things, even though it was UBC trying to catch them out after they pushed down on that bottom lane.
And this is where we talk about the potential Jace build becoming an issue. You see the mana pools getting low. I like the idea to actually try and punish this. If you're able to get the kills here, maybe you can end the game. A good start for CJ trying to get involved in the backline, but he goes down extremely early on, flanking a little bit too hard. No one's actually able to finish off Demnus. You see the massive healing come in. KT Smurf's mana bar slowly going down further and further. Proof of Payment and Ozna actually play this fight extremely well, not letting them actually have SFU actually kill anyone. But this is when, if you could just see more, after that Shock Blast combo, KT Smurf is basically done with this fight, not able to get involved. If you could go Hammer Form and maybe blow up a couple members when Proof of Payment goes into for that Flash Body Slam, maybe they're able to clean this fight up. But you also have to look at Proof of Payment missing this one right here. Just splits the uprights. Doesn't get the people on the back line, doesn't get the people on the front line. And then Demnus is able to go in and finish off Ozna. And once he's down, the fight's basically over.
Once Lucian was gone, that was pretty much the go signal that they needed from the side of SFU to clean up that fight. They were actually able to take down 2 inhibitors off the back of that one. They wound up eventually going in for that Baron bait situation. It was all about minion pressure, which is, I guess, how SFU wins all of these games.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of people talk about how management of your minion waves is one of the most important things you can do. We talk about objective control, and oftentimes we criticize pro teams for not having good objective control because most of them have already figured out the minion wave management part. This is something that UBC is clearly struggling with, and SFU is being able to get advantages just because of that.
Well, SFU have definitely gotten advantages in this series. They take that game number 3 and are currently up 2-1. It was a long game, so we had to take a quick break because it was pretty explosive at the end. But when we're back, we'll see if SFU can finally close out this series and finally take down the rivals at UBC. Welcome back. SFU is only one game away from doing something they haven't done in a very long time, Mark, beating UBC and becoming Western Conference champions in the uLoL series. What does UBC have to do to try to take back their throne?
I mean, I kind of said it between games 2 and 3 where I thought they needed to play a little bit better in the early game and get bigger leads, and I'm 100% convinced of that now because they get destroyed in the late game team fight situations. They don't know how to play around minion wave super well, and they don't know how to play with the Elder and Baron buff super well. So I think they need to find ways to close the game out before those become the biggest way of winning. So if you can get a monster early game lead and then be able to play recklessly with that advantage, I think that's kind of where they need to go. And because as soon as the game gets past 35 minutes, it seems to be all SFU.
Well, SFU definitely had control of the later stages of the game. They haven't necessarily had control of the gold leads the entire time, but they've had control of the minion waves this entire game. So as we get into the bans and picks phase for game number 3, we'll see if there's anything that they decide they want to potentially change about this one. The Ezreal has definitely been a priority pick. Ezreal, 100% win rate in this entire series, just to let you guys know. So that might be something that we'd see both of these teams prioritize a little more heavily.
I mean, I was saying that I was surprised that UBC did not actually grab the Ezreal away in that first rotation. Instead, they went for the Gragas pick. So I was a little surprised to see them not prioritizing Ezreal higher. We saw Osnan once again have a good performance for the most part. He's really been the standout player for me. But the problem is that the rest of his team is not able to deal with the team issues of how do we properly set up vision, how do we deal with minion waves, how do we split up our team count with our lane allocations and things like that. And no pick is going to fix that. That's something that their team needs to fix. So I'm a little scared here for UBC.
Well, it seems like one of the things they don't want to have to deal with is how do we deal with Graves, because they banned him away this time around from UBC's side. The Rek'Sai coming in as a ban from SFU as well. Wouldn't necessarily chalk the one up to being a very high priority pick in this one, especially when Rengar, who's not banned away, Kha'Zix was another one. Lee Sin has now been left open. That might be their plan, though. Leave open the Lee Sin and the Kha'Zix.
We'll have to see what they choose to do with that. The Rek'Sai ban is a little curious. Maybe they're trying to target away the tank junglers, but they don't take the Gragas, and the Lee Sin's still an option as well. So I'm not exactly sure what they're going for with that one. Maybe it was just a throwaway ban. They didn't know what else to do with it. They do grab that Kha'Zix now that has been left open for the first time in the series. They picked that one right away. UBC also recognizing the importance of the Ezreal. They first take that one.
Yep, stats don't lie. Ezreal, 100% win rate in this series, so that means that UBC is going to win this game. All right, game number 5, let's go.
All right, lock it in. Let's skip it.
All right, but they have it's actually both, not just the Ezreal, but the Ezreal and the Karma that have been picked up by University of British Columbia. This has been the go-to lane that Simon Fraser's won with in both of their games, so now they don't have access to that combination.
Right, and Simon Fraser identifying that the Nautilus is an extremely important pick this series as well. They take that one away. It feels like the team that doesn't have a great tank seems to struggle in a lot of these situations, especially in that last game. We talked about how Proof of Payment was going to have a hard time out-tanking the top lane tank, who generally has more gold available, can buy those tanky stats quicker. So that was something that was definitely a problem for UBC come the late game. Simon Fraser this time around grabbing the Nami for themselves.
Yeah, so that's going to be a more aggressive support pickup on the bottom side, although the Karma is pretty aggressive in and of herself, but kind of taking the other option available for that now that the Lulu has been banned away. They are going to want to go with the Maokai for UBC, so although Nautilus has been kind of the cream of the crop as far as the top lane tanks have gone, Maokai was picked up by Simon Fraser in the game 2 number win. UBC is going to utilize that one, potentially have a little bit of a later game scaling tank option, but they also go with the Gragas too, so now they have double tank.
They got a really, really beefy front line. They're kind of all-inning on Osna to carry them at this point. We've seen that he seems to have that potential. They will need a kind of late game, super high DPS mage in the mid lane for their last pick. We'll see what they end up going with that in a moment here. Instead, it's SFU's turn to pick. They grab the Caitlyn and the Orianna, a really, really strong bot backline here for Simon Fraser.
And on top of that, that also denies the pick of like a later game scaling Cassiopeia, as the Orianna is oftentimes favored in that lane matchup. We'll see if KT Smurf opts into a losing lane matchup, but instead it's going to look like he goes for the Syndra pickup. So this is a reverse of the matchup we saw in game number 2, where the Syndra came out ahead, well, not necessarily in the lane phase, but in the game win in game number 2.
Right, I think the Syndra does play fairly well to a lot of what these teams want to do. They want to get people killed instantly as best they can, and the Syndra gives them a power point early on the map as well. Maybe the Gragas can combo with her and get stuff done, because we were saying we really want to see Proof of Payment have a similar game performance to game 1.
Well, let's take a look at the results of the draft phase. This is game number 4, Simon Fraser University. All they got to do is win this one, and they become Western Conference champions. UBC, though, they got to win at least 2 more to do that.
Yeah, they're definitely on their back foot, their last leg. If they lose this game, it is done. They'll have to try and qualify for the Campus Series Live finals through the wild card bracket. And obviously the winner of this goes straight through. So very, very important match here in game 4.
You and I both thought UBC was going to be taking this one, but SFU has put up a fight. So if you guys are having some reservations about who you thought was going to win this one, like we probably are, I mean, Yeah, we definitely are. You can hop on Twitter and tweet at uLoL with hashtag SFU instead of hashtag UBC, unless you believe in the comebacks.
I don't.
You don't?
Not when I see so many problems in the late game situations. Neither of these teams are so much better mechanically that they're just going to be able to blow this game wide open in the early game, it seems like. And come late game, I got to say, Simon Fraser University seems to have a massive advantage in terms of understanding how to play the map.
Well, we said that it started with vision control in game number 1, where even though they were on the back foot, they didn't get a single kill, they didn't get a single tower. They definitely had a lot of vision control and stalled out what UBC was trying to do for as long as possible and tried to force it all upon the back of a team fight with the Orianna combination. This time around, they have the Orianna again. We'll see if that superior vision control can quell the aggression that UBC likes to get going on in the early game. Last time, they wound up having the aggressive play of proof of payment, but this time around, one of the things we actually forgot to notice is that they subbed proof of payment out.
Oh, wow, they did. You're right. We see a totally different. That's probably what brought in the Rek'Sai ban as well, the fact that there was now longer proof of payments Lee Sin. You need to worry about Kazahana probably having a better Rek'Sai, and they focused that one down instead. So a little bit of a change up there that we didn't quite notice. The other thing, of course, that's worth pointing out is the fact that Frozen Knight did get his Kha'Zix finally. So after having a couple of good Graves performances in a row, they decided they need to ban that thing out. It has a much better late game, and these games do seem to be going late. So they get him on the Kha'Zix, but that is a little bit stronger of an early game champion in terms of playmaking.
Yeah, so we'll see now if it's going to be Frozen Knight that is making the early game movements, or if Kazahana is going to have some similar effect to what Proof of Payment had on this Gragas pickup. Proof of Payment was pretty much the early game for the side of UBC, so now it's going to be resting on the shoulders of their jungle substitution to see if he can kind of live up to that. But Frozen Knight, I mean, game number 2, he was running Proof of Payment ragged around the map. He was playing the vision control game. He was playing quite aggressively in his opponent's jungle. And Proof of Payment on that Elise pickup, when he wasn't able to secure ganks for his lanes and get them ahead, he struggled to do anything. He even opted not to go for that Boots of Mobility build.
Right, we see on his third game on Gragas, he had a little bit better of an early game this time around, did help secure some kills, but was struggling to really take advantage of that kind of early game that he had. Since game 1, he has not blown the game open, so I can understand maybe doing the jungle swap there might have been what they needed to re-energize the team.
Yeah. Bottom side and mid side looks like they're going to be pushing in Simon Fraser University's favor. The Caitlyn and the Nami lane, not your typical kind of bully lane setup, although it is going to be very effective. Most Caitlyn lanes usually are considered bully lanes considering how much of an advantage he actually has. It looks like the Kha'Zix actually not going for Thunderlords to create this time around, going for a little bit of a different twist on that one. I don't know if that's a little bit of a misclick or not, but it looks like he's got the cards of the Colossus.
Right, and he has no hard CC, so I can't imagine that's what he really wanted in this game. We'll have to see why he chose to go with that one. I can't think of a good reason. Could be a big problem here for Frozen Knight. Kha'Zix is one of those early game dueling junglers. He loves getting into those 1v1s, and when he has the Thunderlords, he's able to drop a lot of extra damage and blow basically almost any other jungler up as long as he gets the drop on them. That really cuts into his burst potential, especially early on.
Well, let's see if it has an effect on him at all, or if new meta. Don't think it's going to be new
Show
meta,
he doesn't need it to win game 4. Kind of a bit of one of those brags. Like, I don't even need this to beat you.
I mean, Windspeaker's Blessing Zyra had a very high win rate at Worlds last year. I'm just going to say that.
Would it win one game?
No, it won multiple games.
Windspeaker Zyra?
Yeah. It was, I don't know if it was just that everybody was misclicking it or if they were just going for the fact that Locket was really strong, so they picked Windspeakers to synergize with the Locket, but it happened. Maybe Zyra was just super strong, and that's why she got nerfed.
We'll have to see if the Courage of the Colossus Kha'Zix becomes the new meta as well.
I'm going to say no by a long shot on that one.
Yeah, that seems like a hard pass.
No hard CC, just a hard pass. Although Kazahana going to say hello to Frozen Knight for the first time on this rivalry matchup. Frozen Knight, though, opting to go for the entire clear of his top side, including the Scuttle Crab, before going in for his red buff. Kazahana coming in just to say hello to him to make sure he scouts out where the Kha'Zix is going to be. They're not able to wind up getting the Scryer's Bloom onto that ward, though, so they're not going to be able to clear it out. Kha'Zix goes for his red buff. At the same time, that means Kazahana is going to walk straight back away, try to get a flash body slam on the Demnus, and they will.
Done.
The chain CC comes in. Demnus has to burn his own flash, so that's just a summoner for summoner trade.
Usually something most teams like doing, though, being able to trade out the flash on your jungler does open up a lot of playmaking potential to come in around level 6. If they're able to land the stun, it's very easy to get the follow-up, and then you get to blow up the Orianna. So Not a great spot for Demnus early on here.
Yeah,
also
burned his
losing
barrier,
I was about to say the barrier as well.
Which he took instead of heal this game, which...
A lot of people actually prefer that, especially against more burst-centric champions. Having that to basically negate a large chunk of the Syndra ultimate is extremely useful.
Yeah, and of course it also synergizes better. Well, not synergizes, but stops the Morellonomicon you normally wind up having Syndra go for. That healing could get reduced once you get a certain amount below from that Syndra burst. So having the barrier is just going to be a straight barrier against that. I guess that's why it's called that. That would make sense.
That would make a lot of sense, Tom.
It's been a long series, Mark, so I'm starting to get a little delirious when it comes to
You got to
summoner
imagine how the
spells
players feel then, because,
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a very long series and a bit of a heartbreaking one for UBC. It's very hard to keep your morale up when you lose games late off bad decision making. It wasn't like, oh, I mispositioned my bad, I'll bounce back. You have to really think about what you were doing wrong in that last game and what you can do better in the next game.
When it comes around to it, sometimes you wind up taking a different summoner spell or a different Keystone Mastery because of it
That's
too.
that fatigue.
It might be. So we'll have to see where the action winds up going on in this map. First off, Goldjet was actually the one roaming down from the top side. We saw CJ being the one to kind of make those early roam plays on the Nautilus for the side of UBC when he was playing that champion. This time around, Goldjet's going to be looking towards that mid lane area, but he was spotted out by a couple of wards and the Gragas in the river, as Kha'Zix was also spotted out on that side. So both of these teams looking to be a little bit more controlled in the earlier stages of this game. Don't know if it's necessarily something that Kazahana is bringing to the team of UBC, or if Frozen Knight is just kind of cutting him off the pass every single time he tries to go in. He did wind up burning that summoner spell in the mid lane, but been relatively quiet on this early game. Gragas has not picked up first blood like Proof of Payment did in game number 3.
Definitely a slower game for UBC this time around. Goldjet, like you said, with those roams, he has the Nautilus pick, has that advantage in the push early on. You see with the 10 CS advantage, able to move around the map. And that's something I really like seeing out of Nautilus is you see it even in the LCS sometimes. We saw Zig roam down, try and make a flash play for his mid laner. You can do the same thing and potentially get a kill. So I also wouldn't mind seeing CJ do that if he finds a chance to, because there is no flash on that Orianna. So if he's ever find an opportunity, but it's a lot harder to do on the Maokai because you do not have priority in that lane.
You end up getting pushed in quite frequently, so you're the one that has to kind of respond by either clearing waves or losing out on all that CS. And in a matchup where you're already 10 CS behind, you don't necessarily want to lose out on any sort of experience or any sort of levels whatsoever that the Nautilus can get over you. Across the board, CS advantage is back on the mid lane, of course, with that summoner spell being double summoner spell being burned in the mid lane matchup. Demnus has to play a little bit safer, but Ozna on this Ezreal pickup, he was very godlike on it in game number 1. Already has about a 10 CS advantage over the Caitlyn here in game number 4.
We talk about the Karma being one of the bully supports. A lot of people feel like, you know, the support kind of leads the matchup a little bit in the lane, and you see how important it is that he's able to add a lot of extra wave clear and a little bit of poke, because it forces Nami, who doesn't have much wave clear, to deal with sustaining and trading. So UBC getting the better of the bot lane matchup there. And also in the mid lane matchup as well. No surprise though, given the gank that came in early and generally Syndra being favored in the matchup.
Yep, both of these mid laners have already gone back. Boots and a lost chapter for the side of British Columbia's KT Smurf Syndra. Whereas on the flip side for Simon Fraser University's Demnus on Orianna, he's gone for that lost chapter himself, but has instead gone back and picked up a null magic mantle to negate a little bit of the damage that this early game Syndra is going to be wailing away on him with. You see CJ actually pushing up, throws a sapling down, but surprise, Goldjet's behind you. CJ missing out on a little bit of health, but this is potentially going to go the way of most tank matchups where they trade a couple of blows and then walk away.
Right, it's the wet noodle fight. We always joked about it in the campus series, and sometimes it turns into a bloodbath up there for some reason, but these guys have shown over the course of this series know how to play the matchup correctly. And for the most part, farming relatively evenly, 10 CS advantage about for Goldjet.
Bottom side of the map here, looks like Ezreal is going to wind up getting that recall off, so he will wind up going for a tier of the Goddess, picking up a pickaxe in addition to that, so going for that very early Manamune. Actually, have just heard that Kha'Zix was actually running Thunderlord's Decree. He is not running the Courage of the Colossus, so as much as I wanted that to be a thing, I didn't. I just wanted to talk about Wind Speaker Zyra. It is not going to be a thing. It actually does have the Thunderlord's Decree.
That is good to hear. It's obviously much better for Kha'Zix to have that. And that's what you want to see. You don't want to see a champion kind of neutered a little bit, not having the right mastery selected in such an important game. Glad to see that he has the right one picked.
Yeah, decisive game number 4 here for Simon Fraser University. You got to imagine how they're feeling this time around. University of British Columbia, I believe, historically has beaten them almost every single time, if not every single time. They've beaten them here last year in a 3-game-2 series. The uLoL rivalry series wound up going to a full 5, where it was a reverse sweep in favor of the University of British Columbia. Simon Fraser University, you got to be thinking in the back of your mind, you really want to win this, but you don't want to mess up.
True, but if I'm Simon Fraser University, I'm probably a little peeved because even if you beat them here, they have a chance to re-qualify. All the other times that UBC knocked you out, you were just done. Now with the the extra play-in stage to get into the wild card part of the campus series, I don't know, it's a little bit of a frustrating experience, I bet, given that you didn't get a second chance last time.
Well, on the flip side of this, even though you are crosstown rivals, because of the wildcard seeding, you potentially could not face UBC until the finals of the bracket, so you could also have a very powerful scrim partner not that far away from you.
I'm not sure they'd be willing to scrim, maybe a little bit of bad blood. If you get knocked out by them, you don't really want to go and battle them every day.
It's true. UBC is usually viewed as like the older brother school. Normally, a lot of the times, when we were talking to a bunch of the students at UBC during the rivalry series, it was kind of like, oh, you didn't get into UBC, then you went to SFU instead. And SFU would go to their lands, they would go to their tournaments and everything. But now SFU looking to show that they are the team to try to beat here. Demnis actually going to use that command shockwave.
Ooh.
Ate the full combo from KT Smurf. The teleport actually went going up in the top lane from Goldrip, but immediately canceled.
Very ambitious idea to teleport it in there. Even the Oriana shockwave seemed a little bit unnecessary. UBC was mostly giving up on that gank attempt, happy to just force out the barrier. And now, without that global, UBC has a really strong potential power play to make down the bot side here. If they're able to set up some vision and get a clear down, they should be able to eventually get a 5-man dive off on the bot side. Syndra having priority in that mid lane for the most part. If she can clear the wave at some point, meet up with her jungler and make their way down, Simon Fraser should be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, so SFU maybe a bit on the back foot with that global pressure down. Another KT Smurf, instead of potentially making an aggressive play on the bottom side of the map, instead going to wind up going back and recalling for himself, utilizing this itemization time to complete that Morellonomicon. 11 and a half minutes in seems rather early here, so KT Smurf, that huge CS advantage in the mid lane, paying off dividends, getting his first item down that much faster.
Right, farming it around 10 CS a minute, that's exactly what you want to see. It's at almost 12 minutes, almost 120 CS. And I don't mind the idea of going back and hitting a power spike before you go for that dive. You don't need to rush the 5-man play in the bot lane. You have another couple minutes with that teleport advantage. And with that timing, though, Simon Fraser going to grab the first dragon of the game, sneaking away that Cloud Drake while multiple members of UBC were recalled. Yeah,
UBC had a lot of vision on the mid side of that river. However, they did not have it on the bottom side of the river, and they find a hole in the vision. They're able to sneak that one away while they saw that KT Smurf was away from the mid lane. So that's going to be first dragon of the game going over to Simon Fraser University, and that's going to be good because objective control has been something they've struggled with this entire series. And by taking the first dragon, even though it's just a Cloud Drake, it's not the most exciting thing in the world, they are starting to take some of those objective control away from UBC.
Here comes that bot lane dive. You see Gragas cutting it off from the backside, Syndra as well. No mana though on the Ezreal and no minion wave. This could be a little too forced.
5 members strong here from UBC. The explosive cast locks Pneumatic against the wall. The twisted advance will wind up securing a kill for Syndra. Make that a double. Textbook play for UBC. Command Shockwave comes in though. That's not part of the textbook. CJ winds up falling on the backside.
It was obviously a telegraph play, and UBC was going to force that one down. The 2-for-1 is nice, but they don't grab an objective off the back of it, so it was not super successful. Kazahana almost went down as well. Simon Fraser played that one pretty well with both the AD carry and support doing their best to stay alive. No heal actually came out from Pneumatic, so he could have done a little bit more and maybe been able to buy enough time to trade even more kills back. Like we said, Kazahana got very, very low there. And as nice as it was to pick up those 2 kills, it is not the monster advantage you're looking for. You want this to be the back-breaking play that blows the game open. You see Pneumatic kite out pretty well here. If he just gets a heal on J-Jul right now, then potentially they live for so much longer. Kazahana almost going down. CJ eventually does get killed off by the collapsing Demnis and Frozen Knight, but they potentially could have lived through a lot more of that.
Yeah, the exhaust going down onto KT Smurf cut through every single orb of that Syndra ultimate and was able to keep Nami alive for longer than I think either of them anticipated. So like you said, potentially the heal could have let them live longer, but now there's another fight going down on this top side of the map. J-Jill's actually grouped up here with the rest of his team. The Syndra's trying to throw some spears down, trying to land a stun. Karma's actually come down as well. Demnis has to run away though because he's got no mana left. So they were trying to contest that red buff here from the side of UBC, but SFU had to turn tail and run.
A little bit of an overextension there on the side of Simon Fraser University. The gold lead completely tied up at this point. The Cloud Drake being the only real advantage for either team, but that's not a super substantial one.
I think it's substantial. Don't worry, Cloud Drake, I got your back, even if Mark doesn't like you that much.
That's just in comparison to the other dragons.
Oh,
The
okay.
Cloud Drake's a great dragon.
Oh, okay.
But when you put it next to the Infernal Dragon, nah.
He's got the Ocean Dragon spawning in this game too, so maybe we've used up all of our Dragon RNG in the other 3 hours of this series so far, as Pneumatic's going to get stunned up, taken down. I think I saw that one before, only there's a couple more members from the side of UBC.
Yeah, that time Pneumatic blows his heel, but still goes down. A good pick off there by UBC, punishing Simon Fraser with overextension. They know that everyone is extremely low and cannot actually contest that bot lane, so they get a good roam down there and they pick off Pneumatic.
And more importantly, this is the fight that was going on the top side of the map here, where Kasahana was trying to take his red buff, but he was not left there all by himself. He actually wound up getting stunned up with the depth charge and wound up going down as Gold Jet picked up that kill.
Right, so after they pick that kill up, you see KT Smurf trying to collapse and punish this. This is where we joined it previously. There was a lot of trading, everyone gets low, but Simon Fraser was able to escape. And they did a good job kind of tying that up before they all got forced out low on the top side, opens UBC up to make a rotation down to the bot lane. Like we said, pick off that Caitlyn.
UBC are definitely focusing down on this bottom lane. As you mentioned, Anza's really been the standout player from the side of University of British Columbia, but it's been KT Smurf that has been able to pick up all of these kills. So it kind of goes hand in hand. They're getting assist on their Ezreal. They're making sure he's able to get a decent amount of early game itemization and a decent amount of a power spike. But at this exact same time, they're feeding kills over to their biggest early game threat in the Syndra. 3-0-0, like you mentioned, already still keeping up with the 10 CS per minute on top of all this roam.
Great game so far out of KT Smurf. This is what you want to see. And even though, like you said, the gold lead is equal, the distribution is extremely important. The fact that the bot lane and the mid lane of Simon Fraser has none of the kills means that they are going to be extremely susceptible to Syndra bursts come the mid game. We'll have to see if KT Smurf can take this game over and be the carry threat that they really need, because come late game, we know that generally speaking, they don't seem to do that well.
Ooh, Ozna getting chunked out for a decent amount of damage here. We'll eat Ace in the hole, but the shield's going to keep him nice and healthy. Interestingly enough, Ozna has gone for the I'm just going to auto attack you down to death build, going for the Berserker's Greaves rather than going for the Ionian Boots of Lucidity on Ezreal. So his heal and his flash might be on a little bit of a longer cooldown because he's going to have that extra summoner spell cooldown. But more importantly, he's going to be attacking a little bit faster, and his auto attacks may hurt a little bit more, and he has gone for that Manamune first.
A little bit different of a look on an Ezreal. We've seen it before. It's not the craziest thing in the world.
Yeah, it's not the most expected thing either. Just very interesting that he's pushing his advantage just by going for the attack. It will stack up his Manamune quicker, actually.
Right, so maybe that's what he's looking for. It is always a little bit disappointing to not see the super low cooldown, arcane shifting every 2 seconds Ezreal, but
The balanced Ezreal.
balanced. Is there some air quotes around that one?
I don't know. Nobody can see me make them.
Well, yeah, so you would have to tell me.
Well, on the bottom side of the map, though, they are focusing down on a lane that is going to have a little bit of stagnation in the mid game for Simon Fraser. So if they were going to try to focus things through this Caitlyn and utilize that pick to try to take down some of these outer towers that they've really struggled with doing before, the focus on this bottom side and getting the Ezreal and in fact, the Syndra ahead has been great for UBC because they're kind of killing two birds with one stone.
Right, I mean, the Syndra being able to get far ahead helps her individual lane. She can get a lot of pressure around, and then, like we always say, Syndra not the best roamer, but she does a lot of damage, so she's able to get off them out of the mid lane and join in the side lane. She can exert her influence over that one as well. And for the most part, despite not itemizing super defensive in terms of MR, Demnis has hung on for the most part. He turned those early Null Magic Mantle into Merc Tread. Sometimes you see people go for a completed
The
Negatron cloak, right? So not going as defensive as some other people sometimes do.
Yep, he's also got like 2.5 AP threats. He's got a Gragas and a Maokai on top of the Syndra, so you usually see that Negatron Cloak turning into an Abyssal Scepter eventually, but instead going for those Merc Treads, going to get a little bit of extra tenacity, so if he gets stunned up in the mid lane by Syndra, he'll be able to walk away just a tad bit quicker than you would expect, or potentially not get locked down by a Maokai as quickly as possible. But without the roaming coming down from the mid lane, things have settled down ever so slightly. UBC, though, are going to take this window of calmness in the game to go for this early Ocean Drake of their own. Their first of the game. There's not a lot of vision control from the side of SFU on the bottom side of the map. They've been very aggressively pushing up towards that top side ever since they contested that red buff and picked up a kill for themselves, so UBC get their first dragon.
It is the Ocean Dragon, almost 19 minutes in. A little bit later than what you normally want to see when you get the Ocean Dragon. The earlier, the better with that one. Still useful in the mid and late game, being able to top you off in those kind of extended pushes or Baron baits that come in the mid-late game. But it's often most useful in that early game when you can take a trade, back off, and then heal up a little bit and get topped off in your mana and health.
Yeah, well, UBC has had a little bit of issues trying to siege down in some of these tower sieging in late game scenarios, so being able to get a little bit of bolster to the health and the mana regeneration won't be the worst thing in the world, but of course, they still have to get there. This game has kind of gone the way of game 2 and 3, where Simon Fraser University has kind of stemmed the tide of aggression from UBC in the earlier stages of the game. Granted, they have a different jungle player in instead of proof of payment, but the gold lead relatively even. We're cresting about the 20-minute mark. It's only 3 kills to 2. Nobody's taken the tower down yet, surprisingly, 20 minutes in.
Right, definitely one of the slowest games of the series. UBC had seen Frozen Knight making an invade on the bot side jungle there, so they feel free to roam up to the top side. They grab the blue buff. The Rift Herald goes down once again. Not any love this series, and it looks like Goldjet gonna get a lot of love right now, though.
Yeah, he is underneath his own tower, though. He's gonna wind up using the depth charge to knock up KT Swerve. Actually hits CJ as well. He's tanking this thing up. Has the vengeful Maelstrom, has to pop that one. Has to flash away as well, as he was just tanking up too many tower shots. So not able to get the kill on the Nautilus. He's still about half HP, but he's got no friends in any places. That's gonna be the first tower of the game going down.
As soon as you make a comment about the turret not going down, UBC grabs it. Don't make a bad noise about that. We're happy to see the turret drop.
That's true. That means things are getting done. As meanwhile, Demnus in the mid lane takes another one down. So there we go. What if I say go for an inhibitor right now? Go for the Nexus.
What you should say is that there's a bot dive coming in, because Oriana can come in the. Oh, he didn't take the long way around.
Nah, instead he tried to go for the short side, and Kha'Zix jumps in. Instead, they zone them away from the tower. So British Columbia got the first tower, and the first tower bonus split between 3 people. But SFU, they get 2 for the price of 1. What a deal!
Very telegraphed plays by both teams there coming in. As the invade came in from SFU around the bot lane, that triggers UBC to head up to the top side, grab that blue buff, but the dive took too long. It was unsuccessful as well. We saw Goldjet able to get out of there. When they finally turned back to focus on to the turret, the rest of SFU had been making quick work of the turrets in the mid and bot lane.
SFU find themselves at an objective lead this time around, even on the Dragons and +1 on the towers, cresting the 20-minute mark. That gets them about a 1,000 gold advantage for the time being. More importantly, they've opened up the bottom side, they've opened up the mid side of the map, so when Dragons wind up respawning, it still won't be for a couple of minutes, but it will be a Mountain Drake, and that could be something they look to utilize aggressively, considering they have a Caitlyn pick. They are going to be a little bit slower to getting her to her 3 or 4 item power spike, since she's been so heavily focused on that bottom side of the map, and they really do need a little bit of a boost to try to break these inner towers.
So a couple things. One, I don't mind Simon Fraser playing a little bit slower now that their Caitlyn's hitting that kind of power trough that we tend to talk about with Caitlyn. And generally speaking, SFU does not need to make stuff happen in the mid game, because we've seen them have better late games. So them having a turret advantage and a gold advantage is great for them. Just to touch on the Ezreal boots as well, we see the Iceborne Gauntlet come in. The first time we've seen that this series on the Ezreal. I was going to say, usually if you do go with those attack speed boots, sometimes you see people try and supplement the loss of that CDR with the Iceborne Gauntlets, and that's exactly what Osna has done here.
Yeah, so going for the more utility-based, kind of kite-heavy style of the Ezreal. Of course, it will be very annoying to try to run away from in addition to that, as those slow blasts will continue to poke down upon people from Simon Fraser University. Of course, they have a decent mix of AP and AD threats, although a large amount of those AD damage threats are going to be the Kha'Zix and the Caitlyn that Ezreal may want to try to kite away from for as long as possible. Not necessarily the strangest thing for him to pick up. We do see now a little bit of a stall, like you said, in the mid-game here. Simon Fraser University pretty okay with this one. It's really going to be up to UBC. They've been having superior objective control. They've been having really good vision control around the Baron pit. They've had surprise Baron takes, but they're not anywhere near close to being able to start those off, and they're at a gold deficit.
Right, and on top of the fact that with the Ezreal going for the Iceborne Gauntlet build, they don't have quite as much damage available. The Syndra, like we said, only okay at taking neutral objectives, and then the Gragas and Maokai are not anything special. It's great that they have the tankiness to deal with the neutral objectives, but they don't do them particularly quickly. So UBC in probably their worst mid-game position that they've been in, aside from maybe game 2 where they might have been a little bit further behind around the 15-20 minute mark, but they had already gotten a goal lead back coming to the 25-minute.
Now we see UBC just continue to play a little bit of ARAM in the mid lane here with Simon Fraser University. Ezreal already stacked up to that Muramana, once again ahead of schedule for him. UBC, though, utilizing this vision area, maybe trying to look for a pick here, but Kazahan is going to show himself, make his presence known, and not go for a bit of a flank here. Frozen Knight, meanwhile, is going to get caught up there with the Karma Tether, but the Command Protect from Orion will keep him safe. At the same exact time, though, we're in a bit of a 3-2-2-3 kind of situation as SFU have pushed up on this bottom side. Tidal Wave's going to come out as well, as Nautilus and Nami are now joined by the Caitlyn. Vengeful Maelstrom has been popped. The bubble's going to get dodged out by CJ, and he's not going to wind up going down.
The Nomadic got bored hitting the tank halfway through that dive, decides to refocus down on the turret, get some shots onto that one instead. You can see the Maokai unperturbed with that dive attempt, just recalls out.
Yep.
Heals up. And you can see both teams struggling right now to deal with the tankiness on the other side. The AD carries are not particularly powerful quite yet compared to the finished armor item on the side of both Gold Jet and CJ. So until they get a little bit more penetration available towards them, it will be a little bit before they actually start hurting these tanks.
Nope. Caitlyn has gone for the Infinity Edge build, so she has that and the Runon's Hurricane, so has hit those 2 items. Is going to be taking about another item and a half or so before she kind of gets over that little bit of a plateau, so SFU has a little bit of time to buy, but British Columbia are not going to let them do that. Ooh, a good command shockwave, locks up multiple members, but Demnis going to get Twisted Advanced on after the flash over the wall. That's going to be a kill picked up by UBC, going over to the support Karma. They also caught out on Frozen Knight, utilizing the Cinder ultimate. He has to kind of jump away, and UBC, they pick up a kill mid lane.
Able to find that pick finally. Well played, too, by Ozna once again, getting really aggressive and use the utility that you were mentioning from this version of the blue build. Ezreal actually grabbing that Iceborne Gauntlet, able to get repeated slows onto Demnis, which allows his team to catch up and finish him off. And then I also like the fact that we didn't talk about it, KT Smurf going for the early Void Staff, reacting to the fact that a lot of members of SFU were prioritizing some early MR, and it was almost enough to burst through the Hex Drinker of Frozen Knight.
Yeah, so that's going to be University of British Columbia getting their second dragon of the game, or their second elemental drake of the game. If you guys, of course, let us know on Twitter who you think is going to wind up getting this one. Simon Fraser University, 1 game away. University of British Columbia, slightly behind in gold. They still got 2 games to play. So hashtag UBC, hashtag SFU. Let us know who you think is going to win this one, because at this point in the game, everything's relatively close and it could go either way.
If this series has taught us anything, though, that does mean it tends to favor SFU. They have won the last 2 games from game states being close to this one. And I got to say, Tom, I might be doing my usual flip-flopping here.
Flip-flopper Zimmerman. Although this fight right here did go in favor of UBC as they get a nice catch onto Demnis' Orianna.
Right, but they really didn't get too much off it. They were able to grab the dragon, which is great for them, but that's all they really got. And then right after that, they didn't get the mid lane turret. So nice pick there, nice transition into the Mountain Dragon, but that's all they grabbed.
Yep, so that's going to be UBC getting a dragon, but not getting any sort of other objectives on the map for now. They are behind in towers for, I mean, potentially the first time this entire series. Although, unless you count last series and the minions took down 11 towers to the side of SFU. So that may wind up being something a little bit against them. But University of British Columbia, I mean, they have the ability now. They have actually going for, looks like to be, essentially be a Black Cleaver pickup for the Ezreal. He has picked up a Phage. He already has the Iceborne Gauntlet, so that might be something a little bit new, going for a bit more of an auto attack based build, maybe going for a little bit more of that armor shred.
Yeah, definitely a different look at the blue build Ezreal than we'd seen before. I'm going to be curious to see exactly what he decides to do. Obviously, it looks like he's going for the Black Cleaver, but it's not a very good build, I'd say, given the fact that his shred does not benefit anyone at all on the team. We talked about this before, not necessarily being great, but I'm definitely not too impressed by it this time around, especially when we need the more carry performances. KT Smurf almost getting caught out of position here.
Yeah, just going to get blooped up by the tidal wave at the absolute end there, but CJ is going to be using the teleport. Actually cancels it, so he's now stuck in the bottom lane, but that was good for SFU. As soon as that Scatter of the Weak stun missed, it was on cooldown for double-digit seconds. They're going to wind up trying to catch on to KT Smurf, and they do wind up burning double summoner spells from it.
Nice little turnaround there when KT Smurf was the one looking for the pick. A lot of posturing around this top side jungle, not actually able to find anything though. And as funny as it is to say, I think Simon Fraser is totally happy with this. I'm sure they would love to blow the game open. I'm sure they'd love to instantly win at 30 minutes. But as the game gets later and later, not only do I favor their decision-making come the late game, but I also like their team comp a little bit more. I like the utility that the Orianna is going to be able to bring. And the Kha'Zix does get pretty crazy in the late game. He's going to be able to actually start soloing out some of the backline members of UBC, as long as he doesn't go in too early.
One of the things we actually saw Nami going for is a very early Mikhail's Crucible, so they can potentially remove some of the roots coming in from the side of British Columbia. But the explosive cast is going to wind up knocking Frozen Knight in there. Not going to be able to Mikhail's that one away, although they are still fighting underneath the tower here, and the Caitlyn trap line winds up locking down KT Smurf for just a little bit of trade damage. So British Columbia continuously trying to push down this mid lane, but continuously being denied.
Yeah, and there was a 4v5 situation as well. Orianna was up on the top side clearing some waves. And if you look at the minimap, once again, the side waves are pushing in favor of SFU. And UBC are the ones who are going to have to react to this. Not going to be able to actually take down this top turret.
Maybe.
Caitlyn making her way up there. She could probably grab this one. But this is exactly what we're talking about. It always feels like SFU, unless it's actually UBC pushing the waves in directly, they're always seemingly going in favor of SFU.
Yep, so they have the pressure on the map this time around, and they will be taking their third and final outer tower of the game. So that's going to be SFU jumping out to about a 3,000 gold advantage over the University of British Columbia in this game, which, as you mentioned before, Mark, this does not bode well for UBC or their fans. If they fall behind, if they are not able to take an earlier aggressive style of play. The game that they wound up winning was about 35 minutes. Every other game after that has been 40 minutes or longer, and they have come out behind in those long, grindy games, even though they've had gold leads in them.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we talk about Simon Fraser's definitely being a little bit better at. You see them finally getting a reset off here. The next dragon is once again a Cloud Dragon. We have cursed the dragon RNG, have not seen an Infernal since then. But obviously that's not too bad. We see UBC going for some kind of brush bait here, but there's no one actually in, there's a lot of vision around the brush, they're not directly in the brush, so I doubt SFU is going to fall for this one.
Nope, they actually wind up having the Scuttle Crab control too, so they see Karma over there, they see a Gragas over there, so they know something is up.
A lot of warning things.
Ooh, but Frozen Knight's going to wind up walking into that anyway. Ozna goes over the wall, they're trying to get some slows down, and True Shot Barrage comes out as well. UBC, their brush bait winds up getting a little bit of damage down onto the Kazakhs, but it's not going to wind up picking up any kills whatsoever. Caitlyn going to get that headshot proc over there. Command Shockwave's going to not only wave clear, but lock up on the CJ. And this continued trying to push the mid lane down by UBC is not going to work.
Yeah, I kind of like that Orianna Shockwave being used for wave clear there. I'm surprised, though, Goldjet actually recalled out of the bot lane. You have the push advantage there. I understand you want to be able to face check the potential Baron going down,
yeah, he's got
but you have blue
to
trinkets and stuff available. I don't know why you feel like this is the necessary play.
Oh, the Baron was started, but they're actually not on it right now. They wind up locking down the Goldjet. The Vengeful Maelstroms will pop well. Tidal Wave goes across multiple members from the side. Ozna gets hit up on the backside from Demnis, but he doesn't have that Command Shockwave to turn this fight around and try to rip it open. They do land a dredge line onto KT Smurf.
Triple
and the
bubble.
Bubble knocks everybody up. Frozen Knight picks up the first kill onto Ozna. That's going to be a double kill for the Kazakhs. He's going to be leaping into the back line, trying to take down the Gragas, and he will. Demnis picks up that kill. CJ is still alive in the back line, but he is not long for this world. SFU blow it open with a fight.
They get a 4-for-0. They're grouped up around the Baron. Now they're going to try and focus this one down. And some great positioning by the members of UBC. It's a little risky for Orianna to be off on the side there, but it did split up the team of UBC. It caught their backline out of position. And then as tanky as CJ is, he wasn't the threat at all. Once that triple bubble hit on the backline, you saw Frozen hit on Kazakhs jump in and go crazy. Maybe really was deserving of that ban.
Man, that is going to be Simon Fraser University taking their first Baron buff of this series that was not necessarily gifted over to them. The last one in the last game, I'm going to call that one a gift. This time around, they take their Baron buff, they take another Dragon. They are playing the objective game, they are playing the team fight game, and they're playing the gold advantage game this time around. 7K ahead.
This is, I think, the biggest lead that we've ever seen out of them over the course of this series, despite the fact that they're up 2 games to 1, and now we're going to take another look at that team fight. Like I said, a little risky positioning here by the Orianna, but does chunk out Ozna and plays it safe enough that he's not actually caught out of position. And now a huge hook by Goldjet pulls KT Smurf in. The rest of the team is over grouping, trying to get out of this choke point that they found themselves caught in. And then you see that monster triple bubble set up the extra damage from Demnis, and then Frozen Knight running wild in the backline, while CJ and Kazahana are not doing enough to actually threaten the backline. Despite the fact that they get low, they can't finish anyone off. And there's the final cleanup kill there onto CJ.
Ozna off on the side there, tried to Arcane Shift over the wall. Arcane shifts forward, has to flash over the wall. As soon as this flash is down, Frozen Knight pounces on him and just deletes him from that fight. So unfortunate there for Ozna to wind up going down. Fortunate for the side of SFU to get their Baron buff early on in this game and to try to start pushing down. They've already taken a lot of minion pressure on the top side of the map. The mid lanes look like they're going to be crashing ever so slightly on SFU's side of the map, so they are going to be grouping up in this bottom lane and pushing this down as a group of 5. There's no teleport for the side of Goldjet, so I like this call to just group up as 5, brute force down this tower. UBC has already shown that they cannot take them in a straight up fight.
Yeah, and the wave clear on the side of UBC is not bad, but it's definitely not the kind of thing that's going to instantly clear out the minion wave and stop you from being able to push onto it, especially when you have that long range auto attacker in Caitlyn. She's going to be able to make quick work of these turrets. They grab that bot inner turret. They got a big wave pushing in on the top side. We'll see if they choose to rotate up there or just deal with this inner one.
Frozen Knight's got to be a little bit careful. Speaking of that long-range auto attacker, Caitlyn, though, has Lord Dominic's regard, so armor penetration, extra damage to everybody who has a little bit more HP than she will, which is a lot of members from the side of UBC. So she's kind of crested through this plateau and is about to hit that 4-item power spike stride. with the Baron buff on her side, she's going to be A-okay to get through that one. This is going to be Simon Fraser University using their Baron buff, rotating from that bot lane into the mid lane. Top laners already have a lot of minions up there. They have to send KT Smurf to go up there and deal with it. That leaves this 5v4 exposed in this mid lane. They hook on the Kazahana. He has to wind up going out with that belly slam. The UBC's CJ is going to get locked at the command. Shockwave actually only wants it pinning on the Karma, but they've hooked the Maokai back in. He twisted advance forward, but he's going to wind up going down there. Kha'Zix is actually fallen as well, but they do wind up getting a double kill as the Gragas will fall. 734, he's getting flashed on, he's getting rooted up, he's getting stunned up, he's getting taken down. J-Joe picks that one up in some supportal combat as the tower falls.
A good aggressive play there by Simon Fraser, recognizing that KT Smurf was not grouped up with the rest of the team, so they can take that fight kind of however they want. A little over aggressive on the side of Frozen Knight, but they're far enough ahead. We talk about those extra margins of error you can play with. Even though their jungler goes down first, they've gotten a lot of damage onto the front line of UBC. They finish those guys off. That means that it's really hard to step up and actually defend your turrets, and then that leads to the extra death coming in for 734. And now, even though both carries are alive, no one can actually stop Simon Fraser from actually pushing. So they grab 2 inhibitors with this Baron. Much better Baron usage than what we've seen out of UBC.
2 inhibitors down, 9 kills to 5, a 11,500 gold lead. Mark, they are potentially minutes away from not only taking down their biggest rival in uLoL, not only getting back at them for this position last year, but not only being the Western Conference champions, but making their way into the uLoL Championship Series bracket. This could be the year of SFU.
I mean, it's definitely looking like it. They're up to over a 10,000 gold lead now, double inhibitors down. They're going to group up around the top side. You see them making their way up there right now. UBC are going to need a miracle to come back in this game.
It's definitely going to take a lot for them. They've had a hard time closing out the games when they had a gold lead to begin with, and it's crested past the 30-minute mark. Now they're doing it with 2 inhibitors down, only 1 tower taken, on an Ocean and a Mountain Drake on their side, and they are severely behind in itemization. KT Smurf is still 3-0-0, but nobody else on his team has kills save for the support Karma.
And that's definitely not what you want to hear. We talk about how great it started for KT Smurf. Wasn't actually able to turn that into any real pickoffs. The teams were grouping up a lot. And now you see Goldjet totally not scared at all of UBC, runs straight into them, forces them out of that brush, stops any of these kind of baits from going on. And now you see Osna stuck in the mid lane trying to deal with this minion wave of super creeps. No one's going to really be able to defend this turret, even without the Baron buff. Simon Fraser is going to be able to grab this one. UBC are going to need to find a place to make their last stand because they can't keep giving everything up.
It's going to have to be underneath one of these towers, whether it's the inhibitor one or to get them up and try to fight under a Nexus tower. But UBC is going to have to do something soon. They have to try to pick this Caitlyn off. They have to try to, with that Orianna Shockwave, there's a lot of what-ifs from the side of UBC, and the command Shockwave is going to land down on the KT Smurf. He's going to get chunked out, forces the redemption out early on. They're in the back line. CJ tries to lock up
no follow-up,
but there is nobody there from the side of UBC. CJ burns the Vengeful Maelstrom, burns down to about half HP, and now it's Simon Fraser University. They know they have to deal with super minions on the bottom side of the map. They can just wait for minions. They can let Nautilus tank this up. They're going to get the 3rd inhibitor.
They did try to make their last stand there around the top inhibitor turret, but a great Orianna Shockwave stuffed any sort of follow-up while CJ was coming in from the backside. He's not able to get anything done. Now there's going to be 3 inhibitors down. The super creeps already took the first Nexus turret on their own, and even though it's a 5v5, UBC cannot handle this amount of pressure.
UBC seeing their hopes of being Western Conference champions 2 years in a row fading from them fast, are trying to engage what could be the last team fight of this series. Kazahana gets locked up. Goldjet is running forward, tanking tower shots. He doesn't care. CJ goes down. Frozen Knight leaps forward for that kill. Goldjet is somehow still alive and tanking him up. Simon Fraser University, they drop the S. They get British Columbia. The other 2, they will be Western Conference champions.
They come back after an upset in game 1. They win the next 3 games in a row. Most of them come from behind victories. They show that they have the superior mid-late game shot calling. SFU finally defeat their demons in the Campus Series in UBC and will be advancing to the Campus Series Live Finals.
And they do it in such commanding fashion in the final game. Like you said, the previous 2 victories from them were come from behind wins, stall out, wait for the late game. We're down in objective control. We're trying to scrap and come back. We're hanging on by a thread. But this one was just basically from 15 minutes forward, they had control of the game.
Right, after that initial turret trade where they gave up 1 turret on the top side, they grabbed 2 on the bot side. I think that might have been the first time all series long that after 15 minutes they had a gold lead, and especially a turret lead. And after they were able to withstand a couple force attempts out of UBC, once they stuffed those, it really felt like they had the game completely under their control. There's a fight that breaks out around Baron that's going to basically decide the whole thing.
Yeah, and UBC, they still had a lot of the early game pressure that they were trying to get advantages from in games 1, 2, and 3, and they were able to just weren't able to transition it into anything into the later stages of the game. The UBC continues to struggle to take their mid-game advantages and translate them into an actual game win.
And for sure, I mean, you saw the change up with Proof of Payment as well being subbed out. He was one of the star players, someone we were keeping our eye on for this series. And after a great game 1 that basically single-handedly won this first game, he did nothing the next 2 games and actually gets subbed out. And you got to feel like that's showing that UBC is a little bit desperate heading into the 4th game.
Well, UBC did have a good grasp on the early game, though, and they're still trying to make things happen, and they're still trying to get people ahead, whether it be Osna, whether it be KT Smurf. It did look like, though, that the early stages of the game were still going their way. They sent multiple members down to the bottom side of the map, and they wound up getting a 5-man dive on the bot lane tower for first blood. They picked up 2 kills off the back of that one.
Right, but the big thing here is it didn't actually blow the game wide open. They have the teleport advantage. The minion wave mostly gets cleared out, and this isn't even played perfectly by SFU. It's played pretty well. The double body slam does connect. A good ultimate there by Nami stops KT Smurf from really getting involved. You also see the exhaust come down to negate a large portion of that damage. If the heal came in here from the Matic to stop this from going in, maybe that would have been enough to keep them all alive. Even then, it's still traded back for by 1 kill as Demnis and Frozen Knight come in and collapse on that. And then you see Kazahana super low, and they're not actually able to follow up and push that down that first turret. So that was a big problem, was that even though they got to make the kind of obvious set play that you want to see out of them, it wasn't played quite well enough to actually convert into a large advantage.
KT Smurf got 2 kills in that bottom lane tower dive. He got 1 for the rest of the game. That was it. He was 3-0-0 going into that last team fight. They weren't able to kind of keep the momentum going. They weren't able to transition that into absolutely anything else. SFU, like you mentioned, they get some tower trades later on. They wind up grouping up later in the game, and they wind up taking a Baron fight in their favor, which is the first time this has happened the entire best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we haven't seen quite out of them. We see UBC once again getting a lot of force down onto this Baron. It forces the teleport out of Gold Jet, and then you see him being just such a monster tank that they're not actually hurting his health bar at all yet. And then Osna forced into a choke point where Oriana's just waiting on the other side. He tries to go aggressive, realizes that's a mistake. The whole team is trying to get him out of there. And then he fails, like you said, that arcane shift. It gets the flash. That leads to the triple bubble. The follow-up by Demnis as well. And then once the backline members are down, it's easy for the rest of SFU to focus on the front line, finishing off Kazahana before looking back at CJ.
Yeah, and that was just the turning point of the match. It had just been blown open at that point. SFU were able to grab that Baron buff, and SFU already had great minion management on the map, great wave pressure, and it's going to be really difficult to even respond to that if UBC couldn't do it when there were regular minions, let alone the fact that they're Baron buffed up minions.
And that's one of the big reasons I flip-flopped over the course of the series, is because as I realized after the second game, it wasn't just a fluke, it wasn't just UBC not playing well. After the third game, it became pretty apparent that they were not great at playing in the mid-late game and dealing with minion waves. And then it was the 4th game where finally they actually didn't even have the mid-game advantage this time around, and they had no hope in the late game.
Well, it's got to feel great for SFU if you were in this position. Not only did you beat your crosstown rivals and some of your biggest rivals in uLoL history in UBC, but you did so in a 3-1 fashion. You didn't even need the 5th game to come.
You got to feel good about that one. Take those kind of advantages where you can get them and hope you don't have to see them again, because like we said, UBC is still alive through that wildcard play-in.
That's true. So why don't we take a look at our other finals games and find out who else is heading to the League of Legends College Championships.
Right, Maryville beat RMU in the North.
Yeah, meanwhile, Toronto wound up taking down Carnegie Mellon in the Eastern Conference.
And in the South, Texas A&M did beat NC State.
Yeah, and these 4 teams, along with the BTM champion, will be advancing to the College Championship on May 26th. And we actually got a chance to see that match just the other day.
Yeah, that was a very interesting match. It was a little surprising to see the 3-0 come in. A little bit of trash talk from Tax, but very fun to watch.
A lot of trash talk from Tax.
A lot of trash talk. But don't worry, if your team came in second, like we were just saying, they still have a chance to make it to the championship in the wildcard tournament, which we'll be playing on April 1st with all the other second-place teams. So be sure to tune in and catch that one.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting, especially the fact that RMU and UBC are going to be in there. Favorites to take the entire college championship are in the wildcard tournament.
Year of upsets, Tom.
It is definitely a year of upsets, but that is going to be our show for today. So thank you for watching, and we hope to see you again.
See you guys.
You gotta get back.
different jungle camps, you actually have probably a lead as well.
Oh, meanwhile, Frozen Knight, though, while he's caught farming here, is going to have to flash away, use the collateral damage for distance as well. Is going to be able to survive a little bit. True shot.
Whoa!
Does not take him down. Liz by the little bit of the biscuit he was nomming on. But the rest of SFU are just kind of grouped up and rotated towards his top side of the map. UBC maybe caught with their pants down a little bit, caught recalling in the mid lane, caught on a rotation here. Now they have to be the ones to defend against this top lane push coming out from Simon Fraser. The culling comes out, but it's just going to be the tickling when it comes to dealing damage to Maokai. Well, they gotten 2 back, but now the other parts of the team are caught. Nami's all the way stuck halfway between there and their base. Now CJ and KT Smurf are going to get cut off by Demnis. They still lost that top lane tower, and now UBC's completely caught out of position. CJ's got no Zanya, so his Guardian Angel's going to go down, and like a pack of wolves, Simon Fraser University chomp down and take down the Rumble. The Equalizer back available. Now Rumble's trying to go for the cutoff. This could be disaster! The Equalizer rips across Simon Fraser. The Zanya's Hourglass is back up, but they're trying to focus down on Demnis and Golden. But CJ goes down! Pneumatic's able to pick up a kill, and Demnis is in the back line.
They whip the ult, though.
They chunk down Nami, and even though they missed the Graze ultimate, they go forward with the Protopel. The root is not going to land onto KT Smurf, but now they've blocked up on the proof of payment. Ozna takes a chunk of damage. He gets pushed into the front line, trying to get the damage down as quickly as possible. Golden, though, the depth charge comes back up. He knocks up Lucian. He hooks in Lucian.
KT Smurf has no mana.
KT Smurf is not on the right side of this fight, but Ozna in the front line trying to dish out the damage as possible. They tried to catch the Lucian, but the Lucian's caught them instead. The flash body slam from Gragas will not connect. Frozen Knight's going to go down on the opposite side, but no, he stays alive, and Vladimir kills Lucian. Now KT Smurf, all he's got is a couple of auto attacks and no HP. The Karma picks up the kill. Only Gragas and Nami are alive. Can Simon Fraser end the game? The Baron was started, but they're actually not on it right now. They want to lock down the Gold Jet. The eventual Maelstroms are possible. Tidal Wave goes across multiple members from the side. Ozna gets hit up on the backside from Demnis, but he doesn't have that command shockwave to turn this fight around and try to rip it open. They do land a Dredge line onto KT Smurf.
Triple bubble.
Bubble knocks everybody up. Frozen Knight picks up the first kill onto Ozna. That's going to be a double kill for the Kha'Zix. He's going to be leaping into the back line, trying to take down the Gragas, and he will. Demnis picks up that kill. CJ is still alive in the back line, but he is not long for this world. SFU blow it open with a fight.